I spent the last 7 years living this, not watching YouTube videos, not copying someone else's training plan, but actually living it. I went from being overlooked, unsure, and a small kid growing up to dropping 0.3 seconds off of my 40, earning multiple Division 1 offers, and rewriting the IMG Academy record book. And for the last few years, I've spent thousands of hours honing my abilities to work with athletes to fix their performance, tighten their mindset, and proving that any high school football player can become that guy with the right plan. I've helped athletes drop over 0.2 seconds off their 40 while physically dominating their opponents, but most importantly, I've helped kids who didn't believe in themselves become athletes that colleges actually want to recruit. I've learned the hard way. Everything took me years of trial and errors and frustrations, but now I'm giving all that away for you for free in this course. This is the most in-depth breakdown you'll ever get on how to drop 0.2 to 0.3 seconds off of your 40, physically dominate your opponents, and build that D1 level confidence so you can actually stand out on Friday Night Lights and get real college opportunities. This is the exact system I use to go D1. This is the exact system that I use today to coach my athletes, and this is the exact system that you can use to actually turn to an athlete that coaches have to notice. Let me be clear though, I'm not special. I didn't have stars. I wasn't recruited early. I was never the fastest or the strongest. The only reason I'm here is because of the identity, the information, and the systems, and now I'm giving that all away to you. I built this course because high school football players are constantly lied to. They're told, go to more camps, more lateral drills, more random conditioning, or that speed can't be taught. None of that is true. You don't need more noise, you need the right blueprint. We're going to dive deep into every concept you need to become a D1 athlete, like the identity shift every D1 athlete goes through, how to train speed the right way, and how to finally become the athlete you know you can be. So watch this, take notes, and actually apply it, because the only difference between the athlete you are now and the athlete you want to become is the action, identity, and information. Let's get right into it. I'm going to outline step by step the exact belief system that built me into a Division 1 athlete. And what you're going to find out is there's absolutely nothing different between me and you besides the fact that I simply figured this out and actually implemented it through aligned action into my life. This is the momentum method. And the 4 pillars that we're going to be talking about today is going through my story and how I figured out relentless ownership, unbreakable systems, leveraging small wins, identity-based inputs, and how you can implement them into your life to take your athletic performance to a next level and get you closer to becoming that Division 1 athlete. Starting with relentless ownership. When I was a sophomore, I blamed others for my mistakes. I was back at my old school, Green Bay Southwest, and I was doing well. I found a lot of success on the field. I was all conference as a sophomore, yet I didn't take accountability for anything I do. I wouldn't hit the hole right, and I'd blame my O-lineman for blocking it wrong. I'd miss a tackle, and I'd say that my safety should have came down and had outside leverage on it to help me out. I was a good athlete, but I took absolutely zero accountability for what I was doing. Right? I was good enough to get by, and I was really the definition of a big fish in a small pond. It's Green Bay, Wisconsin, and if it weren't for the Packers, you would have never heard of Green Bay. And quite honestly, there's almost nobody going D1 out of the entire town. Maybe 1 or 2 guys every single year, but that's it. It's not like a powerhouse that you're going out to Florida, you're going out to Cali, where there's a ton of Division 1 athletes. It's simply there isn't that level of competition and quality, and the floor is a lot lower. And that allowed me to see success early, but I was really only that big fish in a very, very small pond. So then really I transferred to IMG Academy because I understood that concept right there. And this is really where reality hit me. In my first game, we played a really good team, Manatee, and I missed 5 tackles. And this was one of the lowest moments of my life, in all honesty, because I sacrificed so much to go to IMG. I completely abandoned the path of really being a regular high schooler, and I was committing to this D1 dream. My parents sacrificed so much for me to get here, and then I show up after doing all this hard work that I thought I was doing right and simply embarrassed myself on the field. I missed 5 tackles, and I thought this was going to be the end of literally everything, because that's what it felt like at the time. I was right in it, and it felt just so terrible that I played so poorly in the very first game, and I couldn't live with that. And really, what that caused me to do is that was really the exact moment that I decided I was going to take accountability for everything in my life. This is where I realized, right, I've been working hard, but I was blaming others. I saw now that last year, my sophomore year, I was blaming others for all the mistakes I had, and now it caught up with me. All the better competition and all these athletes that were just as good, if not a lot better than me at the time, exposed me, and really I played poorly because of it. And this is where I decided I need to make a change. So in all reality, it led me to unfathomable amounts of work and even some results where I started looking a lot better. I started performing a little better on the field, but I still felt like there was more to do. And that's where these next pillars come in. And if you're at that same position where I am, or something similar, to the point that you haven't taken relentless ownership of absolutely everything you do. You're blaming your teammates, you're blaming your teachers, you're blaming your parents for the exact situation you're in. That was the first mistake I made, and I don't want you to fall down that similar path. Step up right now and take that ownership. Use this video as the stepping stool for you to actually understand that there's more to give and that everything you do is a result of your own actions. Now, moving into what I need to learn next, unbreakable systems. So at this point, I didn't have a good junior season and I left IMG. I went back home in the spring. That was what me and my family decided to do. And I lost access to top tier coaching and the resources. And at the end of the year there, I felt myself slipping. Even still being there with just all the elite resources, I didn't have a coach breathing down my neck the entire time and holding my hand, that I started to slip. I didn't train as hard those last 3 weeks I was there. I was kind of just going through the motions. I would show up, I wouldn't push myself, I'd skip occasionally, and I knew that that wasn't going to get me to those results, right? And I understood that that relentless ownership that I had built, right? I needed to take action and actually do something about it. This is me here going back home in January. It's 20 degrees outside, and I'm still finding a way to get work in. I understood all my teammates were still in Florida in the nice weather with these crazy facilities, and I'm just in my backyard with a bag, and I'm literally making a ski mask out of a shirt just so I can breathe because it was so cold outside, right? That relentless ownership, I built on it, and now I had to take action, actually build a system that was going to be similar to IMG. So I spent over 150 hours building a system that would take me to the next level. And now I call this momentum, the momentum method. But at the time, it was just a concept. It was just a concept of all these pillars adding up and the triphasic training and every accountability method I knew to bring the best out of myself, because I knew I didn't have that coaching, the resources, the facilities, any of that at my disposal anymore for the rest of the offseason when all my other teammates did. And I knew I had that desire and that drive that I wanted to go D1 and I wasn't going to let anything stop me. So I took it into my own hands. I did something that 99% of people wouldn't want to do. I spent over 150 hours figuring it out and just putting in the hours at my desk, reading books, reading articles, literally everything to figure out what I was going to do to become that Division One version of myself. And really, I figured it out and my results began to skyrocket, yet I still found it difficult to consistently show up. I got a lot bigger, I got a lot faster, but there was still something going on in my mind where I couldn't consistently show up, and that was still holding me back from reaching that Division One level myself, and I had to figure it out. And these systems are something that you need to implement in your life. And you're going to be asking how, what are they? I'm going to have those answered for you here at the end of the video. You just wait. Now, moving over to leveraging small wins. This is how I built consistency and took that next step into becoming that Division One version of myself. The entire time up until this point, my sophomore and junior year, I was output oriented. I was chasing every huge milestone, every offer, every award, every PR. That's all I cared about. I didn't care about the inputs or the small actions that would add up over time. And really, the more I achieved, the emptier I felt. All I was doing was chasing offers, trying to do this, trying to do that, but it never really made me personally fulfilled. Every milestone I hit, it felt like happiness just got another step further away, because I'm like, oh, I just benched 300 pounds. That's my goal. I was like, okay, cool. It's cool for 5 minutes. It's cool for a day. But then what I realized is, okay, now I want to bench 315 pounds, and now I want to bench 335 pounds. I'll be happy when I hit that mark. And it just kept constantly pushing my happiness back to the point where I was so unfulfilled and honestly miserable my first semester at IMG. And this is where those last two pillars are now building here, that something still needed to change. I was seeing results, right? I was training at home, I was seeing results, but things needed to step up even more. This is where I built the non-negotiable threes in the first week that I was back home. I realized, like I said, that I need those systems, and this is one of the things I determined would help me. So the non-negotiable threes was having a workout, meal, and action that I would take every single day to get me close to my goals. So my workout, I'm doing a really intense workout based in my momentum methodology that I knew was optimized. I was working hard. Hard work was never an issue for me. It was always everything else. Then I'd have one really clean meal that helped get me towards my goals, and then I would take one action. And here is an example of that action. There's me in my garage in the middle of January, and it's 40 degrees outside. So right, that water is about 40, 45 degrees, and I sat in there every single morning at home, where I wanted to take control as many aspects of my life as possible, and this is one of the ways I knew how. Not only from the recovery aspects, but actually the mental benefits of, right, I'm getting up early and I'm eating the frog. That's saying I'm doing the hardest thing in my day. Getting in that ice water for 10 minutes straight was miserable. It was the hardest part of my day. Right? I understood that once that part of my day was over, I had so much momentum. I kept leveraging each of these small wins, 3 of these every single day, 21 wins a week, and it just kept on building and building and building to the point where I eventually got offered by Missouri State and I committed there, and it was amazing, right? It was everything I ever wanted. I got my Division I dream. It's an FBS school now, right? That came with other things. My ego was at an all-time high now. I felt like I was the man. I felt like I had done everything. All this work I did paid off, and it showed in the way I acted towards others. I wasn't the same person I was before I got offered, before I committed. I felt like I was better than everyone, and that led me to even more problems. And this is where I figured out my identity based inputs. So my worth was tied to those external factors, right? I was committed to a Division I school for 8 months, and that felt like I had done everything I deserved. It was, right, an ego boost, like I said. It made me feel like I was the man. And it was really all my worth was tied to those external factors. And I didn't know that at the time. It was just my new reality. But it came to the fact when I lost my commitment after being committed for 8 months, and I got broken up with in the same week, all while there was a hurricane. I got exposed. It was the worst week of my life, and it really isn't even close. And that kind of made me realize that I didn't know who I was without those things, without my external validation of being a Division I athlete, without the external validation of being in a relationship. And then putting on top of that just the hurricane to throw everything absolutely on top, making it a terrible week, right? That made me realize that I thought I was someone who I wasn't. I was so focused on everything on the outside that I didn't know who I was, the person Jacob was on the inside. It was a low moment, right? This was definitely the lowest moment in recent memory because everything came crashing down so fast and just left me in the dust with nothing that I knew was familiar. I was stepping into the unknown, and I had to figure out a way to get through it and now find a new home for my commitment, which was now looming even closer. This was midway through my senior year. I thought everything was set. I was committed for 8 months, and I'm like, I'm going to go there in January. This is where I'm going to be. It's October at this point, and there's only a couple months. And now everything got stripped from me under my feet, and now I was sitting there, and I had to figure out what to do. At this point, this is where I met Dr. P, and he introduced me to identity-based habits. This is one of our mental performance coaches at IMG, super smart guy that helped me guide me into the position that I am now. And you're going to be asking, what are these identity-based inputs? And put it simply, it's reframing all my actions to, is this something the D1 version of Jacob would be doing? And let me explain that even further. So let's say it's after practice and I'm about to go inside, go to the field house, change, whatever. Would the D1 version of Jacob go inside right away, or would he stay out there for a couple extra minutes and get extra work? Those were the guiding principles towards me making these actions. And that led me, what I would do, I would spend that extra 15 minutes getting field work because I know that's what the Division One version, the current version of myself, would do. Even though it wasn't physically manifested yet, that version of me that I am now, I could vision it. I could see it. I saw it out in front of me. I knew it was still there. And if you can see that vision in your head, all you have to do is make it reality. And it's just a matter of time when you work with aligned action. This is aligning all the actions I did. We think about I'm eating food, and it's like, would the D1 version of Jacob eat this pizza and cookies right now? No, the answer is no. And when you raise the stakes on what version of you you're talking to, you start to get to a point where these actions, it becomes even more clear. It becomes even more clear that you really only have one choice to become that version of yourself if you want. If I said I want to become the Super Bowl champion version of Jacob Hanson, the stakes get raised even further. There really is only one action, and it's extreme aligned action. Stuff that it's so simple. It becomes so clear on what exactly you need to do when you look into that future version of yourself that makes it nearly impossible to fail. With all those three previous pillars, right, you can have them, but those are all external things around you that can come and go, right? But when you decide to learn about identity based inputs and actually do those aligned actions to where you want to go, that's when things are really going to change for you. That's where all those three pillars are going to come in together, and you are literally going to become unstoppable. This is why I call it the momentum method, because when you build all four of these together, you're going to be like a train on the tracks. You try to stop a train on the tracks, it is not going to stop. All you have to do is just give it a little bit of wood, a little bit of coal, and it's going to keep going. All those small wins, all those systems that we built, that relentless ownership that you found, all four of these pillars are coming together to a point where it's going to be a new lifestyle. It's going to be exactly what you want. And there's really going to be absolutely no way to stop you. And that's where it led me to. It led me to becoming that Division One version of myself. I found a new home at Furman University, and now I want to lead you too. Welcome to the 14-day Mindset Kickstart. First of all, I am super excited to have you here. But if you have not taken a look at the introduction module, go take a look at that. That's going to help you get oriented into what we are going to be doing here with this training, making sure you're getting started off hot and you're ready to go. But getting into an overview with what we will be doing. So really, this is just the beginning, and we're going to focus on exposing you to multiple small exercises to begin shifting your mind towards craving doing the work and becoming the best version of yourself. Now, we'll have actions every single day. And with that, you're going to watch the video for your current day, day 1 all the way to day 14, and follow the exercise, which should take less than 5 minutes a day. Typically, you can do it any time of day. There will be a couple times where there are certain instances you need to do it at a more specific time. Then with that too, I want you to watch the video day 1, whether it's the night before or the morning of, do it. Then once you complete the exercise and you do it, say you watched it like day 0 the night before, then you do the exercise day 1 in the morning, right? Then at the end of day 1, you're going to watch the day 2 video saying you can do it right away at some point during day 2. I just don't want you going ahead watching all 14 videos because that's not going to be helpful for this. And as we continue to work with me, we will continue on these concepts more in depth through modules and exercises. And at first, this may seem a little basic. That's completely okay because the hardest part is getting started, and we want to build momentum because really that execution in the beginning is going to be the most difficult part for a lot of guys. So we want to keep this as easy as possible. And then really this mental side of the momentum method is going to be a big point of discussion on your growth. Like I said, this is not just a physical transformation. This is something for your entire life. In all honesty, I want this to last more than just the couple months that you are working with me. So with that being said, I'm excited to welcome to day 1. I'm excited to have you here and ready to get started. So, today we are going to be defining your why, and really the focus with this is finding your purpose. So, the action for today is going to be write down 3 powerful reasons why you play your sport, really beyond surface level things like because you want to win, because you enjoy it, because your parent made you do it. I want you to think a little bit deeper about this. And really, I want all this stuff written in one singular notebook throughout your whole time working with me, because there are going to be other exercises that we are going to be writing things out. And I want to give you examples of my whys. So, really, for me, one of my whys is inspiring others to be the best version of themselves. That's a big reason why, honestly, I started working with athletes, is because I found as I got more of a leadership role with football going into my senior year, I found myself just naturally gravitating towards some of the younger guys and helping them out without them even really asking, and kind of just showing them the ropes. And I really enjoyed that, using my knowledge to serve other people. As well, I want to be remembered for doing something uncommon amongst the uncommon. Like, I'm playing Division I football, that is pretty uncommon, but I want to be better than that. I want to be an all-conference linebacker here. I want to do tons of great things. As well, finally, I want to leave no doubt that I did everything I could to achieve what I want, whether it's with things with this business, becoming that all-conference linebacker, being a great father and husband in the future. I'm thinking long-term with what I'm doing. That takes my daily inputs I'm going to do every day. I have to be committed to it. So those are some of my whys that really drive me. But I want you to take some time to think about your whys, and don't just write something quick, superficial. Take a little time, because this is going to be something that we can come back to, and it's going to be very important when you're in the dog days of training, not only with me, but after you're done training, figure out why are you even doing what you're doing. Welcome to day 2. Today we're going to be focused on getting some small wins to stack into bigger wins later on, and really we're focusing on building that gratitude and momentum. So our action today is just to write 3 small wins from today. So ideally you want to do this in the evening, maybe right before bed, whatever is something that can be sustainable for you at some point. So my wins for today: I completed all of my rehab for my knee, which was something that wasn't necessarily easy to do, kind of annoying that what I'm dealing with, but I was glad I was able to get that done. I woke up on my first alarm at 5:05 a.m. I don't wake up that early every day. I had to lift at 5:45, and I was super happy just to be able to get out of bed, get my day started right away, not procrastinate at all. Then finally, I didn't have any unnecessary added sugar today, which really made me feel a lot better. And now the goal of this is to find wins even on our crappy days. There's going to be days where it feels like nothing goes right, but being able to look back and reflect and even find 3 small things. Maybe you just made your bed this morning. You started by getting a small win. That's a great one. Just make your bed, and it can really turn your day in the right direction when you get a small win like that. Then, like I said, on those bad days, I want to make sure that you still are able to see the light in your day and enjoy what you're doing. I'll see you on day. Welcome to day 3. Today is visualization. We're going to be focused on building our confidence with this. So our action for today is spend 2 minutes before bed visualizing yourself making a perfect play. So if it's football, maybe it's making a form tackle for loss. You're the quarterback, you're throwing a touchdown pass. Or if you're a baseball guy, you're striking someone out, you're hitting a base hit, you're hitting a home run. Or even you can take a training session, like you hit a new all-time squat max. And what I'm going to do is kind of explain how I would do this. And we will take doing a 1 rep max on my back squat. So you're going to be visualizing a situation, and this doesn't have to be something that necessarily happened before, but can be something that you want to happen, or a very ideal situation. So you're going to be visualizing this from a first-person point of view. You can be sitting up, laying in your bed, but I want your eyes closed, and you're imagining seeing what you're doing out in front of you through your eyes, not as a spectator watching you. Really, I want you to hone in on all 5 of your senses when you're visualizing this. So if I'm thinking about me hitting a back squat max, I know I'm at Furman. I'm in our weight room. I can hear my teammates cheering me up, cheering me on. I can hear Coach Novo right behind me, our head strength coach, telling me what to do, getting me ready. As I'm getting started, I can see myself getting my hands on the bar, checking my grip width like I always do, then getting under it, standing up, feeling the actual weight on my back, and I can hear my teammates getting louder. I'm stepping back. I can feel the weight on me, and I execute the squat. And really with this is I want you to feel what it feels like. And then as you complete it, like say you throw a touchdown pass, you're gonna be pretty hyped after. Like feel that emotion of being hyped up. Even visualize the celebration you're gonna do with your receiver when you throw it to him. I want you to actually feel this, and that's gonna make it the most effective. You can see it and like not really just use your sight, and that it'll be okay. When you start to actually get the emotions into it, start getting all five of those senses into it, that's really when this visualization starts to become very powerful, and your subconscious mind really can't tell a difference between what's like that happening in real life and that happening in your mind when you're able to do it properly. So spend some time doing that tonight, and as we continue to build on this, is going to be something that's very successful for you. Welcome to day 4. Today we're going to be focusing on doing hard things on purpose, and we're looking to build our discipline here. So our action is going to be really simple, but not necessarily easy to do. You're going to start and end your shower with 30 seconds of cold water. Really no excuses with this one. So what I want you to do is when you do this, you're going to have some sort of flinch response for the most part. Like you're not going to want to get in. You're going to turn the cold water on and you're going to be like, shoot, I don't want to do this. And the big thing I've done and what I've learned from a couple books I've read is to overcome this countdown. So in my head, I'm about to get in. I'm like, I turn on the water and it's, in my head, I say 3 or even out loud, 3, 2, 1, and I get in. The point of this is to not give your mind time to think and like change your mind or hesitate. Because when I'm actually counting my head, I'm thinking of the numbers I'm counting. I'm not thinking about, oh, this water is going to be super damn cold. So that gets your mind off it and allows you to stop thinking for a second, to take that flinch out, and you just go straight into it. It's still going to suck, but using that countdown is going to be a very easy way to overcome this. And really, you're going to feel a lot better after that cold shower, and you're going to be happy that you were able to do it. So get that done today, and I'm excited to see you on day. Welcome to day 5. Today we're going to be breaking some limiting beliefs, and we're going to be focusing on our identity with this. So our action. Today we're going to write 3 negative thoughts you've had and flip each statement into an empowering belief. These can be statements that you like thought yourself or things that people have tried to will upon you and tell you. So my example, I've heard this a lot. I've thought this at times, and it was really, I'm not tall enough to go D1. And how I change that is my size doesn't determine how good I can be. I outwork everyone. So a lot of times the limiting beliefs we have really are just excuses for why we aren't in a position we are. Like I could easily say, oh, I'm not a better school because I'm not tall enough. But if I was a better athlete, if I was even better, I could have gone to a better Division I school. That I'm not tall enough is kind of just a coping mechanism, right? I'm not 5'5". I'm 6 feet tall. It's not ideal. It's not perfect. But if I was better, bigger schools would have took me. So that's one thing to think about with these limiting beliefs. A lot of times these are things that we just use to cope, and in all reality and honesty, they are not true. So we want to break through those and shift it into something where you falsify the statement, I'm not tall enough to go D1. Like I know logically that there are a lot of people shorter than me that are D1 linebackers, and then put a positive statement about yourself with it to prove like why it's true for you. Whether for me, like I outwork everyone, you can say I'm smarter than everyone, I'm more disciplined than everyone, things like that, to add a positive statement with that, and write 3 of those in that same notebook that we used earlier a couple days ago. I'll see you. Welcome to day 6. Today we're going to quiet the noise a little bit and work on our mental control and discipline. So our action today is simply 5 minutes of meditation, and you can either download the Healthy Minds app, which I use a lot, or Headspace, or simply sit in silence for 5 minutes. But if you do decide to sit in silence for 5 minutes, I'm going to explain the goal of this and what we'll be doing. So you're going to be focusing on your breath, counting each complete breath all the way up until 10, and repeat for 5 minutes. So I breathe it in, out, 1. And I'm not counting that out loud. I'm just counting in my head. And I'm doing that up until 10. And I'm resetting back to 1. This is just to have something to focus on, whether you like to focus on the actual counting of the number or the sensation of like your chest and belly rising and falling with each breath. I want you to focus on something consistently And right, thoughts are going to enter your mind, and that's okay. Whether they'll be honestly about anything, and that's okay. But I don't want you to feel bad because that's a very common thing. I just want you to notice it, be like, oh, that's a thought I just had. Then refocus back to your breath or the sensation that you are focusing on. And really, this is going to be difficult because most people probably haven't sat in silence and done nothing for a really long time, and that's completely okay. But that's why we're starting with only 5 minutes and working on this. I'm ready to see you. Welcome to day 7. We are right at the halfway point, and I'm super glad you have made it this far. So really today it's going to be a little tough. We're doing some morning control. Is really focusing on starting our day strong. So we're going to go no phone for the first 20 minutes after waking up. Use that time, stretch, hydrate, or get ready for the day. You can really do whatever you want, but I just don't want you on your phone right away for only 20 minutes. If you can go longer, 30, 45, an hour, that is even better. And really, it's going to be difficult, but the days I've done this, I really just turn off my alarm, go get ready. I like to do it. I find it easier on days I'm waking up super early. I wake up at 5:05 a.m. for some of these lifts. I'm a little sleepy, sluggish. I like to just keep my phone completely off, and I walk in silence to my car, get ready, and it just gives me a really good sense of relaxation. It's still dark out in the morning, and I end up finding I feel even more relaxed throughout the rest of the day, even though I just spent the first 20 minutes of my day with no phone. So this is something definitely want you to give a shot. It is not going to be easy by any means, but you got this. We're at that halfway point. Keep pushing, and I will see you on day. Welcome to day 8. Today we are going to be speaking it into an existence, and we're working on self-talk. So really, it's pretty simple. We're going to write and then repeat 3 affirmations out loud. So some examples that I like to use myself. I'm an all-conference caliber linebacker. I'm unstoppable on the field. I'm becoming the best version of myself every day. And now I want to give you some pointers on how to set these up. Like for myself, I wouldn't say something like I'm a millionaire because that's not where I'm at. I can't truly believe that. But I could say I am on the path to becoming a millionaire every single day. I'm getting closer to becoming a millionaire every single day. And the goal with this is to have them all in the present tense. Even if it is a future goal, like say you want to start on varsity, but you haven't done that yet, and you're still just getting reps on JV. I'm on my way to starting on varsity, and you can get the point. So you can say it like that, or there are other ways to do it. I just want it all in this present tense. Don't speak in the past. Don't speak in the future. If you say it and you're like, like I don't really believe that, you're doing it wrong, and rephrase it. If you have questions about getting some that resonate with you, talk to me and I can help you to get right for your exact situation. I will see you. Welcome to day 9. And really, we're raising the standard here, focusing on our leadership. So the action for today is to write down 2 teammates you'll encourage at practice today. And this can really be something as simple as saying, keep going when you're doing conditioning rep, like maybe you're a couple steps ahead of them and you can tell your teammate's struggling, just hit him with a keep going can be great to just keep it small. Because really with this leadership, we don't want it to be something that's pushy. A lot of guys will push back on you, and that's not something that's going to be respected. Or simply talking to another athlete that you really don't talk too much and just say, how you feeling today, bro? Just keep it simple. These don't have to be like some hoorah-rah. You don't have to give a speech in front of the whole team. Oftentimes, guys are going to see that as fake. They're going to see right through that, and that's not what we want. And really be able to check in with your teammates and encourage a bunch of different guys and build these small, like micro interactions with them can help to build a lot of trust and unity behind you at a later date when you are able to do this consistently. My senior year, I learned this from my mentor, super good guy, super smart in terms of leadership and character development. He told me to do this, and I found more guys would just talk to me in general. I started to enjoy practice more. I enjoyed it because I was connecting with my teammates. I knew a little bit more about each of their stories. And I found when it was time for the team to decide captains, I was the captain for the entire year, right? So there's something, being able to build those small relationships with those guys is going to be great. And I'm not saying you need to find and look to get something out of it. Like you don't have to look to do this to become a captain, but more looking to develop your social skills and develop a little bit of leadership and understanding how other people want to be treated and feel to help push your team towards more success. I will see you. Welcome to day 10. Today we are going to be focusing on the 100 plus 20 principle. This is from the book 10-Minute Toughness. This is really focusing on resilience. So today our action is going to be choose one thing you don't feel like doing, whether it's extra conditioning, stretching, finish your homework, and simply do it. Because what the idea is with this is the standard is always giving 100% of what you're asked, but really everyone's doing that. Like there's going to be some people who don't, but those aren't the guys that you need to be worried about. But at some point, you're going to have to separate from those guys and you're going to need to do extra work. So we're looking to complete an extra 20% of work as the standard. So like I said, you finish your entire practice, you're exhausted, you're the last one out there because you decide to run 2 more wind sprints. Or you're in your personal life with school, you have homework and you could use ChatGPT to look it up, but you decide to do all of it on yourself and then use ChatGPT later to check your answers. There's things that are raising the standard, right? You're giving your 100% and doing a plus 20 is really the goal here. We just want to separate ourselves from everyone else who is doing the exact same thing as we are. I will see you on day. Welcome to day 11. Today we're going to be looking at replaying our success and building our confidence. So our action today is visualize your best game for 5 minutes. We're going to replay the details with everything about how you felt, what you saw, and how you executed using all 5 of your senses. So really, when we're doing this, like I've mentioned previously when we did our first visualization, is you need to involve all 5 of your senses to really get your subconscious to not be able to differentiate between this visualization practice and actually physically doing it. So if you're looking at your best game, let's say you had 5 highlights. Replay those 5 highlights, and when you're doing them, a thought that has even struggled for me, like something that I found difficult at first when I was trying to visualize everything and think about everything and get it so perfect, is I would slow down. Like if I'm running to the end zone for a 50-yard score, it should take me like 5 seconds. If I'm doing the visualization and it's taking 8, 9 seconds, I'm doing something wrong. I want it to be done exactly or as close as you can physically replicate to that actual time of doing it. And that's just a really side note to help develop your visualization skills, make it a little better. Really with this, your confidence comes from evidence. So replaying and feeling the success you've already had builds on that confidence to be able to do it again. This visualization technique of seeing my best highlights, I would actually do this before every game my senior year, really helped me out. And like I mentioned before, is I visualize on the sideline after a drive and see plays I want to happen, and they would actually happen. So that is the thing is when you're doing this right, it is something that is going to be extremely powerful for you. Just keep at it. It is something that you do need to practice to help build because it's not necessarily an easy skill to get right. I will see you. Welcome to day 12. We're going to be focusing on accountability and becoming our best self. So we will need our journal again, and we're going to write, what would the best version of me do today? Choose one action then to align with that version and actually complete it. So really, maybe the best version of you is simply losing an extra 10 pounds of fat, or maybe it's you as an All-American. Step into that day in the life of that person and what actions are they actually doing. So I like to look at myself as an all-conference linebacker. And when I step into my day as an all-conference linebacker. What am I doing differently than I am right now? Maybe I'm getting an extra hour of treatment. Maybe I come back after practice to watch an extra 30 minutes of film to see what I did wrong during the day. Those are the type of things that I want you to see for whatever that best version of you is. And honestly, I want you to set it higher than you think. Like if your goal is to just start on varsity, I want you to think, I want to be the best player on varsity. I want to be the best player on my defense. Because that's when the goals start to scare you. You'll start to see those actions emerge a little more. Because to be that best version, like if I were to say, I want to be an All-American, there's really only one path. Like when you're trying to be great, you don't have a choice. It's not sleep in or do the work. It's do the work. And when you said it, like if I said now, like how I am now, I could sleep in or do the work, be in the same spot. But the All-American version of me is not going to sleep in. They're for sure going to do the work. They're going to get the extra treatment. They're going to watch the extra film because that's why they're an All-American. They did that. So that's something to think about. Set that version of yourself super high to the point where it honestly scares you, and those actions are going to start to emerge. Then actually align with one of those and do it today. I will see you. Welcome to day 13. Today we are going to be looking at digging in the cookie jar and building our resilience through looking at our past. I say this for day 13 because this is honestly my favorite exercise, and I want to save it towards the very end once you get a feel of how this works a little bit. So really, we're going to be digging in the cookie jar, and this is something that I learned from David Goggins, and this is what you're going to be doing is thinking of a time in the past where you overcame something extremely challenging and reflect on how it made you stronger. So my examples are I completed 2 50-calorie kills, which is an insanely tough conditioning exercise that honestly, it was so tough to the point where I completed it and I was laying on the ground for about 20 minutes and I didn't realize that my body could feel this much pain. I told my friends to literally have 911 on speed dial before the second rep because I knew what I was in for. And this is something, honestly, probably I'm going to remember the rest of my life, a lot more than a lot of my football games. And I became better from it. Like I learned how to push past my limits because of something like this. And really, it doesn't have to be something as monumental or life-changing as this. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a workout. If it's a family thing that you overcame, if it's bullying you overcame when you were a younger child, that's something you should be very proud of. And maybe it's not necessarily easy to look back in the cookie jar because maybe it was a painful experience, but look how you've grown from it. And one example for me was moving away to IMG Academy as a junior, where I lived on my own. I lived in a dorm. It was basically college at the age of 16, and I was nervous. I was so scared, but I'm so proud of myself for doing it. And I look back, I'm like, if I couldn't complete these 2 things, what else could I do, right? I was able to dominate the summer conditioning here at Furman because I knew I completed those 2 50-calorie kills. I never felt that much pain before, and I knew if it happened again, I was ready. And what do you know? I absolutely obliterated the summer conditioning, finishing absolutely first in nearly every exercise. So looking back in these cookie jar and even having it on basically speed dial, you can pull it out of your back pocket and have it just in the forefront of your mind. So it's like you're going through something tough. And like I'm doing my 100-yard sprints at Furman here. I'm like, dang, I just completed 2 50-calorie kills just less than a month ago. Like this is something I know these wind sprints I'm going to be just fine with. So this is one of my favorite exercises, like I said, and when used properly, honestly, you're going to feel unstoppable. Like you can have 10, 15 things in your back pocket. It's like they're going to have that energy for you when you are down in the dumps, going through the trenches. Pull that out. You're going to feel that energy because you know you went through those experiences. You completed them. Welcome to day 14. And first, I want to say I'm very proud of you for getting to this point. It's very difficult to commit and invest into yourself, and you've already made it to day 14. And I'm sure at this point you've noticed a little bit of physical and mental benefits, which is exactly what we want. And we're going to keep building it on that with the rest of the time that you are working with me. So these things are going to stick even after we're done working together. So really, we're going to be locking in the momentum today and focusing on our next chapter. So out of all the exercises we did, you can look back through all of those first 13 days. I want you to write down 3 habits that you'll carry forward after this 14-day challenge. So maybe you liked taking a shower and with the ice water, or like an ice bath or something like that. Or you liked the affirmations or the visualizations. Choose 3 things that you enjoyed. Keep track of it in the habit tracker. And that's where really this is going to be the launch pad to finding the things that you liked, because I know some of those things are probably a little unsustainable for you. You may not like them or see the benefits, but choose 3 that you really like, and we can lean into that and step into developing those, and we can then move from there to keep becoming the best version of yourself. I will see you again soon. What's good, fellas? So I want to get straight into this, talking about identity and standards. And really, this was the most important thing to actually getting me to go D1. It wasn't necessarily a specific 40 time, a specific camp performance. It was my actual identity and standards of, right, I lived how I am now since about the age of 13. right? 6 years. I'm 19 now. 6 years, I lived the same standard, and that actually allowed me to go D1. It wasn't like in 6 months I had this crazy transformation that made me blow up. I got recruited a bunch. No, it was the standard that I lived for years, and I want to get you guys to actually understand that and start living that, so you can get into that same D1 position that I was. So in my old identity, I was a fat kid on the O line when I first started playing football. I wasn't very good at all. This is kind of the funny part. And I tried. Eventually, I started training because I wanted to get better. And I tried doing everything my own way. I had too much of an ego because I saw some progress. Right, I knew a little bit of what I was doing. I saw some progress and was able to keep training well. But right, it didn't give me what I wanted, and that was the biggest thing that held me back for so long. And then as well, my emotions controlled my habits. Like on days I wouldn't feel like training, right? I wouldn't train, or I'd go show up and I'd put half effort in. That's really not what I needed to do. And then there were times I was super locked in, where I thought I was working hard enough, right? I know going into my freshman year was some of the hardest I ever worked, and I thought it was enough, but it was really I was doing a bunch of work that didn't really have structure to it. Like I was just working, right? And I want to give you some analogy. Okay, if it's all about how hard you work, why aren't guys in the gym 8 hours a day, right? Because there's only so much your body can handle, right? Your body is a system that you can't just throw everything at it and it's going to adapt. That's simply not how it works. So right, it's not just working hard enough. You actually have to work smart. And this is where my identity came in. But how do I actually change it? So my identity shifted through identity auditing questions. And eventually I got to where I am now, right? D1 linebacker, I emphasize structure. I focus a lot on discipline over motivation. And I have an identity loop that allows me to stay locked in, right? I want to show you the exact process of how I got there. So, identity auditing questions. Get a notebook out, write these down because these are going to be crucial for your success. And these are the type of things I would think about on a daily basis. What would the D1 version of myself be doing right now? Is this casting a vote towards the person I want to become? And what type of results do I deserve? So I'd like to think about this big first question. What would the D1 version of myself be doing right now? It's a big one. I mean, the higher you make the stakes with this, the more clear it's going to be. So if I were to say, as a freshman in high school, if I were to say, okay, what would the Super Bowl champion version of Jacob be doing right now? The answer would get a lot more clear because simply there aren't a lot of options to become a Super Bowl champion. Right? You want to go out with your friends, you probably can't. You have to study, right? You got to think about there's about 1 million high school football players, and right, there's 50 Super Bowl champions a year, right? The odds are insanely small. So it's when you put the stakes like that, you put it in a version like that, that makes it so obvious and so clear that there really is only one right decision. Because when you're trying to be great, I don't really believe in free will, right? There's only one way through. That's going to be doing the work. Like there isn't really time to slack around or simply kind of just mess around. And in reality, you can mess around and make it to the D1 level, right? If you're trying to make it right to that professional level and actually do very successfully, right? It's going to be tough. And you can raise the standards of this saying, what would the NFL version of yourself be doing right now? And it's going to become very clear, right? You should be putting in the extra work after practice, watching film, sleeping, eating enough, right? All those things are going to start to become so painfully obvious. And if you haven't been doing them, right, there's an issue, which we will talk about. You're not acting in alignment. Is this casting a vote towards the person I want to become? Okay, so right, you don't have to win every vote. You think about someone getting elected, they don't have to win a majority vote, and they'll still win, right? And that's the same thing with yourself and who you want to become. You don't have to win every single vote of sleeping 9 hours a night, but if you sleep 9 hours a night 4 times a week, and you get 7 hours a night 3 times a week, right? You're still winning votes, and that's the goal with this. You don't have to be perfect because I think that's going to put extra pressure on yourself. And right, this first question above does put a little pressure on yourself, but that can be good at times. Having that pressure is going to allow you to actually, right, pressure, I believe, is going to create you into the person you want to become. When I have pressure, I raise to that pressure. I feel when I get that pressure, I work faster. I'm more dialed in because I know there's expectations with it. When I have zero pressure, that's when I get lazy and start slacking. So, right, the first question creates pressure. The second question allows you to understand you don't have to be perfect with it. And then the third puts you back into reality. What type of results do you deserve? So take this as an unbiased question. Like, even ask a coach, a friend, someone who knows what they're doing in this space, what results do you deserve? Okay, you've been training 3 days a week, you've been sprinting once a week, and you want Power 4 offers. Do you deserve it? Realistically, probably not, in all reality. Right? So that's understanding. Talk to someone and see what you deserve. If they're not saying something that you don't deserve, it's not their fault. They're giving you an honest answer as long as like you chose a good person to talk to, but you're doing something wrong. And you need to start acting in alignment with that. And we're going to get into that here in a second. So right, don't get butthurt at them, but you need to understand, right, you're doing something wrong that's giving others the perception that you're someone else than what you want to be. And that's not going to get you to where you want to go. So write these questions down and we're going to move on. So did you answer truth 100% truthfully and get an answer you wanted? That was what I just talked about. So there's yes, and then there's no. We're going to go down the no path first. So you can reevaluate your goals or actions. Okay. So say you want to play for Alabama football. Okay. Either you can reevaluate your goals of playing for Alabama football or your actions. So let's think about your actions because it is going to be the one that's going to be better for most people. You're going to reevaluate those actions. Am I doing what it takes to be an Alabama football player? You look at even like the top 5-star recruits, and there's a lot of like kind of day in the life videos now. Like, what are they doing? Are you doing exactly what they're doing or not? If the answer is no, right, your actions need to change. And it's not saying their way is completely perfect, but they definitely know a little bit more than you do. They're working with other guys in their corner. They're not just a 5-star 100% by themselves. Everyone has someone in their corner to get where they need to go. It's not, and even myself being at a lower level D1 school, I didn't do this myself, right? IMG Academy right here, I made a big investment to go there and become the best version of myself. I didn't try to do it myself because I understood, right, there's a very finite timeline to getting recruited and becoming a D1 athlete, so you need all the advantages you can get. So you're going to reevaluate those actions and start doing what they're doing, or you can reevaluate the goals and lower the goals in all reality. So, okay, maybe it's not, I want to become an Alabama football player. I want to become a D1 football player. The level to get in from Bama to a low-level FCS school is night and day, right? And that's where you can reevaluate your goals, and maybe that's the right option for you. Like, simply not a lot of people go play at Alabama, but you can reevaluate those goals to see, okay, maybe I need to do this instead. So another way of putting that is either you increase what you sacrifice or you decrease your desire. You increase your sacrifice with changing those actions, or you decrease your desire and you don't want to play for Alabama, you simply just want to play D1. Saying, are you okay with settling for a smaller desire? This is a question, right, that gets you back here. Yes or no? So we'll go yes for now. Changes will be substantially less difficult as you're simply okay with less. And that's not a problem, right? For a while, like, I wanted to go play for Alabama, and I realized, like, it would take a lot more, and realistically, the chances were small. So it's like I shifted my desires. That didn't really change the way I worked simply because of how I am, but it could for a lot of people thinking, okay, I want to go play for Alabama. I have to put 110% effort instead of I want to go play D1. I have to put in 100% effort. It's not, by no means am I downplaying going D1 because it's still extremely difficult. Like 2% of guys make it. But going to Alabama, that's like the 0.1%, right? So this is something that I want you to think about, because you don't necessarily have to be like the absolute best. Like, simply think you have to be the best at everything. It can just, either it's good or it's bad. Depends how you look at it. Because you could just be pushing back your happiness to the next goal. So, like, okay, I want to go to Bama, then I want to go to the league, now I want to win a Super Bowl. Like, okay, you're probably just going to be pushing back your happiness each time and not actually enjoying the process, right? That's a topic for another day. So you're okay with change, with the changes that are going to be less difficult. So we circle back up here to this, and then your answer will be going down the yes path. We'll come back to that. So are you okay settling for a small desire? No, which is not always the correct answer, which I just explained over there. The yes, because of, right, I found myself, I wouldn't be as happy as I wanted to be at times because I was always pushing that back. But I started to understand that and realize that as I got a little older, that's actually about the journey, not the destination, which may sound really cliche, but right, as you get older, you'll start to understand that. So substantial changes must be made if this desire truly means this much to you. So you want to go play, you still want to go play for Bama, and you're not there, like you're not even getting recruited by a D1 school. Okay, substantial changes are going to have to be made, right? And ask and evaluate, what is the real identity I'm living? So it's like, okay, am I living the identity of a Bama football player? Maybe they're training once or twice a day, but they're also getting recovery, watching film, right? They live and breathe football. Okay, are you living that? That's a question for you. Write these down. What identity do I want? And that's the identity you want to be an Alabama football player? Okay. What action do I need to complete on a daily basis to live in alignment with the identity I want? And this one is not 100% certain, but it is easier now to do it. You can find so many day in the lives of Alabama football players or 5-star recruits on YouTube, seeing what they do on a daily basis. It's like, okay, you need to at least do that, if not more, right? You don't necessarily have to spend 8 hours in the gym because that's not going to be beneficial. Like they lift for an hour and a half, you lift for an hour and a half, and they do an hour of recovery. You need to do 2 or 3 hours of recovery, right? They're already at that level, and you basically have to catch up and right, understanding they're working with guys who know exactly what they're doing and have got them to that situation before they've got other guys to that 5-star level, to that power 4 level, and you currently don't have that if you're watching this video, and that's okay, right? We have to find a way to close that gap. So then reevaluate until you have a crystal clear image of where you are and what you need to do on a daily basis to get where you need to go. So it's not like, okay, I think I need to train an extra 30 minutes a day. I think I need to watch 30 extra minutes film. You need to know with a crystal clear in your mind what you want to do. Okay, you find an exact plan that's going to work for your training. You know you're going to watch 100 plays a night of film to study and improve your IQ. You know you're going to go to bed by 10 p.m. every night to get 8 hours of sleep, right? You have to have a crystal clear image or you're simply not going to know because it's going to be too vague. And when things get difficult, it's going to be so vague, it's going to give you options to cop out. You're not going to have to simply be so locked in. It's going to be like, okay, you had options in terms of like, okay, let's say I just want to train an extra hour a day. That's the goal. Instead of like, I have a very specific plan, this set, this rep, right, everything in line. It's like, okay, that extra hour comes up and it's like, okay, you can either do like field work or you can just do like some stretching. Like it doesn't, you're not giving yourself, you can't give yourself a cop out in something like this. You have to be so crystal clear with that image so you actually understand, right, this is what I need to do to get there. And I struggled with this before when I was younger. I'd make plans, they'd be a little too vague, and it's like, okay, something hard happens where right I don't follow through with it. Like one thing I always heard was Kobe Bryant, he'd make his summer training and he'd write a contract to himself that he could not switch it, right? And that's basically exactly what I'm trying to get here. You have to make a plan so clear that you have to stick with it, even on the times it's difficult, especially if you're doing this yourself. You're not working with someone. It's going to be difficult on those days. You're not going to want to show up every day. I don't want to show up every day, even as a D1 football player, and that's expected, right? But somehow you have to find a way to actually do that, and right in whatever way you need to. You find a crystal clear image. You make a contract. You do something like that, so you actually have to show up every day, or you're not going to get where you want to go. So then implement 3+ daily actions immediately. None of this means anything without action. You're watching this video, okay, cool. You're running through it, but it doesn't mean anything if you don't actually do something about it. So you have to, like, if you want drastic change, right, you aren't getting recruited right now, you want to play as a Bama football player, you need to implement immediately with drastic action. So I put 3+ daily actions here, like something like, okay, I'm going to start tracking my habits every day so I know that I'm doing my recovery, drinking enough water, and eating 3 clean meals. Okay, that's one action, right? You're going to meditate or you're going to do a visualization every day. So you start seeing yourself and that success. And you're going to listen to subliminations every day to reprogram your subconscious mind to make sure you're going in the right direction. And really, you think about that, those 3 actions probably take less than 30 minutes total. And if you're not willing to sacrifice that, right, we go back to that no side where you're not willing to increase that sacrifice, so you have to decrease that desire, and you're back on the other side of the board. But continue for 1 week and reevaluate progress. Did you get the results and alignment you're looking for? So let's go no here. No? Then we go back up to here and we follow this loop again. What is the identity you're living, right? Because now these questions are a little different, right? You added stuff and you're still there, not where you want to be. So you run back through this thing, recycle it again, and you can recycle it as many times as you need to actually understand where you need to go. And eventually you'll get to yes. Once you get to yes, we are back here. Did you answer truthfully and get an answer you wanted to hear? So we just covered this whole no side of the framework right here. Now we're going into the yes side of the framework. Because, right, you have to be very clear with this question because you don't want to take an easy yes because, right, saying no is going to get you a lot more results because you understand you still have more work to do. Right? Answer these questions, write these down. A lot of this you should be writing down. Did you answer 100% truthfully and get an answer you want to hear? Yes. Okay. So just because you get the answer you want doesn't mean there isn't more to be done. And if you haven't realized this at this point, right, I don't know what to tell you because if you think at some point it's going to get easier, it's really not. The challenges, they're just going to change. It's going to get more difficult, right? If you haven't realized by now in your journey, it doesn't get easier. You level up at it, and then at an even faster rate, the boss gets stronger, right? You're getting better as a person. You understand more. You're getting to become close to that version you want. But then challenges keep getting harder, right? You went all conference. Let's take mine. I went all conference my sophomore year. Like I felt like I did decent. Okay, and I'm getting better. I trained all off season. Then I went to IMG Academy for my junior year. The challenges got a lot harder there. Then I did okay my junior year at IMG, and the challenges got harder. Where I ended up setting school records my senior year because I trained properly. Where I put in that time to level myself up, and the boss didn't exactly get stronger as much because I'm playing the same comp, but now I'm a freshman in college and it got substantially harder. The level is here, now it's up here, and I'm back at the bottom, right? So boss is going to keep getting level up and it doesn't necessarily get easier. Like I kind of thought it might get a little easier once I got to IMG or college. That's not the case. So if you're looking for balance, you are in the wrong place as well. Or if you want to be great at something, you want to be the top 1% of the 1%, uncommon against of the uncommon, right? Uncommon amongst the uncommon, sorry, right? Balance is not going to be something that you necessarily have, right? You look at my life, I'm not saying I'm in that top 1% of the 1%, and I would not say I balance. I'm constantly working. I'm not really going out, right? Those are things I'm willing to sacrifice for what I want, even not being in the top 1% I consider myself right now. But you are always going to be getting closer to becoming the version of yourself that you want, but you've never arrived in all reality, okay? So you can keep getting closer. I want to be an all-conference linebacker at some point in my college career. I want to keep dominating, right? And I can keep getting closer to it, but I've never arrived. Because if I get that all-conference linebacker, and then it's like, okay, I want to become an All-American. Okay, I want to go to the league, right? You're getting closer, but you're never actually arriving. And it's really the work you're doing is working on you as a person more than you're working on it. You're building more qualities as a person than the actual like outside outputs you're getting of being all conference or going D1, whatever your goal is. So, right, then this creates a loop where you understand that how this keeps kind of flowing together. So inputs, right? That's everything you're doing on a day-to-day basis, your habits, your training, right? Your sleep, your eating, you're putting in all these inputs, like basically all the work you're putting in, and it's going to lead you to outputs, send outputs. That's going to be your actual performance on the field, like your 40-yard dash time decreasing. You get the most tackles you've ever had in a game. You start getting some offers, right? Those are all outputs that came from all those inputs. And right, that's evidence. That's evidence of who you're becoming. So it's like, okay, I say I'm a Bama football player and I just got an offer from Auburn, right? That starts to become evidence like, okay, like I might actually be that Bama football player. Their rival is offering me. I'm a lot closer than I think. That's that evidence, right? And when you have that evidence, that leads to reinforcement. Because, right, when I see like, oh, shoot, Auburn offered me, like, bro, I'm really close. Like, I'm going to start feeling and moving a little different in terms of, right, I believe I'm actually close to that Alabama football player now. But the question is, why weren't you working like that before? Right, that's something that is going to come down, as I'll talk about later, is, right, reprogramming your subconscious mind and actually your mindset and living in alignment. All three of those things are going to combine so you have that reinforcement before you actually have that evidence so you can speed up your progress like that, right? And that reinforcement is going to lead to that stronger identity, okay? And that stronger identity is, right, the higher level of yourself, that Bama football player, not just that D1 football player, and where you want to go. So then really that is going to lead you to that new identity, right, where I did. So I basically went through all of that to get me to right where I am now. It wasn't necessarily lined out like this because I struggled. I had to figure all this out on my own. But going through this whole framework and over time kind of just asking myself yes and no, figuring out where I was, finally figuring out this identity loop up here, right, that got me to this new identity that I wanted, right, of that D1 linebacker that I am. I emphasize structure now because, right, I was able to understand what are all those things I just talked about. That's all things of structure that's going to help me make it so easy for me to actually put in the work. Then, right, we understand discipline now is greater than motivation. I understand this now. I didn't necessarily when I was younger, okay? Right, you believe that discipline of like, okay, I'm going to show up every day because I made that contract with myself, or I have that crystal clear image of what I need to do. It shows, right, on the days I don't feel motivated, I still have to do it because I made that promise to myself. And that momentum identity loop we have up here, right, it just keeps cycling to create that stronger identity. And with that stronger identity, you put in the new inputs, outputs, evidence, and reinforcement, and it's just a never-ending loop, right? And that's the goal. We want to become the best version of ourselves, but we have to find something that's going to allow us to cycle through, and that's what this is. And really, this leads you to transcendence. So you realize when you get here, and I'm not saying I'm arrived, but it's like, okay, I've done all this stuff, and I'm getting a lot closer to where I want to be. And it's like, now you're kind of just, you start to understand once you get closer, because I'd say I've gotten closer to enjoy the actual process of what you're doing, right? It's tough when you're in high school. You're like, bro, like I want to go D1. I want to go play for Bama, whatever school. I want to play for the hometown school, like the hometown college, all that. And you're chasing it. We kind of start to realize like the joy is in the process and who you're becoming, right? And that's what I've started to realize. People always say like, especially in high school, I hear like, bro, you're doing football to become like a better man, a better husband in the future. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, it didn't make sense to me in one bit. But now it does start to make sense to me in terms of, right, I know my college career is going to be done. I'm probably not playing football after that, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. And I understand, like, I'm going to be a family. I'm going to have a family one day, and I'm understanding, okay, this is the level of transcendence where it's like, where I'm starting to enjoy the process and actually enjoy who I'm becoming as a person to get me to those goals, right? I enjoy training every day. I enjoy spending time with my teammates because I feel like I'm not necessarily in a rush to go anywhere. That doesn't mean I'm not working any less hard, but I'm able to slow down a little bit and enjoy what I'm doing, really, because that's what it is. Life, it's not about always chasing something new. You got to enjoy what you're doing. I mean, there's times in your life where you got to put your head down, you got to grind, and maybe high school is that time for you. You want to go to that D1, you want to set yourself up for the future, and that's really what I did. But looking back, I wish I enjoyed it more, right? I miss high school Friday night lights. Like college necessarily, it isn't necessarily like that. It's different, right? I played in front of Clemson last week. Like that was crazy. There was 80,000 people. That was different. But like high school Friday nights, there's something different about playing in front of your hometown crowd, like all your friends in the stand, playing against your crosstown rivals. There's something a little different about it. So it's understanding. Eventually, once you start to get closer to where you want to go, you'll kind of start to reach this transcendence phase. We start to understand, like, okay, like I just need to enjoy the process and enjoy what I'm doing. So really, that's what I have for identity and standards. It's about becoming the person you want to become. And right, it's not necessarily like there's an answer to this. It's a process, right? There's so many yes and no's in here that'll help you kind of guide your decision making. And if you listened and took notes, right, as you should, you're going to be on the right path. Because really, you can listen to this all 30 odd some minutes or whatever, and if you listen to it, cool, you probably picked up one or two things. You took notes and actually implemented this flow into your life, really can be life-changing, because this is exactly what I did, right, to get me to this D1 level. And if I didn't know and like slowly let's get started here with why most people never change. Most athletes want change, but few make it stick. And here's some common reasons that I have found. Waiting for the right time. That is the biggest solution I've ever seen. There's never a perfect moment. You just have to start now instead of just being stuck in paralysis because you're waiting for a better time to start. The best time is right now. The comfort zone mindset. Growth feels uncomfortable, so most people avoid it. This is not going to be easy working with me. It's going to be uncomfortable. And that's what I expect. That's what I want. I want you to feel uncomfortable because that is what is going to cause growth. You can't grow without going through some uncomfortable situations. As well, an all or nothing approach. Drastic overhauls will lead to burnout quickly. A lot of this is going to be different for you, but it's not an all or nothing approach. We're doing certain things in a sustainable way because I want this to be not just a couple months that you're working with me, but change that is going to last for years to come. Now, also no structure or accountability. Without a plan, consistency fades. You are not going to have to worry about no structure or accountability one bit. That's why you join this, to get structure and accountability from someone who is in a position. Maybe you don't want to be in my exact position, but someone you trust enough to give you that guidance to really develop what you need. And really, this momentum method, with my help, solves these by focusing on simple actions, structure, and accountability. And we'll be absolutely diving into all that to make sure you really have that life transformation that we are looking for. Now I want to get into comfort. Comfort is really, it's the most dangerous place an athlete can live, and it's really where your dreams go to die. So I want to make sure you are very clear on this to make sure that doesn't happen to you. So comfort is not neutral by any means. Comfort is going to feel safe, predictable, and familiar, but cost you something far more painful than momentary effort. It costs you the version of yourself that you could have become. Where comfort isn't simply rest, it's a slow decay of your potential disguised as a routine. So, right, you have this version of yourself in your head that achieved every single dream that you could have ever wanted, right? You became a D1 football player. You played at Alabama. You actually started there. You went to the league, all that, right? That's all potential for you, right? Comfort's stopping you from getting there. It's disguised as, right, that routine. You have a routine of you come home from school, you lay down, watch YouTube, and eat Doritos, right? That's definitely not going to get you to, right, that version of yourself that you know that I just explained. And that's kind of disguised as routine, or to not kind of want to explain what this is going to look like more for you. So there's two types of discomfort. Choose what pain you want. So every athlete eventually faces one or two forms of discomfort. So the discomfort of achieving your goals, right? Challenging training, self-honesty, fixing mechanics, waking up early, tight discipline, setbacks, failures, uncomfortable growth, sacrificing comfort today for identity tomorrow. Right? These are all things you're going to experience. These are all things I've experienced on my path to becoming a D1 athlete. Right? It hurts now, but it'll pay you back later. But there's the discomfort of wasted potential, which is really something that hurt a lot deeper to me, and that's why I'm in the position where I'm in. Knowing you should have done more. This is the big one for me. Like there's always that feeling. I've been successful, quote unquote. I made a D1, right? I still feel like I have a lot left to do, and I could have always done more, right? Because the crazy thing is, the guys who are the most successful, those are typically the ones that always said they should do more, right? And you wouldn't think that way. You'd think like, oh, they're going to be content. He's a billionaire, right? He should be content. That billionaire, I guarantee you, 95% of them are going to say, man, I could have done more, right? I could have done more. Instead of 1 billion, I could have 2 billion if I did this 10 years ago, right? They're always going to have those what ifs that they could have done more, even when they're the most successful guys, right? So that's a key quality I like to see in athletes, right? Always saying that they could have done more, right? That's a separator. That really is a separator for your success, right? Wasted potential, seeing other athletes pass you, wondering what if, and feeling average while knowing you're not, right? This is a big one for me too. I feel average all the time. I'm like, what have I done that's been special? You know, feels like not a lot, but you look at the outside and you look at people from the outside and they're going to say, Jacob, you've done so much, right? Like we look at IMG right here. I set 2 school records there. I'm like, that was just my standard. I expected it to happen, right? I saw the tackle for loss record be set my junior year from one of our senior linebackers at 20. My senior year, I had 40, right? That was a standard. I expected it to happen. I knew I was going to break it. And right, it just feels normal to me, but guys on the outside, they're like, whoa. And really, I feel average, right? That's kind of what you want. You want to feel average, knowing while knowing you're doing more, because you want to be surrounded by that higher environment, those higher level people who are actually pushing you to be more. Losing opportunities, being overlooked, watching time run out, living below your standards. It hurts later, but keeps hurting forever. Right? These things aren't necessarily going to hurt right away. Like knowing you should have done more, you'd be like, okay. But it's going to hurt later when you don't get that D1 offer you wanted, right? So you get to choose which discomfort you live with, but you do not get to avoid discomfort. This is the fundamental rule every athlete must accept. So it's like, how bad do you want it? Do you want to? Are you okay with living an average life and like not really chasing your dreams and going D1? Maybe. And I doubt you're watching this video if that's you. So I'm glad. So right, you gotta understand this discomfort up here is going to be part of your everyday life, really moving forward with your whole football or athletic journey, right? All these are going to be part of the process because you decided you're not okay with living an average life. And I'm glad, and you're watching this video, which is a good step, but by no means is it everything, right? And that is just a rule you have to accept. Pain is going to come either way. Just depends how you want to manage it. So how discomfort shows up in an athlete's daily life. Comfort rarely announces itself. It kind of slips in quietly and becomes a pattern, right? You look at people who say someone who's morbidly obese. They didn't just gain 100 pounds overnight. They kind of got comfortable. Maybe after work, after a stressful day, they would go to 7-Eleven and get 2 donuts, right? And they do that for a year, and it's like, oh shoot, they put on pounds, right? Because that's some extra 700, 800 calories a day. They put on the pounds, and it's like, okay, they do that for 10 years. Right now, you're morbidly obese. And it was comfortable. It was just that one day they're like, shoot, dude, I just want a donut. Like today was stressful. Okay. They get it once that week. They get it a couple times the next week. And then a month later, they're getting them every single day, right? That's comfortable, and that's slow and subtle, right? But then for an athlete, let's look at it. So choosing drills you're already good at, performing warm-ups without intention, avoiding sprint mechanics, not filming yourself, hiding behind effort instead of improvement, skipping recovery work, and letting your emotions override your standards, right? These are all big things. It's like, okay, dude, it feels like you're doing things right for the most part, right? You're choosing drills you're already good at, right? You're performing warm-ups without intention. I mean, you're doing the warm-up, like, it's good enough, but it's not going to get you on where you want to be. And the big one here is hiding behind effort instead of improvement. This is a big one that I thought, like, it's like, okay, you can work as hard as you can, but you need to understand leverage. Like, and this is a big thing that I've started to understand with working with other athletes and wanting to try and help more athletes. I need some form of leverage, right? I can't do everything myself to some extent. I have to eventually work with other people to help me get to where I want to go, right? I'd rather spend money than try to figure it out myself, right? I'd spend money to shorten the time frame. And this is a big one for high school athletes, right? You're only in high school 4 years. And I mean, you can go to JUCO, but that's kind of a last ditch option. But like, you're in high school 4 years and you're not willing to invest into yourself to shorten the time frame. By the time you got it figured out, it's going to be after your senior year, and you're going to be stuck going to a D3 college instead of a D1 like you always wanted, because, right, you didn't start early enough in terms of, right, working with someone to help you shorten that time frame to help you get to where you want to go. That's right. And there's identity level comfort habits. So this one can be really tough. So, right, choosing friends who don't push you, because you look at it's so simple. I've seen it so many times at Furman. I've only been here for a little bit, and I've seen stories of guys who, when they came in, when they left, it's like the friends that they hung out with that's really who they became. Like the 5 guys you spend the most time with, that's really who you're going to become. Okay, and that you got to start to understand that earlier rather than later. Like I think about if you were in a position where you either hang out with 5 JV players every day or 5 like D1 recruits every day, you as you're with the JV players, you doing extra work is going to feel like the outlier. But you doing that 30 minutes of extra work with the D1 players, you're going to feel like the outlier because you're not doing enough extra work, okay? So that's going to be critical, is finding that environment and forcing your way into situations with these athletes that are going to be high level. So staying in environments where you're one of the best. That's why I was at Southwest High School, my old high school, my sophomore year. I was probably the second best player as a sophomore on the team, and I didn't want that. So I went to IMG Academy, right? And I still end up becoming, I feel, the best player or the second best player my senior year on like the junior national team, where I wanted to step that environment up to maximize where I was going. And really, I believe if I stayed at Southwest, I wouldn't be at a D1 school, or it would have been a lot tougher shot because that environment wasn't what it needs to be. avoiding coaches who tell the truth, right? I'm sure you've heard coaches, you like them because they're always easygoing. They don't necessarily tell you the truth, but there's coaches that'll put it out there for you, and they're really doing it out of love, right? They'll tell you messed up, you fucked up, but they're doing it out of love for you, okay? And those are the type of athletes, or sorry, the coaches that you need to find. They're protecting your ego instead of your future, right? Not understanding like you need to. I drop my ego to go to IMG. I understand I wouldn't be good. I drop my ego to with this working with athletes to work with a mentor who knows what he's doing to help me reach more athletes, right? I drop my ego, understand I don't know everything and someone else knows more than me and I need to work with them. So comfort is going to become that lifestyle unless it's actively broken. Why comfort destroys you? Keeps you at the same identity, at the same habits, at the same level of awareness, at the same speed with the same results, right? Comfort feels safe, but secretly suffocating your potential. If it hasn't been 100% clear by the point in this video that I've explained about comfort, right? You're doing something wrong. You're not listening, right? You're hearing it, but you're not actually listening, okay? And you need to actually listen to this. And if you haven't been taking notes, start writing them down because this is some stuff that changed my life, and I'm trying to give it all away for you so you can become the best version of yourself that you want to be. The comfort identity loop, right? So when you enter like this loop, you're gonna be comfortable. You're doing so. Let's take you're eating those Doritos on the couch after a long day of school. So that's low demand and that's low identity. Like you don't see many D1 athletes who just come home from school, lay down and eat Doritos, right? That's low identity. So that's low standards you're setting for yourself, right? Your standard is pretty low. Like you're kind of just being a lazy person. Not many people do that. Okay, so you're gonna get low results, right? And when you get those low results, you're gonna start to look for more comfort because you're gonna start to get upset with yourself. You're gonna get upset with yourself that you're getting these low results. So it's either okay, I need to get like I'm gonna upset and I'm gonna actively use that to take it to the next level, or I'm just gonna get more comfortable and eat more Doritos to make that pain go away. And that's that loop that you can go down and get sucked into very, very quickly. It's a lot easier to get sucked into like a comfort loop than a positive identity loop because it's so easy for these negative habits to come in and wreck your life so much faster because it feels so much better in the moment, right? That's the big one. It creates stagnation, burnout, frustration, self-doubt, internal conflict. I don't feel like myself moments, right? This is the big one because this comfort loop is going to keep pulling you down further and further. And you're going to be like, you used to go home from school and you go to the gym right away for an hour, but now you're there sitting, eating half a bag of Doritos. And you're like, bro, I don't feel like myself. I wonder why, right? Because you used to have that high standard for yourself, but this comfort loop pulled you down, right? And most athletes are going to spend years trapped here, and that's going to be the reason they don't live up to their potential. They don't go D1, right? It really is quite simple. So the discomfort identity loop. This is more painful, obviously, but it's going to get you where you want to go. Discomfort, right? Okay, discomfort, awareness. So you're uncomfortable. You're doing conditioning. You're uncomfortable, but you're aware that's going to get you like where you want to go. Okay. So you're going to start having better inputs, right? Last week you did 8 100-meter sprints, like wind sprints for conditioning. This week you did 10. That's better inputs. You're going to get stronger results from it, right? You're going to have higher identity eventually. It's like, okay, I'm the type of guy who can do 10 100 wind sprints after a 2-hour practice, right? That's some high identity. That's really starts to align with going D1. It's going to cause more discomfort, right? So instead of pulling you down, this circling and pulling you up into more discomfort, right? The higher you go, that's where you're going to want to be, right? That discomfort, it sucks, but you're either going to have the discomfort of, right, that physical pain and whatever from doing this hard work, or you're going to have the discomfort from, right, knowing you waste that potential. And it's really your choice. And I'd imagine if you're on this video, right, you want this identity loop. You want to feel that discomfort to get where you need to go. And this creates momentum, confidence, speed, opportunities, disciplined identity, and peak performance, right? The goal is not to eliminate discomfort. I repeat, the goal is not to eliminate discomfort. The goal is to purposely seek the discomfort that builds identity. So the comfort scale, rate yourself honestly, right? This is a good exercise I want to see for you. Living in comfort and avoiding growth, 1 to 3. This is scale 1 to 10. 4 to 6, training hard but not intentional pain. 7 to 9, pursuing discomfort daily. 10, living at the level where most athletes quit. And I want to give myself kind of a gauge. I would say I'm at a 9 or a 9.5 right now. And probably when I was back at firm, I just got home today.
and I'm doing this right away because that's uncomfortable. I don't want to film and make this video. I'd rather lay down. That's that comfort loop that I just talked about, not that discomfort loop. This is getting me to where I want to go. So I would say I'm living at 9 or 9.5. Like often I'm feeling very overwhelmed and like close to burnout, right? Because I'm working 12 or 14 hours a day with football, school, and working for my athletes. It takes a lot. And I don't see any other guys at Furman doing it. And Furman's not the whole entire world. So realistically, I'm giving myself probably a 9.5. Like I don't think many athletes could quit. I think 99.9% of athletes would quit with the life I'm living. And so I'm being modest saying a 9 or a 9.5, right? But accurately gauge yourself, right? And I always gauge low. Like this is the thing that I had mentioned about if you saw the identity and standards, right? When you're or I said earlier at some point, when you're working so hard, like you feel average. Like I feel what I've done is average. Right? I talked about setting those records. There's a standard. It feels average. And kind of what I'm doing right now, I've worked 10 to 14 hours a day for so long, it feels average. But really, you put a normal person in, it's like, whoa, they're not going to be able to handle it. So gauging yourself accurately and almost on a more like what you're doing is more average is going to push you to be where you want to go, right? Where are you actually on the scale? And then where do you want to be, right? Where do you want to be? Do I want to be at a 10? I don't necessarily know because I feel like I'd be burning out and I'd crash and burn after a month of doing it. I feel like I'd want to quit everything. Okay. So I feel like I've redlined that before. I've bedtimes when I've been at that 10, like this summer I was at that 10 and for a week or two after, like it was really hard to do anything. Right. But for most of you, you're probably somewhere in that 6 to 8 range. And that's where you can definitely push more into that 9 range where it's like, okay, now I'm really going hard and I'm seeing what I want. So weekly comfort breaker. So this kind of, you get a gauge of where you're at, and then we need to actually do something about it. And this is going to be something that's pretty easy. So each week, intentionally choose one area that will break comfort. A weakness you've avoided, a habit you need to fix, a skill you must improve, a drill you skip, a conversation you've avoided, film you haven't watched, a standard you've let slide. So it's really what comfort habit will I break this week? So these are all things you can do. A weakness you've avoided. My grip strength is a weakness. How can I train forearms this week? A habit I need to fix. Right? For me, that would probably be spending a couple extra minutes in bed when I get up. Like I spend like three or 5 minutes in bed before I get up, right? I want to get up immediately. A skill you must improve, right? Say my block defeat, like in the game, I'm not great at it. I must improve that. These are all examples for me to show, right? Even as a D1 athlete, I still have these. It's not like I'm above you and I don't have problems. I have all these I need to do. A drill you typically skip. Like for me, this could be like I typically don't even just stretch after practice. Like I should probably do that. A conversation you've avoided, talking to my coach about playing time and what he needs to see more out of me. I've had conversations with him before, like what does he need to see more out of me? And it's difficult. Like it's hard when I'm asking my coach, basically tell me everywhere I suck. Tell me everywhere I suck, but I'm doing it because I want to be better, right? Film you haven't watched, a standard you've let slide. So all these are going to get you, right? Start implementing these, right? None of this matters if you don't implement it. I've said that multiple times, but it's the truth. You can watch this whole video and not change a damn thing. And it's like you just wasted however long this is, right? Okay. You didn't really get anywhere. And really, comfort, you will experience discomfort either way. But only one path leads you to the athlete you want to become. So it really is like, how much do you care? Do you care a lot where you have to become that athlete? Or do you not care much at all where it's like, okay, it's kind of whatever, right? Discomfort of achieving your goals lasts minutes. The discomfort of wasted potential lasts a lifetime. So that's what I want you to think about, dude. It's up to you. Right? Do you want to look back and be like, man, my high school, that was my glory days. Like I didn't play D1 ball, but bro, I had so much fun in high school. I was partying all the time. I was with the boys all the time. Or do you want to look back and be like, damn, like when I went D1, like I was happy with my potential. Like I put in so much work and I deserved it and I did it. Like that's going to turn you into a much better man in the future for becoming your husband, for your family, your kids, right? You may not understand that yet, but if you haven't seen the identity and standards portion, right, of this video, go take a look at that. That's going to be huge, right? I talk about that in transcendence, and it's really what I've started to understand as I've gotten into college, but you may not understand yet. Right, that's all I got for comfort. I will see you very soon. This is really one of my favorite sections, like the levels of consciousness, subconscious, reprogramming, and performance. right? If you this and identities and standards is really what's going to take your actual performance to the next level, because it's going to make it so much easier to actually perform like the athlete you know you can be. It's not going to be as hard as it was as you are doing right now to actually show up and do the work every day. This is the type of work that's going to get you to actually understand this, but okay, this is not actually very hard. That's right. Your mind has two operating systems. The conscious mind, right, that's intentional, analytical, present, aware, and that's what you typically think like you're in, but I'll kind of break that misconception for you. And then the subconscious mind, automatic, emotional, identity based, fast. Like it just happens. Like you hear your alarm clock, you subconsciously just go hit it and you're already asleep again, right? That's not your conscious mind. Okay. So most athletes try to improve only at the conscious level, changing habits, training harder, thinking positive thoughts. But your subconscious is kind of like really what decides this. So it's how confident you feel, how fast you move, your discipline, how you respond, how much you believe in yourself, how far you push, how consistently you show up, right? So these are things that are a little more intangible, right? This is what's going to take you to that next level. Like your subconscious is your identity, and your identity determines your performance. If you think you are a D3 athlete, okay, when you're in high school, like your senior year, and you need film to go D1, but like in your mind, you believe like, damn, bro, every time you wake up, it's like, I really don't think I'm like a D1 level athlete. You're going to get out there on Friday nights, you're going to play well, sure, but your mind's almost going to hold you back from making those plays you know you can, right? You have all the physical tools, right? You've been training right, but your mind, it's like you only believe you're a D3 player. You're going to like sabotage those opportunities. You're going to get nervous. You're going to miss a tackle. You're going to miss the hole when you're a running back. Your body's going to just simply, it's going to kind of give up on you, even though you have that physical ability, because your brain, right, you don't believe you're worthy of it. You think you're that D3 athlete when really you're not. So this is going to be huge, and we're going to figure out how to actually break that for you so you can start living in alignment. So really get a notebook out, start writing down. So you can just watch this passively. You can watch this all one time, or you can repeat it, write notes, and actually implement this so you can get to where you want to go. This is literally everything that took me to become a Division I athlete, right? So conscious action versus subconscious action. Conscious actions, these are the actions that you choose deliberately. They look like analyzing your sprint mechanics, reminding yourself of your goals, forcing yourself to stay disciplined, choosing effort, choosing focus, choosing confidence, choosing to be present. So, right, these are all choices, okay? So these are things you're physically thinking about. It's not things that just like happen. So we'll circle back on that. Conscious actions require effort and attention. They're powerful, but right, they're temporary. These things are all like in the moment actions. They're not necessarily something that you know to do at all times. It's like manually driving a car. Subconscious actions, these are automatic. You don't think you just do these, right? Subconscious actions, your default posture, your first step in a sprint, your acceleration pattern, your self-talk inside your head. This is going to be a big one. Your confidence level, your reaction to adversity, your belief in your ability, your daily habits, and your sense of identity. And the big one is when you're in discomfort and things are going wrong, this is when you're going to see these come out even more. Like, let's look at your reaction to adversity. This is one for me that I haven't necessarily done the best with. When I have adversity, sometimes I'll throw my hands up like this. And it's like the standard at Furman, that doesn't go well with it, right? I've like one or two times, like a coach Novo has like said something to me. It's like I didn't think I was in the wrong, but he thought I was. And it's like, okay, like I'm gonna listen to him. Once you get to college, you gotta understand. Even if you think you're right, like you can't say that to a coach. That's not gonna get you anywhere. So that's just a quick tip where I throw my hands up. And it's like you got me doing up downs because I did that, and I don't blame him. Right, that's not the standard to do something like that. Right, that when I have that adversity, you're gonna see what you're really subconsciously doing, and that's what would happen to me. And I didn't even realize I would do it until he's like, get on your face and do some up downs. So right, the subconscious is 100 times stronger than the conscious mind. You may not believe it, but you'll start to by the end of this portion. It runs your entire athletic personality. It determines how you show up without trying. It's your autopilot. Unless you rewire it, you're going to keep doing the same habits, emotional response, like me throwing my hands up, those insecurities you have in your head, patterns, identity, results, right? All these are subconscious, and we're going to work to break them. No matter how hard you train consciously, these are going to stay the same. And if you're listening right now, one that's above bothers you, even if you don't realize it, right? You wouldn't be watching this video if you thought you had everything solved. So, right, one of these, I guarantee you, is bothering you, right? Maybe it's multiple of these. For me, still, even in this position, a lot of these bother me, right? This bothers me. This bothers me. This, and this, right? Patterns is the only one that really does it. All these things bother me still. And I feel I'm in a position where people say, oh, he made it. He's doing successful. These still bother me, man. So that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. It's just like, okay, how are we going to fix them, right? So why most athletes stay stuck at their current level? Because they keep trying to think their way into confidence, force discipline, and motivate themselves into identity. Think, force, motivate, right? Those are all difficult things. You got to think, you have to force, right? Go against friction, resistance, and motivate. Motivation is temporary, right? All three of those things are difficult. Those are all conscious, right? Motivation and willpower can only move you so far. The subconscious will always override the conscious unless the subconscious mind is reprogrammed, right? You can consciously say, I'm fast, I'm confident, but your subconscious identity says, I'm average, I'm overlooked, right? It's going to be very difficult for that you to believe that conscious mind, right? You may believe it temporarily, maybe like you have a good play, like where you hawk someone down. It's like, I'm fast, I'm confident. But eventually that subconscious mind is going to eventually creep back up until we reprogram it or have enough evidence that we actually are fast and confident. Yeah, that just glitched out. So guess which one wins during a 40, a combine test, a big game? It's going to be the subconscious. It's really easy to know that, right? All these things, you don't necessarily have time to think during this, like a 45 seconds or less, ideally. Combine test, a big game. These are all things that are kind of just flowing. Like when you're in a flow state, right, in a big game, that's your subconscious mind. You're not consciously thinking like about what action to do. Your body just flowing because of that subconscious, right? And we'll start to pick this up now, right? So 3 levels of consciousness for athletes. Level 1, unconscious habit loop. So these are unhelpful or automatic and unhelpful habits, emotional reactions, poor mechanics, negative self-talk, identity rooted in the past, low awareness, low growth, right? These are all things you can start to understand. And I guarantee you to some extent you have all of these that, right, you don't understand. Like a big one for me, identity rooted in the past. I want to relate to something outside of football, right? My previous like romantic relationships, right, my identity still carries over into my current one. And I've had to be very emotionally aware to make sure that I show up as a man I want to be. But it hasn't always been easy. I mean, it's been easier where I've made conscious decisions to change identity to be the person I want to be, right? Low awareness, low growth. These are all things to some extent, like I said, you have them. It's just we need to figure out how to break these. That takes a lot of emotional awareness and a lot of work to the subconscious. So this athlete is stuck in the subconscious patterns they didn't choose, they inherited them, right? So these not necessarily your choice, right? The things that happened to me in my past relationships changed my identity. It's like it's not something I can necessarily chose. I mean, I chose to be in the relationship, but certain things I didn't expect to happen. So it's like, okay, let's now I gotta move past them and get better at them, right? Conscious override though, becoming aware of the habits, noticing mechanics, noticing thoughts, intentional training, controlled focus, mind muscle awareness, identity being challenged. So relating to the relationship one, I challenged my identity. I changed who I was. I'm very proud of the man I am now, the person I show up as every day. Right, but that took effort, and at first it took me to realize that my identity isn't something that's fixed. Your identity is not something that's fixed, and it's something that can be changed. And I did change it, right? But it wasn't, by no means was it easy. Okay, so this is an uncomfortable stage, right? You're consciously trying to override subconscious programs. It creates friction, but eventually you will grow if you're doing it properly. But now there's subconscious reprogramming, which is the goal, and which I didn't do with this relationship one that made it more difficult than it needs to be. So, right, where new habits become automatic, new beliefs become identity, new standards become the baseline, and new confidence becomes natural, right? This is what we want it to be. We want it to be easy, flowing state. Here's where your subconscious supports performance instead of sabotaging it. So this creates flow, instinct, automatic confidence, automatic discipline, effortless consistency, elite level self-belief. A D1 athlete is going to operate here, right? I feel these resonate with me a lot more now than if I look back 3 years ago. All these things like effortless consistency. It's easy for me to show up every day and put in the work, right? Automatic discipline. People look at my life and like, how do you do it? It's a standard that I've set for myself. If you looked at the identity and standards, you'll understand how that came about, right? So how do we actually rewire it? This is where we get into that actual application. Take notes if you haven't been. This is something that you do want to apply. Your subconscious is most open to reprogramming during theta brainwave state. So this is something I'm really interested in and what's really helped me take my performance to the next level, right? So theta, that's a state between awake and asleep. So it's kind of like meditative state, right? Or it says right here, when right before you're sleeping, right when you wake up during meditation, and hypnotic state. So you kind of think about these, all of your awareness is a little less heightened. You're not so conscious of like everything that's going on. You're like about to fall asleep. You never know the exact moment you fall asleep because your body's entering that theta wave where it's kind of a gradual, like you're drifting off to sleep. That's why they don't say. That's why I say you're drifting off to sleep. It's not one moment, right? Your body's coming to those theta waves and you're slowly falling asleep. And that's ideally when we want to do this work that I'm about to talk about. So this is when your subconscious is most vulnerable to suggestion. If you place the correct inputs in your brain during theta, right, your identity is going to change, limiting beliefs will dissolve, confidence is going to increase, self-concept rewires, and discipline automates. So that sounds like a lot, and it sounds like, bro, how is this possible, right? You'll see, and I'm 100% back this, right? That is what I'm telling you guys. This is how you create identity level changes fast. And really, the key is going to be using 432 hertz subliminals in the theta state. Sounds like a bunch of words, but I'll kind of explain it. So 432 hertz is kind of like just a background sound. Like you've heard of like white noise and like the other brown noise, pink noise, whatever. But it's like that noise has a certain frequency of 432 hertz, right? That's going to allow your nervous system to relax, increase openness, reduce tension, and improved emotional receptivity. Like there's different certain hertz. Like there's, I think it's 753 for like sleep and stuff like that. There's different ones, but this one is the most optimal for what we're doing here. So when you combine this 432 hertz frequency, positive identity affirmations, and theta brainwave timing, you create the perfect environment for subconscious reprogramming. So here's the method, super easy and effective, right? Step one, pre-sleep programming. So this theta window one, as you lay in bed and your brain enters the early theta stage, play 432 subliminals focused on identity, discipline, confidence, speed, right? Performance. Your subconscious will absorb them without direction, without rejection, because right, you're about to go to sleep. Morning programming. And I will give you exact examples of this because so you actually understand how to do this in a minute here. When you wake up, before you touch your phone, or obviously you might have this on your phone, by Dewey. If you don't, that'd be great. Uh, Before thought patterns form, play the 432 hertz identity subliminals. Morning theta is even stronger because the subconscious is fresh. So you think about when you wake up, it's probably something you may not have realized, but it's like, okay, you're busy one morning. Let's just say you have a flight to catch. This was me the other day. I had a flight to catch, so I wasn't relying on my phone. And my day was, I would say it was a lot better because I didn't instantly go on TikTok or Instagram and like look at like all this brain rot. I woke up, I got active, I let my mind think for itself before I allowed other inputs of TikTok and Instagram, right? Because that's probably what most of you are going to go on right away. But we're going to change that to these 432 hertz. Step 3, pair with a conscious action. So this is the one that is really going to help. And it's a little more difficult to do because not as set in stone. But during training, consciously reinforce the identity you are programming. This creates like some synchronization here. So subconscious input, the conscious output, identity lock in. So it's like, okay, you say I am running the fastest 40 I'm ever doing. It's like, okay, you're saying that throughout the training session when you're working on your 40, right? You're gonna start to believe it because you have that evidence to back up. Okay, I did 4 sets of 30-yard sprints and some bounding and stuff, and I'm saying to myself, I'm going to run the fastest 40, I'd start to be pretty confident that I would too when you have those inputs that go with it. So why does this actually work though? The subconscious doesn't really learn through logic. It's not your conscious mind. It's completely different. It learns through repetition, emotion, imagery, sound, suggestion, identity, right? This 432 hertz help bypass the conscious resistance. It helps you relax, get into that open, like receptive state. And the theta state makes the subconscious absorb it even more because you're not fully conscious, right? So daily repetition is going to rewire this identity. So here is the template. I'm explaining it. Here's the link. I'm going to put that overlay for a couple seconds here.
Way, my life is improving every day. In an easy and relaxed manner, in a healthy and positive way, I find happiness and fulfillment in my daily progress. In an easy and relaxed manner, in a healthy and positive way, I'm grateful for my present and excited for my future. In an easy and relaxed manner, in a healthy and positive way, I enjoy both the journey and the results.
So that was some of the exact subliminals I use on a day-to-day basis. That's actually the exact video I listen to. I don't know. There's probably some of it, not all of it. Um, right. That's for my mindset in football specifically. I have some for the business. Um, but here are some that I want to put in. So what you just saw, in an easy and relaxed manner, in a healthy and positive way, my life is improving every day. So I'm saying this first phrase in all these. So I want to come in the right fashion. I don't want to just say my life is improving every day. I want it to be easy and relaxed, like and in a healthy and positive way. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen right now, but it's going to happen in the right time. It's going to happen in an easy fashion when I'm relaxed. A lot of times when you least expect it, in a healthy and positive way. I'm not going to get burnt out trying to do this. And right, find happiness and fulfillment. I'm grateful for my present, excited for my future. So these are all options, and you're listening to this twice a day, even 3 times a day, like right before a training session would be great for especially this athletic identity. I train my body to adapt to its fullest in an easy and relaxed manner, in a healthy and positive way. My speed, strength, and explosiveness improves every time I train. Right, I dominate the field as a D1 athlete. These are all things you start to listen to this, and I personally repeat it twice, so it lasts about 3 minutes for me because I have some for my business as well. And you hear 6 minutes a day in the most receptive state. It's like, man, you do this for a week, and it's like, okay, like something's gonna start to change. And I want to put it all together here, then give you some of my personal experience. So conscious, right? That's the mechanics, film study, intentional reps, deliberate decisions, training system. All these are conscious actions, the subconscious, identity, beliefs, emotional patterns, right? But you're gonna need both to level up as an athlete. You don't just train the body, right? There's a reason you watch film. That's training your mental state. There's a reason you visualize. So I'm sure you've done some form of it before, even before like seeing this video, right? There's a reason you do that. So your mind can actually need to know and can actually be aware of what you need to do on the field, right? But you have to train that identity behind the body. And this happens when the subconscious and the conscious mind are in alignment. So really my personal experience with this, I started doing these subliminals a month or two ago. And the first night I did it, like I started because I was like, man, bro, like life's kind of been in a slump recently. I was at Furman. I'm back home for a break now. And it's like, dude, it's been rough. Okay. I listened to it that night, and the next day, craziest day ever, bro. It was like 4 monumental things. Um, I set a huge back squat PR. I hadn't set a back squat PR in like months. I think it was like five. I think I did 460 for like 5 or something. I don't exactly remember now. I did really well on a test. One other thing, then like I like onboarded a huge client that I was super happy to work with. And that was really the day after. I hadn't had like wins in like a week or two. And it's like, bro, these 4 massive wins came in. So I do. There's got to be something to it. So I guarantee you, you do this for a week and you do it properly, like, literally right when you wake up and the last thing you fall asleep. Like I sleep with AirPods in because the dorms are loud. It's kind of crazy. A lot of people are like, bro, why do you do that? Or how do you do that? I don't know. But I have the file saved on my phone. I click the file, I turn off the phone, and it plays it. So it's like Spotify, so the phone's off when it's playing, and it just plays once. And my eyes are closed, laying back in bed, have my AirPods in, and I literally don't have to do anything. I just listen to it. I don't pick up my phone again, and I fall asleep. Like that's really how it should be done. You don't want to do it, then text your girl good night, whatever, or go watch more TikTok, or you just want to fall asleep after because that's the last thing your body heard before going, or your mind heard before going to bed. So really, this is going to be absolutely huge for you. Implement this right away. Like this is the lowest hanging fruit in all reality. It'll take 20, 30 minutes to make the video. Just go on Spotify, screen record like a 432 hertz behind it and kind of just overlay that. You use CapCut or TikTok to edit it because I want to make sure you know how to do it. And just look it up online. It's really not hard at all. And then listen to this twice a day, bro. And I promise you, bro, it's going to heat up really quick and you're going to be happy with these results, bro. So I'll see you in the next section. This is visualization. This is another one of my topics that I'm a huge fan of. Identity and standards, your conscious versus subconscious, then visualization. Those are my big 3. That's going to be huge in the ROI for actually getting you where you want to go. Return on investment, a little bit of finance stuff if you didn't know. So the mental battle that builds the athlete before the game. So the introduction, why visualization is a non-negotiable. Visualization is one of the most powerful performance tools that an athlete can use, and almost nobody uses it correctly. So your mind fires the same neural pathways when you visualize a rep as when you physically perform it. So basically your brain thinks like it is a real rep. It doesn't actually know the difference between a visualized rep and a real rep when you're able to do it correctly though. That's the key part. It's tough to get it right, especially when you're first doing it. So the visualization trains your CNS, your nervous system, confidence, reaction to pressure, decision making, mechanics, identity. Literally trains everything. There's just specific ways they'll show you how to do it to make sure you get the most out of it, right? So this visualization is going to allow you to perform something in your mind before performing it on the field. When you visualize correctly, you become the athlete mentally before them physically. So the big thing is like you think about football, it's a tough game on your body, and you can only do so many reps a week because, okay, it's so physically straining. You can't fit up and do a real tackle to the ground very often in a week. Here in college football, you really don't do it ever. Maybe in high school at your school you do, but in college you don't ever do that in realities. But you have to know how to do it, right? So that's going to be through drill work, obviously, but you can do this visualization to help you get there. It's like the actual neuroscience of this visualization. So it works because of three core mechanisms. So right, neural rehearsal, like we just said, the brain doesn't know the difference. Identity programming, so subconscious alignment. Your subconscious mind runs your confidence, self-beliefs, reactions. When you repeatedly visualize as the traits you want in your performance, right, the subconscious is going to accept this as your identity baseline. And I've talked about the identity and standards, so go look at that if you haven't. And the athlete you see in your mind becomes the athlete you are on the field. So familiarity, confidence, and execution, right? So this is a big one too. Visualization makes pressure feel familiar before it ever happens, right? This eliminates your nerves, your doubts, your hesitation, overthinking. All that says your brain basically says, I've been here before, and it creates a calm, composed execution. If you think about it, you visualize you doing this exact play 100 times in your mind, and you go through every outcome, right? You dominating the rep, you doing okay in the rep, and you doing bad at the rep. Whatever happens in game, you're going to know exactly what to do, right? Because you've done it so many times. So the type of visualization athletes need, a technical visualization. This is like mechanical. This is good for like your 40-yard dash if you think about this. So right, your stance, your first step, your arm drive, technical visualization helps them move and feel automatic. Like you get a cue to throw your arms out of your 3-point start in your 40, right? What does throwing your arms mean? How do you actually get reps at it? You can visualize it first to feel what it's going to feel like to do it like correctly, right? So that's the big one. Like you don't necessarily want to do technical stuff in a game. Like, okay, I need to take this step here, then go here so I can make the tackle. But right, the technical stuff like for running a 40 and getting like technique in terms of like, okay, even doing a proper strike on a bag, like your coach told you a new drill. A lot of times if my coach tells me a new drill, sometimes I'll be at the back of the line, close my eyes real quick, visualize me striking, shock shed over, whatever it is, and I'll be able to do a lot more successfully because I already had a rep and I felt it and did it properly in my mind, which I'll be explaining how to do it properly here in a second. Emotional visualization. This is a state you want to compete in. So right, visualize feeling confident, calm, aggressive, right? Whatever works for you. Maybe like I personally play a little more calm and confident versus aggressive. I mean, it depends on the game. But you want primary emotional states so your body matches it. When you do the visualization, you want to have some type of feeling behind it. So in situational visualization, visualizing different game or camp scenarios, this is going to be a big one in specific. So ranging over the top of the ball, right? Like you're a deep safety and you're the roof player. So you can't let anything behind you, and they run, it's cover two, and they're running a fade on the sideline. That's a tough play to make, right? So you visualize yourself reading the QB's eyes, he's staring it down, and you break before he even throws it, right? And you visualize that and you get the interception. That's something you can visualize. Breaking on a slant, making a tackle in open space. The more scenarios you rehearse mentally, the faster your decision making becomes. Like so then you see that in game, that cover two look, you're the deep safety. You see that go ball, right? You have the indicator of maybe a certain formation. You expect a go ball. You can get out even faster because you know the indicator. You visualize it, then you actually get the interception because you've seen yourself make it in your head 10 times, right? That's how it's done. So there's also adversity visualization. This one is important and overlooked, right? Because most people don't expect to do this. Like, why would you visualize something bad? But you gotta visualize these bad reps getting beat and making mistakes because you need to like visualize this perfection. You can't just visualize perfection because then you'll panic when something goes wrong. But when you do this, you need to look at the ideal outcome after this. Like you have a bad rep, you miss an open field tackle, then you visualize the rep after of you a different play happens and you get a PBU, right? You have to visualize yourself properly coming back from the bad play. So when it does happen, because right, you're not going to make every single play, that you have the tools to actually, okay, I know what I'm going to do here. I saw this happen in my head. Maybe you didn't see it 100 times because you obviously don't want to see yourself failing a bunch, but you saw it a couple times and you saw yourself come back and make the exact play that you wanted, right? So how do we do this properly? This is the most important part. Take notes if you haven't been already. Like I've said multiple times, right? You can do anything. The information doesn't mean anything if you don't do anything with it. Use first person point of view. So right, don't see yourself from the outside. Literally look through your eyes. Like you look past your phone or computer, what you're doing, and look at the room outside, wherever you're at, look around you. And it's like that's what you want the visualization to feel like. You can crystal clear see everything around you. That's what you want the visualization like to feel like. It should feel like it's coming directly from your eyes, but like obviously for whatever the visualization you'll be on your home field or whatever, you see the stands, all that. That's exactly how you want it, right? And slow the rep down initially, okay? So slow visual reps equals like more accurate neural wiring. So at first, we want it to be slow so you can actually see the details, like kind of seeing yourself in slow motion. You're a running back, outside zone, you're running sideways, and you stick your right foot in the ground to make the vertical cut up the crease. You see that, and that's probably slow. You got to feel it. Well, eventually, we do want to get to actual game speed. Like you're doing it, and you're seeing everything about as clear as it can get at that game speed. Okay, that's going to be the eventual goal, but you should start slow at first. Add emotion, right? So this is what's going to make it like matter. You think about you go score a touchdown. You're taking that outside zone. You stick that right foot in the ground. You cut vertically and you score a 40-yard touchdown. Bam. Are you just standing there in the end zone or are you absolutely hyped out of your mind? Right? Having that emotion, actually feeling that emotion in your physical body is what's going to take it to the next level, right? Feeling that emotion and also feeling like making it sensory. You have to feel the turf, hear the crowd, smell the air, see the field, feel your breathing, all of that. Right? So you're not just feeling that foot, you're not just thinking about that foot sticking in the ground. You feel that handoff come into your gut, and then you feel that right foot plant in the ground to stick, and you feel that arm tackle that you break off your thighs. Then you feel your legs pick up speed as you sprint to the end zone, and right, you see and you hear the crowd start like just getting hyped. You hear them around you, and right, you do your touchdown celebration. Your linemen come talk to you. You hear their voices like, "Let's go, bro." You smell them. Linemen don't always smell the best. You can smell them right next to you. Right, once you can feel all those, it starts to become so real. Your mind, this is where your mind, like it literally can't tell the difference when you can do it in that much detail. You have the speed right because you slowed it down at first. You got the speed right. You have the emotion. You're seeing it through your first person point of view. Then you actually like use all five of your senses. That's when it's real. And then we're going to repeat this consistently, right? You can't just do it one time and expect to see crazy results. Like it has to be done repeatedly over time. So really, the 10-minute toughness model is my personal favorite for the pregame visualization. Right. So visualization is not about seeing the play. It's the identity that like you have to dominate the play. So this method is broken down into a couple phases and it's designed to, I don't think I wrote that right. It's designed 5 phases, sorry, for your nervous system to sharpen your mind and lock in your highest performance. Right. So it starts with the centering breath. So it takes about 5 minutes before a game. We want this done really about 90 minutes before a game. So think about you go out for your team warm-ups 45 minutes or an hour before. Try to get it within that 90-minute range. Like you get your pads on, you sit in your locker, put some headphones on so it's quiet. So I know music's probably bumping. And then you do this or you go in the hallway so you can do it. So you're going to start with a 6-second inhalation, hold it for 2 seconds, and exhale for 8 seconds. And we want this full count. We don't want this to be sped up to a 12 seconds. We really want it at 15 seconds or it's not going to work as good as it should. Performance statement. So this is your anchor, a simple phrase that pulls your mind into the exact execution you need. So this is my exact one that I use. So slow to fast, then react. So I'm thinking I'm at linebacker and I'm slow to fast. So like I see pulling guards away from me. So I'm slow. But because I'm cutback lane, whatever. And then I see the cutback lane closes. Now I'm fast. So I'm instead of a slow shuffle, I'm fast and I react. I shoot straight downhill to go make the tackle on the running back. That's the exact things that I like. So a lot of times I'd find myself getting too fast at the beginning of the play to try to get somewhere when a lot of times as a linebacker, you're reacting. So you need a second to see how the play develops, right? So there's different things you can do. But we really want these performance statements to be short, actionable, technical, confidence producing. So here's some examples like explode out, like on a tackle, explode out of your hips, attack the first step on a 4-yard dash. Like you want a big first step, so you're attacking it. Fast eyes, fast feet, calm, confident, precise, win your job. These are all things you can say, and it should be something you can say like right before a play, and it's like you're dialed in, you're ready to go. It doesn't necessarily have to be a technical thing like slow to fast then react, but how my mind kind of works. I like it technically. I like to feel kind of that technical, a little technical cue that gets me right. So I feel my emotional state is always pretty dialed in. Right? You repeat your performance statement as you breathe, right? That's going to be right after you finish that breath, you're going to be doing regular breaths and you're going to repeat this performance statement one time. That'll help you ingrain it into your subconscious. So then the next part is the visual highlight reel. We're going from past, present to future with this. So this is the emotional engine of the visualization. This is really where it takes its magic. So you're pulling real evidence from your past and projecting it into the future. So recall 3 successful plays from the past: an explosive play, confident plays, moments you felt different. It doesn't really matter, but just 3 plays where it's like, yeah, I'm that guy. Like I just made that play. That's what you want to do. And you're gonna visualize those from start to finish, right? From you getting like the huddle call or whatever, lining up. And if it's like a touchdown, you catching the ball, receiving the ball, scoring the touchdown, and the celebration you did after. And you want it to be like actually what happened. You want to make something up for this. The purpose with this is you're reminding your body what success feels like, so your nervous system recognizes it as familiar, right? Familiar equals calm equals confident equals dominant, right? It really is simple. The more reps you get at something, physical or like mental, is going to start to feel easier. Like the first time you squat 500 pounds, you're going to be a little nervous. Like that's a lot of weight. I mean, when you're squatting, if you're not a little nervous with the weight on the bar, I mean, you're probably not going heavy enough. I mean, that's jokes. But on the side, like the first time you squat 500 pounds, you're going to be a little nervous. But the second or third time, it's going to be like, okay, like I've done this before. And it's the same thing with these visualizations, right? So then the second one is the second part of this is a 3-2-1 format. So you're going to visualize 2 plays for your upcoming event. So that's like your next practice, your next game. Kind of depends on your situation. If it's the off season, it's a little different. It could be your next training session, where you can do this with like, say your coaches, you have spring practice and your coach, you need to play well at spring practice because you want to be that starter in fall. Okay. Right. This is going to help you out. So it should be the exact plays or movements you expect to face. Like, so let's look at a linebacker, spring practice, whatever. So reading a counter, you see the guard and tight end pull at you and like how you either fit it, you spill it, box it, whatever. And then you make the play, like you make a dominant play, you spill it, you wrong arm, and you make the tackle for loss. Okay. Beating a reach block on an outside zone, you're able to get over top of it, shock shed, whatever, scraping over the top when there's guards pulling away from you, and you shoot downhill in that cutback lane to make the tackle. These are all things, right? Things you can do. Those are just specific linebacker examples, things that I used. But in your next upcoming event, so it's not like necessarily. It can kind of be whatever you want, practice, game, but that's what I want for that, because right, your brain is going to rehearse the exact reps that you want to dominate, and you're showing you can do it before it even happens. Okay. So you're going to visualize one high pressure moment. So this is a big one. So this is your next high pressure game. And even more specific, you can do 1 to 3 in this one, because high pressure, I do want some work at it. So 1 to 3 moments for this actually. And your brain must learn how to stay like calm in the chaos. So it's like third and short, a red zone moment, or it's like your first playoff game that you know is coming up at the end of the year, right? That's going to be a little more pressure. So you want to visualize those moments so you're prepared for it. Okay. You want that to be able to succeed under high stress execution. It's in your identity statement. Basically who you are on the field. So this is like the psychological backbone of your pregame routine. So it's not about what you do, like if you've listened, if you paid any attention so far, like you should have been, you've been taking notes, right? If you haven't taken notes on any of this, go to your notebook. Right, it's not about what you do; it's about who you are with your identity. It's not. It's the person you become. So, what I would say is, right, I'm the hardest working linebacker I would know. I dominate every time I step on the field. This is why I use all these are what I use for my senior year of high school, where I had 140 tackles, 40 tackles for loss, both school records. Right. I'm not saying you're going to be doing that because of this. Right. This was definitely a key piece in what allowed me to do that. Right. So the identity statement is direct, powerful, identity based, and it's present tense. That's a big one. Like I am, because it can even be like I'm becoming a D1 linebacker. Cool, that's still present tense. I mean, it's sort of a weird tense, but that's an example. I don't want it to be I was or I will be. So I am. So these are some that I have in here for you. I'm disciplined, dominant athlete. I control the game. I'm explosive. I play with confidence. I'm the standard. These are all these are all identity based, which is what we want. So in the closing breath, it's going to be that 6-8 again. We want to make sure both the starting and finishing one are that full 6-8. So right, I kind of want to explain anecdotal experience I had with this. So I would do these before games. I definitely think it helped with my success. But I even had one that was kind of crazy. I was on the sideline of a game. This team wasn't very good in high school. It was Bayshore High School. They were really close to IMG. And I was visualizing plays. So my other linebacker that I played with, he got pick six, right? The team wasn't good. They were throwing balls everywhere. He got pick six. And then I'm like, dude, I got to get one. So I literally visualize me basically taking my hook drop and getting a ball over the middle and taking it back to the crib, right? I closed my eyes on the sideline because I had a minute. I was standing up. I actually felt it, right? I saw myself do it. And the big thing with this, I felt confident that I was going to be able to do it because I'm like, bro, Jackson, he got one. I'm like, dude, I need to get one, right? I was very confident I was going to get one. I closed my eyes. I go back out there for the next series. Almost the exact play happens. Not even kidding. Almost the exact play happens and I get the pick six, right? And the big thing with that was because I was in the moment, so I know what it felt like because I was just on the field. So I was able to rehearse it in my mind so clearly. And I was actually confident and felt it, right? That confidence is key. Like I was super confident I was going to get it because the team was good, or they were bad. Sorry, we were good, and we were already up a decent amount on them. I'm like, I need this 6 picks. I know it's going to happen, and it literally happened. And that was simply just from seeing that one play in my mind. I didn't do any of this cycle. I did it before the game. But yeah, like that's my personal anecdotal experience of like this visualization works. If you still haven't believed it yet, it's going to be something that's going to be a game changer for you. Right? I want this done. You can do this before practice too. When I give this to each individual athlete, I work with them to make sure they have the correct performance and identity statement. And we're doing it before every practice. Because we don't just want to show up on game day and do this because you're not going to be good at the reps of actually completing it. And it's only 5 minutes, so it's not like it takes a bunch of time. I want you to actually put in the effort to do it every day before practice. Get to the locker room 5 minutes early so you can get this done. And the ROI on this is going to be insane. Like it's not going to be instant, but as you practicing it better, you're going to start to notice some of these plays that you think about and the way you think it's going to be like, dude, I made that because of that visualization that I did. And that's exactly what I want with it. But I do have some other visualization prompts that I want for you, right? So close your eyes and ask, like, how do I want to show up today? What identity am I choosing right now? How do I respond to pressure? What does my best version look like? What are my opening reps supposed to feel like? Who do I become when adversity hits? So these are things like, these are kind of like logical questions, but I want you to see and feel the actual answer to this equation. So it's like, okay, how do I want to show up today? You visualize yourself like going to practice, getting out there, feeling it. Like you use all those techniques I said to make sure the visualization is effective, using your emotions, using all of your 5 senses. And then you feel your demeanor and you see the plays you make, right? So all of these you can do that. I don't want you to just say like, oh, I'm gonna do this. I want you to close your eyes and feel this. That's the goal, right? With all this visualization, to feel it so your mind doesn't know the difference. Like you've already completed the rep. And these guide like your visualization towards purpose. All these, they're getting you closer to the identity and the athlete you want to become. So right, these are something you can do 3 to 5 of these a night, right? You do your 5 minute visualization before practice, you come home, and before you go to bed, you do the subliminations. If you haven't got to that part yet, you'll see that. You do the subliminations right before you go to bed, but right before that, you do this visualization prompt. And I'm telling you, your mental state is going to be absolutely just insane within a week if you're able to actually implement this all. And like I've said every single time, man, the information doesn't mean anything if you don't do something with it. So if you didn't take any notes, restart, go back, take notes, and actually take notes as you do it, right? I'll show you when you do, when I show you the performance statement here, right? Think what's going to make sense for you in your mind right now. Okay, slow to fast and react. Do any of these resonate with you? It's like, okay, for a linebacker, it could be explode out of your hips. Like if you know you're going to make a tackle, explode out of your hips is a cue you can use, right? So it's kind of all just cues, but right, go back and actually do this as you go through, because I've fallen in that trap of like, oh, I'll watch the free course, I'll do this, but I don't take notes, and then nothing changes. I know the information, but nothing changes because I didn't actually do that. I don't want you to fall into that same trap.
Who do you spend time with? Like the 5 people that you spend the most time with, you're going to become the 6th person, right?
Yep.
So finding that high value community is an essential, and that's really I understood that at a young age, and that's why I went to IMG Academy.
I'll speak on that from like being in college for a few years now. I can totally see that, and I've been fortunate enough to like surround myself by those people who continue to push me, and I see people who are in the other boat, and it's completely different paths. So I would say just make sure that you're surrounding yourself by people, and like Jacob's a great first start. I would say like he's one of the only people you need to surround yourself with if you're really trying to like build yourself to the next level. And
really it's kind of crazy too, like even at IMG Academy, like it's a place where like is the D1 factory, right?
Yeah.
And I still found guys go down that path, like they're hanging around people, they're going out doing the wrong things, getting in trouble. It's all that like you can invest in a prep school, right? You're gonna be paying a lot more. It's gonna be a lot bigger investment. Right, you're on the fence, like you're not sure about prep school. Just find the right person, whether it's me or someone else who's in that position, knows what they're talking about, and help give you that value to actually get into that position. I think is going to be essential for your development.
Yeah,
it is about the journey, not the destination. It's tough to see when you're in it. Because
definitely.
I felt that all through high school. I was chasing going D1, and I was like, really, I pushed back my happiness so many times because like, okay, I want to make it to that D1 level. It's like once I'm D1, everything's gonna be fine. Now I'm here. I'm like, dude.
100%.
I enjoyed high school football better.
Yeah.
Like even at IMG, it's like
I miss it too.
Different. You're gonna miss those Friday night lights, and you're like, bro, I never will. Like I played in front of 80,000 fans last week. And it's like there's sometimes about it. It's like, bro, I'd rather go back to that 1,000, 2,000.
Yeah.
And do the Friday night lights in front of all my friends, the crosstown rivals. Like it's a little different, bro.
Honestly,
so it's that journey is something that you need to start. Like it's tough to see when you're in it, but it's like once you're actually able to enjoy that journey. Like if it isn't something you enjoy, maybe football is not the right sport for you.
Yeah.
Go play a sport that you play 100 games, not 10 games.
Yeah.
But once you can understand that, bro, like your quality of life is just going to move to that next level, and you're actually going to start to see success on the field because like, bro, you love showing up to practice every day and lifting. It's like, dude, you're going to have so much more intention behind it and lifting.
Yeah. Truthfully, like at the end of the day, you got to get up and go to the gym. You got to make sure you're eating as well as you can. I mean, it kind of comes down to like, how bad do you want it? Because
like, and that's just right. Like that's kind of the athlete I want to work with, is someone who is very motivated and fits like basically who I was as a person, right, a couple years ago. Right, you're working hard, but you don't necessarily know exactly what you need to do, and like you're seeing good results, but you want more. And I felt with Joseph, he fit very similar to that, even though he's older than me. Like that's completely fine. It doesn't necessarily mean like age doesn't really matter in this.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, he fit a lot of that bill. It's like he wanted it, right? We'll kind of get into it, like his situation after, like how he trained and how he saw even more progress after he was done working with me. But it's right, you gotta be the type of guy who I can't necessarily watch every single set you do. Like it's not an in-person trainer. That's not what I'm working with my guys on. But you do have the access like 24/7. It's like, okay, an in-person trainer, you're with them an hour, and right, they're watching everything. But right, most of the guys I'm working with, they're responsible enough where it's like, okay, you can send me the videos of the things you're struggling with, and right, I'll be able to get those right back to you in that same day, and you're gonna know how to do it for next time. But then you'll have the support outside of it, where it's like, I think like showing up on your worst days is when it really matters the most. It's like, okay, You had everything going on in your life. You had
Yeah.
personal stuff. You woke up late. You're short on time. You had 2 tests in class,
Yep.
and you still go to the gym right after school like you do every single day.
Yeah.
That's really what's going to start to separate you. Like I
Yeah.
would say, separate to elevate. It's really simple. I mean, you think about, you can show up every single day, not miss, show up as the same exact person
Yeah.
with, no matter how boring and mundane the task is, with
Oh, yeah.
no lack of enthusiasm. I guarantee you, you are going to be better than
100%.
99% of other people.
Yeah.
Because that's, I think, like, showing up on your worst days is when it really matters the most. It's like, okay, you had everything going on in your life. You had
Yeah.
personal stuff. You woke up late. You're short on time. You had 2 tests in class.
Yep.
And you still go to the gym right after school like you do every single day.
Yeah.
That's really what's going to start to separate you. Like I
Yeah.
would say, separate to elevate. It's really simple.
Yeah, and I think if you can keep your word with yourself, that's like one of the best things you can do. Because if you can't trust yourself, if you can't hold yourself accountable, how are others gonna trust you? And so I
No
think
doubt.
starting with yourself and really looking in and being honest. Like, you got to be honest. It's like, okay, maybe I had like a bad meal. It's not just forget about it, move on. You got to accept that you did that, and then kind of like,
No doubt.
yeah, move on. Like, don't let it ruin your day. But you
Mhm.
can't just, day's over now because I had it. Like, you just gotta keep moving.
And that
Welcome to the speed and plyometric development system. So these are going to be some really great frameworks that I use in terms of literally programming everything for speed and plyometrics. Welcome to the speed and plyometric development system. So this is going to be the frameworks that I use for all of my athletes in terms of getting them faster, getting them as athletic as possible. And for the most part, we're going to be talking about primarily just straight line sprint work right here. So this is really going to be emphasizing your 40-yard dash for this portion. So this covers only, right, the acceleration training, max velocity training, high-low, weekly structure. This is a big one. Sprint progressions, plyometric tiers, programming philosophy. Right, so this isn't going to be lifting or conditioning explained in this portion, just pure speed and plyometrics, which is really the foundation of how you're actually going to become a faster athlete. The philosophy I use with all my athletes is going to be fast, frequent, fresh. These are 3 laws of real speed development. So fast, speed training really needs to be done at 90 to 100% intensity, not fatigued. We're not looking to, this isn't conditioning. We're not looking to have sub-maximal rest for the most part. We want maximal rest so you can actually run and hit this 90 to 100% intensity. And frequency, frequent athletes need 2 to 3 exposures per week to actually get faster. If you are a less advanced athlete, you can get away with more exposure simply because your actual absolute speed is not that fast. I'm talking like slower than like a 5 or a 5.2. But if you're any faster than that, you do not need more than 2 or 3 exposures a week, right? And then fresh, you should never sprint tired. Fresh nervous system equals a fast nervous system. So the goal is the minimum effective dose with sprinting, because sprinting is the strongest stimulus in really all of training. Like, you could think about max back squat, sprinting is going to be a stronger stimulus, right? So we're not looking to do absurd amounts of volume. A lot of times we're keeping it under 100 yards of sprint volume simply because doing more than that, it's going to be too taxing on your body, right? You're going to start to have little injuries pop up, hamstring strains, shin splints, stuff like that. And that's not what we want. We want to get you faster, but you have to stay healthy the whole time, because when you're injured, you can't train. You're going to be getting slower, right? So let's talk about the force velocity curve. So this is where everything is based off for all of lifting and all of speed. So we're really going to be talking more so through this bottom half of the range, a little bit into here with some of the plyometrics. Where you think about maximum strength, there's a heavy back squat, something like that. Strength, speed, this is kind of like that 3-ish rep range, right? You're doing around 3 reps. Peak power, this is where a lot of people train for hypertrophy, but this is where you're also going to get the peak power. And it's a really wide range because it depends on the movement, it depends on the athlete. If you're more of a muscle-bound athlete, not necessarily being a bad thing, but like you're not an elastic athlete, if you're more muscular, the way you run is more very, not necessarily stiff, but you can tell like your acceleration patterns are very strong and dominant. You squat a lot of weight, versus an elastic athlete, someone who's has really good top speed mechanics. It looks like they're almost floating off the ground, and their lifts aren't as high. The peak power for the elastic athlete is going to be a much lower percentage than the peak power for the muscle-bound athlete, and that's completely okay. that's just why this is such a wide range. The speed strength, 30 to 60%. Right, this is emphasizing a lot of speed work, and this is a critical phase that you need to do at some point. Right, I don't necessarily think you need to do it all the time, but sometimes you can. Then the maximum velocity is a non-negotiable for the majority of the year, unless you're really going through like a rehab or a general physical preparation phase. So this is the max force zone, right? This max strength right up here. Kind of talk about this here. So what is it? High force, low speed, heavy, slow strength work. So examples, right? All these heavy lifts, as well as some really intense isometrics, like overcoming isometrics where you're pulling against an immovable object. And these are like in heavy, I really mean in terms of 3 or more. So why this matters, this zone builds the raw horsepower for the first 5 to 10 yards. So like I said, those muscle bound athletes, you look at like a linebacker in the NFL combine, they're very strong, muscle bound, but their first 10 is probably going to be pretty electric. They're going to be getting out really fast if they're a good athlete, right? Because they built that in these weight room qualities, allowing them to have a really strong push. It can help with your shin angles when it's done properly, right? More projection. The big one is like you think about broad jump or like a triple broad jump, and in your start, there's going to be a lot of correlation there simply because they're very similar. The broad jump is both legs, right? And the triple broad jump is both legs and repeated. And that's going to have a ton of correlation to your actual first couple of yards of your 40-yard dash because it is so much simple like power projection from being able to get you from a dead stop to moving as fast as you can in those first couple yards. If your start is weak, right, this is going to be a zone you want to emphasize a lot. Strength speed zone. This is going to be explosive strength in the early excel. So this is moderate load, moderate speed, transition between strength and speed. Examples, cleans, med ball throws, deep tier plows, lighter sled pushes, right? These are, I think all these zones, or I know all these zones are going to be beneficial. Just depends on how you put them together and what phase of the year, right? So why it matters. This zone builds explosive projection, helping athletes get out faster, produce force quickly. That's the key there. Maintain posture, hit better angles early in the sprint, right? If your 10 to 20 feels slow to pop, where it just feels like you're not like, feels like you're pushing a little longer than you need to, and you're not just like popping off the ground at this point, this is the zone that you're going to need. And I mean, that is a very like rough gauge, but that's an easy way to kind of break it down to as simple as it can get. Speed strength zones is reactive power, late excel, and there's early max V. So it's more 20 to 30 yards. Kind of depends on the athlete and your actual top speed. What is it? Light load, fast movements, heavy or high velocity outputs, light sled sprints, bounding, medium tier plows, hurdle hops, straight leg pogos. These are all going to count into that section. So why does this matter? This zone builds the elastic reactive qualities needed for transitioning from excel to upright sprinting, increased stride frequency, improved stiffness, and faster ground contact. If you think about stiffness in your ankles, right? One of the most low-hanging fruits. Most people don't necessarily train direct ankle work. That's a huge thing I'm big with my athletes on, because you think about every time you step, if every time you're doing a stride at max velocity, your foot is caving in more than it needs to, you're spending more times on the ground and losing so much power simply because that last link of the chain, right? It's kind of driven from your hips and torso, but it has to go down through your foot to actually get off the ground. If that foot is weak, it's collapsing, right? You're losing and leaking so much power right at that last link. So that's a super easy way to increase your actual speed. So if you accelerate well but slow down when you stand up, this zone fixes it. And this was kind of the big one for me earlier in my career. Like I never really did any of these in all reality when I was trying to figure things out myself before I learned a ton to be in the position I am now. I was very poor in this zone. So in the max velocity zone, what is it? This is just top speed. So this is fastest possible movements, minimal ground contact, high neural output. So really, you don't do a ton of volume with this because that's such high neural output. It's very, very straining, and it can be easily done improperly in all reality. So it's like flying 10s, 20s, and 30s, max velocity sprints, and the ping tier plyos, as well as intensive bounding. So why it matters, right? This is where true top speed is built. Top speed is very important, right? It's not as important in 40-yard dash, but if you think about 100 meter, this top speed is going to be critical. So your vertical projection, higher stiffness, elastic bounce, relaxation at speed, stride frequency, speed reserved for games. So you think about the relaxation at speed. A lot of guys, when they sprint at 100%, start to get really tense, like their jaw clenches, they're balling up their fists, their shoulders get tight. Ideally, you look at a sprinter, like a 100-meter sprinter, a really elite one in the Olympics, they're going to be very relaxed. Like you look at Usain Bolt, his face is going to be extremely relaxed, and his arms are almost going to look loose. But right, he's going so fast. That's that relaxation at speed because he's trained it so well and he understands. Right, when you start to tense up like that, you're not going to run any faster. It's not going to help. Then that speed reserve for games is going to be important. Really, in games, it's tough to ever hit that true 100% because you're always going to be fatigued if you're playing a lot. Right, having that reserve is going to be essential. So like you can tap into, say your new top speed is 105% of your old one. Okay, say when you're fatigued, you're only able to get to 95% of that. So then you're at about 100% of your old max speed. So even when you're fatigued, you're able to hit your previous best speed when you weren't fatigued. And that's the goal, is to get faster so you have that speed reserve. So it's just making you faster in games. So I want to talk about the weekly speed structure. This is a high-low model. This is what is not necessarily the most common, but I believe it makes the most sense. There's a lot of other ways to do it, but for sprinting, this is going to be my personal favorite. This is the backbone of the program. Monday is a high day. In terms of high and low, that's like the nervous system outputs. So how taxing is it on your body, basically. First step for Monday's first step work, short acceleration reps, projection angles, basic mechanics, and lower CNS intensive plyos, right? That intensive is that high portion still. Wednesday is another high day. So then Tuesday, that's kind of where you can do some technical work, some bounding, like some very, very easy bounding and like an upper body pump type deal. Wednesday is another high day, change of direction, and still a little bit of excel. So braking mechanics, lateral quickness, redirecting force, single leg impulse, and small speed work. So it's like, okay, you can do your 5-10-5, eligible work on this, braking mechanics with that. And that's all, that basically all covers this right here. Single leg impulse, so this is a little bit of single leg work. I want a little more like yielding in terms of it's not completely max intensity. Yielding basically means like you're getting into a little deeper angles. Like you kind of think about this, the change of direction day is you're going to be in a lot deeper angles. Like you think about 5-10-5, you have to bend so low. So I'd rather see a lot of those deep tier plows put in here. Friday is the max velocity day. Build-ups, fly sprints, elastic plyos, high speed exposures. So this is one where when you're lifting on this day, you really don't need a ton, and we don't want to do like, say, a really heavy back squat is not really going to work in conjunction with this. Rather see something like a snatch or a clean that's moving at a lot higher velocity, but instead you could do, right, that heavy squat work on that Monday, if that's starting to make sense. We want to have correlation between our lifting and our speed work because we don't want necessarily like contrasting stimuli because that's not going to get where you want. You think about, you get pulled in 100 directions equally, you're really not going to go anywhere. But if you get pulled in one direction very strongly from all that force, you take all 100, you put that into one force, and it's pulled in one direction, you're going to go far. All right, so that's the goal. We want to have the training to actually pull us in one singular direction to where we want to go. We don't want to have like a heavy bench press and then a max or a heavy back squat, and a max speed fly. That's kind of pulling us in the opposite directions. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays, these are the low days. So this is the extensive plyos. And extensive means lower impact. So that's like that low, maybe a little bit even into that medium tier. Plyos, dribbles, technical rhythm work, low impact conditioning. And this is like, depends on where you're at in the year, right? If you're early in the off season, as well as like early in the off season, your aerobic base is something that once you have it, it really doesn't go away. Like I did conditioning in summer and my resting heart rate got down to like 49 beats per minute, which I think genetically my resting heart rate is just a little high, and it got down like about 6 beats per minute, which is a pretty substantial amount, and it's stayed at that amount since then, and it is now November, right? I didn't necessarily do conditioning the rest of the time. I mean, we did small amounts for school, but my conditioning has stayed the same. But on the very opposite end, your max speed velocity is the exact opposite. It goes away very quickly. So in 2 to 5 days, you're already starting to lose that max velocity. So how fast I was compared in July when I was like peaked, I was doing all the training I wanted that I thought made the most sense. versus now we're at the end of the season, I'm definitely slower now, and that's okay, right? Because there's times you don't necessarily have to be peaked at all times of the year. The football season is tough. You're expected to not be in your best shape right after. Then this high-low split prevents fatigue and keeps athletes like fast in general because it allows you to actually have those high days and give super high quality work on this Monday, Wednesday, Friday, basically Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. It's still work, but it's not detracting from those other days. So here's an acceleration progression that is very common that I like to use Mondays. So acceleration is going to be the foundation of speed, especially in the 40-yard dash, you're really accelerating 20 to 30 yards of it, depends on the athlete. Volume stays low, rest stays high, outputs stay max. This is really my philosophy for all the high days. So weeks 1 through 3, an acceleration build. So 3x10, 3x15, 3x20. It seems super simple, right? You're slowly increasing the volume, and we want to start low, especially if you're an athlete. You really don't know what you're doing, and you haven't tracked any of your previous like yardages or anything like that. You don't want to start with 80 yards right away. That's not going to be beneficial or conducive to staying healthy and actually getting what you want, because we want the minimum effective dosing with sprinting, right? And I will get into that at a little later day in this. Then week 4, you can deload. I mean, the deload is optional, but it depends on the athlete, right? If you're doing a lot of other stuff, obviously this is not it for a program, but this is just a progression. And if that other stuff is tough, a deload is not going to be a bad idea. The next 3 weeks, so is like 5 through 7. You can increase the distance, 3x25, 3x30, 3x35. And this would be a great progression for like a 4-yard dash because you're starting to get into those top speed things. And obviously you'll hit some form of max velocity on like a Friday, but we don't necessarily need to get into a 50, 60, or 70-yard range like a 100-meter runner. But here, we're getting good quality work, and the yardage still isn't crazy. Like this last day, we're right at about 100 yards, which I think is going to be a great amount. You can push it really up to 300 yards, but it starts to get a little dicey, and that's for a much more advanced athlete who's been progressing for a really long time. So there's just like an example, like you can really run this 8 weeks, and then you have a deload, and you could just basically recycle the whole thing. Obviously, you'd have to increase the volume a little bit because your body would have adapted to this 3x10, and like you're doing 3x20 after a couple weeks. So maybe you do these 8 weeks and you add a set to each of these or 2 sets or something similar to that. But that's obviously a long-term progression. So we want, like I said, we want that minimum effective dose this entire time. So this is going to create improved projections, stiffer ankles, an efficient first 10 yards, violent arm action, cleaner shin ankles, right? Even if you don't necessarily know what you're doing, your technique is going to get slightly better from like doing a decent warm-up and then actually doing these. But once you have like cueing from a coach that knows what they're doing, whether you decide to work like with school or you work with me, your technique is actually going to get so much better and faster. And really, if you're in a short time frame where you're looking to drop your 40, the biggest thing is going to be that technique. Like with my athletes, I'm dropping over 0.2 off of their 40 in 12 weeks. And big thing, they are getting faster. Like this is something that would get them faster. This isn't like exactly what I would do, but it's like a general guideline you can use. A lot of it, like half of it is going to be that technique work, especially things like their 5-10-5 and L drill, which is that Wednesday day for training. So then Friday. This is the true top speed work. So then this one you have to be careful with because it's super easy to overkill it on max velocity work because you really don't need a ton. So I start super small. So phase 1, this is just like foundational work. 5-yard build in. So you basically start from a dead start at 5. You can like do a 2-point start or like skip into it to get your momentum going. Then you're doing a 10-yard fly. And why only a 5-yard build in is because we're having a constraining factor on how fast you can actually get. If you had 25 yards to build up, you're going to be able to get a lot faster than 5 yards to build up, if that makes sense. So then for phase 2, we increase it to a 10-yard build because that constraining factor is then a little less because you get double the time to speed up, right? So that's the goal there. We want to avoid hamstring injuries because, I mean, the biggest myth, or not the biggest myth, the biggest like problem in all strength and conditioning is like, how do we fix hamstring injuries? And no one's figured it out yet. So really we want to be very conservative with this, especially if we're in a short time frame and doing a lot of other volume. Max velocity work improves your stride length, stride frequency, and relaxation. Like you said, you don't need high volume. You just need to be consistent with high quality exposures, right? We're not necessarily doing these flies more than once a week. We just need some consistency and a little bit of volume over time. So we look at change of direction days Wednesday. So this isn't true speed, but this is going to support your acceleration, athleticism. Really, you're going to need it as a football player. You can't just run in a straight line. This isn't track. So right, what we're working is deceleration skill, reacceleration, and lateral stiffness. So these sessions are going to be crisp, short, never really fatiguing. It's going to be a little different. You're going to feel like more of a burn in your legs because you don't necessarily need to have 100% max outputs for change of direction. It's tough to do that. Where this is we're going to see a little more of those deep tier plyos, and there's things like when you're working with me, working at 5-10-5 on these days, L drill, working your technique, and you can always do a little more on these days because not working laterally is substantially easier on your body. And right, you think about 5-10-5 and L drill, you're never getting up to like a true max speed, and that the lateral component, like I said, is substantially easier on your body. So it's like, okay, you complete the work. You can spend 20 extra minutes working 5-10-5 work, still at like 90% and be fine. So then, right, what are those plyometric systems that I was kind of mentioning, like light, medium, ping, and deep tier? So this is a gold mine for speed, right? Sprinting is going to be the best stimulus. You can't just sprint. You're going to need plyometrics with it. So the goal is to build stiffness, elasticity, tendon health, lower leg robustness, and reactive strength. So as I've mentioned, we're looking at the minimum effective dose with this. So these are the ranges, right? 40 to 80 reps per yard, or slash yard, sorry. But this is like per session. And the goal with these, we want to be at the minimum effective dose for as long as possible. Like I learned all this from Furman strength coach, Ole Miss strength coach, talking with some guys, like looking at resources. Ole Miss does these same exact progressions with their football team for 12 weeks straight. Really, like they're not changing anything. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel. And all they're really doing is just changing their rep schemes slightly. They're not necessarily looking to like reinvent the wheel, I said, and create something so new and radically different. It's just following like guidelines like this and doing it properly over a long time is what you're going to need. So the purpose with these is tissue tolerance and rhythm. And really cute for this is it should feel like a jump rope. So all this, like, it's just very rhythmic, and you should feel like you're almost flowing. It's not going to be super difficult. So like pogos, ankle bounces, different variations like forward pogos, skips, rhythm bounce, split stance, leaps. All these are different options you can use. And right, this is just to build that foundation. And how we work on these is we typically go light, medium, ping, and sometimes deep. It depends. And you use those as basically super maximal primers for your sprinting. So you do your warm up, then you do light tier, medium tier, ping tier, and you can almost integrate some light tier into the warm up, then you sprint, right? So that's a way, if you're programming it yourself, because you should have a pretty decent feel by the end of this of how to actually do something like this. You want to program it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, possibly deep, and then max speed sprinting. Use on low days, warm-ups, early progressions. Like I said, you can kind of use it on the warm-up is my best take, or right after the warm-up. Medium tier, 30 to 50 reps. So you're going to notice the reps go down on every single one of these. So it feels slightly more forceful, slightly higher intent. So you think about you're jumping at 100% on max vertical jump. A medium tier would be you feel like you're jumping at 70 or 80%. So there's a little deeper pogos. You can do some yielding stuff. Medium intensity bounds, medium leaps, tempo hops, small hurdle hops. So all of these are basically the same, except it's less rhythmic and you put a little more effort into each of these. So then use when athletes are ready for more of an elastic load. Deep tier, purpose is power from deeper positions, builds joint tolerance and low position strength. So it's like frog jumps, deep squat jumps, yielding jumps, deep single leg bounds, gravity assisted drops. So these are all drop you into like deep ranges of motion. Like a frog jump is basically, instead of a vertical jump where you're going like into a quarter squat, you're doing all the way down into a full squat and jumping. So that's a frog jump. Deep squat jumps, yielding jumps, all of these is getting you into that deeper range of motion, right? To have tissue tolerance in that area, right? And you think about it, if you're able to do those frog jumps, your squat depth can improve when you do them properly, because like, okay, if you can get into the bottom of a squat very quickly and rapidly and control it still, you're probably going to be able to do it on a regular squat. Obviously, the load is going to be substantially more, But if you can do it quickly, you're going to be able to do it very well when you're under a controlled weight. Knee comfort, if you're able to, you do these after a long time, your knees are going to start to feel better, anecdotally, from guys I've worked with and also myself. Power position and right deceleration and reacceleration. Forgot to add right that tissue tolerance, being able to be strong in uncomfortable positions as a football player. Nothing's going to go perfect. You're going to get pancaked. You're going to be rolled up on the bottom of a pile, and you need to have some tolerance for when those things happen. So, right, great for athletes lacking strength in deeper ranges, but it's going to be great for all athletes. Tier 4, the pink tier. So this is the highest output. This is max intensity day, equivalent to a max squat intensity in a gym. So, right, you think about 1 rep max on squat, like how you're pretty hyped and like you're giving everything you got. This is how all these sprints and exercises are going to be. So, because a sprint is like a max velocity sprint is always going to be considered pink tier, but these are the plyos for it. So, like a tuck jump, high intensity bounds, straight leg pogos, hurdle hops, and max hops. So, notice all these are very quick movements. They're not like yielding. We're getting into deeper range of motions. You're moving very fast. And the rules of this is where you got to be really careful because this is the easiest tier to mess up. The rep range is pretty low, so I don't have it on here, but I typically go 10 to 20 a day, which is really the maximum. I want it right at that low tier. So extremely low volume, not low tier, minimum effective dose. I got confused. I was tripping for a second. Extremely low volume, full recovery. Only once your nervous system is fresh, so like we're not doing these on a low day, then always sprint after the pink tier because this is going to, you're not going to be able to get the most out of the pink tier after sprinting because that's going to be like the most maximal stimulus. Right, the pink tier can help to prime you to run as fast as you can for those sprints. Pink tier, then sprint, goes explosive max speed priming. So how does speed and plyo tiers actually like connect? I was kind of getting into it there, but this will get a little more in depth. Every plyo tier prepares the athlete for the next. Right, we look at light, that is tissue tolerance. Then the medium is elastic quality. Deep is force absorption. And ping is max neural output, which is going to be sprinting and top speed gains. So these are all going to be foundational on top of each other. I think the easiest one you can get away without is going to be deep tier, but really you should have every single one of these in a 12-week block as long as it's not some strenuous circumstances where you're coming back from an injury or something like that. So what this is going to do is it's going to create injury resilience, elastic power, better snipness, faster ground contacts, higher max velocity, better acceleration. So really he's doing everything you need to become a better athlete and run faster in a straight line. Just each one of these has a little different emphasis on what it's going to do. And all that, right, without overloading or burning the athlete. So here is kind of an actual foundation of how I do it. So week 1 through 3 is going to be very foundational work, especially if you're working with me. I don't necessarily know exactly where it came from, and we'll get a good feel. But it's always better to start lower. So it's going to be more light tier plyos, short excels, short flies, and mechanics focused. So we don't want to come in and switch everything and do some insane volumes. Then by week 12, your body's so fried, you're not going to do anything. But then week 4, we do a deload, right? Even though you may not need it at this point, your body's going to come back fresher for this next phase that's going to be a little more intense, right? Lower volume, full rest between sprints, maintain the frequency. On deloads, we always want to maintain frequency, just lower volume. And really, we're keeping the intensity high. It's just basically lowering the volume for deload weeks. A lot of guys will reduce the frequency and like you're sprinting 3 times a week. Okay, deload, I'll only sprint once. No, that's not how we actually want to do it. The build phase is weeks 5 through 7, medium and deep tier plyos, 15 to 30 yard excels, 10 to 20 yard flies. Right, so it kind of builds a little bit on these first 3. Deload week, kind of same thing there. Then 9 to 12, ping tier and deep tier, longer flies, 40-yard dash practice, max velocity 2 to 3 times a week, and the excel is 20 to 40 yards. So things like in this, right, we're going to hit max velocity earlier in the 5 to 7 week or the 1 to 3, depends where the athlete is. But the emphasis then focuses on this phase in the 9 to 12 weeks, right? It's going to be a lot heavier emphasis of getting that high quality work, like getting a 20-yard build in and a 20-yard fly. So it's true max speed work versus earlier we hit max speed work with a 5-yard build in and a 10-yard fly. Really, to finish it, so say you're like, what would it be, about 5 days out from a big combine or a final day, you can finish that training session. So you go through a little bit of light and medium tier plyos, then you're going to do 2 to 3 times 40s, because in all reality, week 11 and 12, it's kind of up to the day. One day you may have slept, like the day before your final day, you may have slept bad, or school got you stressed out, something like that. And your time might not be great. So we have this session before we're getting 2 to 3 times 40s to see maybe that's your better day. Like you feel good, you can time them. If you don't have to, right? But that's how I would do it to see really where your final progress is at. And we're just looking to have high readiness, and nervous system needs to be peaked at this point. And that's why we're not doing a ton. We're just doing those 40s to get actual practice and get times. And if you were able to actually do this properly, which it's really lined out 100% for you. By no means is it necessarily 100% easy to figure out and actually program this, but this is where PRs are going to happen. It's really, you don't have to overcomplicate it. Follow these principles in here. One other rest principle I want to add, I talked a lot about the full rest time. So say you're sprinting 20 yards, you want 2 minutes of rest. For every 10 yards you sprint, you want a minute of rest. That's going to be a really good guideline for those. And then basically the different plyos, like the ping tier is always going to have more rest than a deep tier and a medium tier. Low tier is basically going to have almost no rest. So right, that's the actual rest times with this. But this is everything you're going to need in terms of sprinting. You don't have to overcomplicate it. Like I said, follow the guidelines, take notes on this, circle back, watch this again. This is definitely a section you want to watch again if you're going to be serious about this and building it yourself. And really, by the end of like a 12-week phase, if you're doing this right, bro, your max velocity should be increased at least like 1 mile per hour, which is a huge difference on the field. Here I want to go over what I have for a 3-day speed training workout. And really, I just built this up about a month ago, but I've learned a lot of new information since then. So this is definitely great, but there are going to be some ways that I want to adjust this, and I want to give you that knowledge. So, right, dynamic warm-up, pretty simple. I have it done in a pretty advanced way, kind of it's exactly what Alabama football used to use with their old strength and conditioning guy. I'm a huge fan of it. We used it at IMG. Really seated arm action, so just working that arm mechanics. This is going to be good. I'm a fan of it in this position, kind of basically integrate it with a warm-up wall drill. Okay, I'm a fan of this as well, right? So this is where you're basically working your front side mechanics with a wall drill. You're kind of pushing against the wall. You can look it up, and you're just like switching your legs back and forth. And when it's done properly, I'm a big fan of it. Okay, then broad jumps. Okay, I'm good with that. For starting with 2 sets of 2, this is gonna be good. It's low because this would be considered like a ping tier because it is maximal, which is fine. But looking at this down here, I kind of want to circle to this here. Man, that's not working. I would want to move this up in right behind the wall drills. 2 sets, 4 reps per side. This is kind of a medium tier plyo. So I'd put it right behind the wall drills. And really, I would add some light tier in here. Okay. So we're going to go with dynamic warm-up, seated arm action, integrated with this. Then do some 20 yards total of just some easy pogos where your feet are alternating. So it's going to be boom, 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 right heel to toe, and you're just going 10 yards down and back twice. So that'd be 40 yards total. I'm going to add that after the seated arm action. So that dynamic warm-up, seated arm action, those pogos are going to be great. Then the wall drill, that's a little technical work. Good. Then I'll add these single leg lateral pogos over a cone plus a stick. So that's a yielding. So that's a little bit of, right, that stick means we're sinking into it a little bit. That's going to be good. Then we're doing the broad jumps, which is there. So that's the cycle that I want now from what I know. Right, half kneeling projection, this is going to be good. So you're just in a half kneel position, projecting out. So this is going to be 20 yards total. Good. Plus 30 yards, plus 45 yards, 50, 95 yards. Okay, that's a little high for what I want to do. For myself, I think that would be okay. But for an athlete just starting, that's definitely high. So I would just drop one set off of all of these. So it'd be 10 yards total, 30 yards, 60 yards total for the day, which is going to be good, right? If you've never done something like this before, we want the minimum effective dosage, right? So I'm a fan of the half kneeling projection, the 3-point start, then 2-point start just for some more quality speed. I just put the 2-point start in front of it actually and go 10 yards with the 2-point start, 15 yards with the 3-point start. And really, I'd be a big fan of that. So there isn't anything super crazy. Just got these off so you can check mark them and stuff for my athletes. Right, all these rest times I'm good with because we want about for every 10 yards, we want 1 minute of rest. Like this one, I have 90 seconds. This one, I have 90 seconds because it's a 3-point plus teach. So I want a little more rest to make sure we're fully maximally doing it. But if we switch this to 15 yards, I'd want 2 minutes of rest. And then this would be 2 sets of 10 in front of the teach. And this would be 2 sets of 15. And we just put that down to a minute of rest. And then this, like I said, would be up a little higher up here. So I'm pretty good with that. But there are those small changes, like I said, that I'd want to change. So looking at this agility day, dynamic warm-up, crossover step, regression, crossover step plus hand tap. Okay. This is a pretty good day. Honestly, I'm not mad at this. So dynamic warm-up, cool. We're good with that. Crossover step regression. So that's just working some easy change of direction, some like deep tier. I'm a fan of this rep range, right? 2 sets, 4 per side, good. 2 sets, 3 per side set adds up to 8, 14 per side, which is going to be good. Plus another 5, plus another 10 reps. So that's 25, and that's basically right about where I want it in the range. What I would do, though, is I would put this lateral wall push ISO, because that would be considered like a core, more of a ping tier. I'd want it right before the 5-10-5 and L drill to actually prime our body. So I'd put it right in this slot and bump everything up. And the 5 and back shuffle is going to be good. So what I want is dynamic warm-up, these 2 crossover steps, skater, hop, 5 and back shuffle, then the lateral wall ISO push, and then we are working this maximal output stuff, which is good. So I'm a big fan of this, especially the yardage. This is a really good yardage, I believe. Then the squat ISO right at the end for that long duration yielding work. I'm a big fan of it. Right, all these rest times are good. I wouldn't change anything with them. Just make sure like we got 90 seconds here, just so we can get high quality reps. It's a little higher than we need, but I just want high quality reps because we're learning it and we want to ingrain those movement patterns early. Squat looking really good with that. Saying we're going to top end speed. Dynamic warm up, alternating bounds, prime times, 10-yard max fly, both leg hops, bent knee. Okay. So dynamic warm up, great. Alternating bounds, I'd push this back. So I'd go dynamic warm up, prime times, cool. I'd go 3 sets of 15 yards, and we're really going, that's max effort with that. But right, it's not crazy intensive. That's kind of, I would consider it a medium tier. 3 sets of 15 yards is going to be good. Then I would do, so these both leg hops, it's the end of the week. I still want to have these at this back half because normally this could be considered a light tier, but I do more volume with 60 seconds here because I want to build that capacity because, right, this is a Friday and the next time you'll run is a Monday with like a high running day. So that's going to be just fine at the back end. But normally if it's a little less volume, I put it after the dynamic warm-up for more sort of a primer, but that's going to be just fine how I want those done. Then these alternating bounds, so you're probably getting a step about every 2 yards. So I would just change this to 2 sets of 15 yards. Like we don't need a ton for bounding. That's going to be just fine. So it'll be dynamic warm-up, bang, 3 sets of 15 yards. Okay, then 2 sets of 15 yards for these alternating bounds. Then these flies I would definitely change as a initial startup. I would go 3 sets is going to be fine still, but I'd go a 5-yard build and a 10-yard fly for week 1. Still good with this 120 rest sec time, but I want to have a little more of a constraining factor early. So basically what you're doing is like you're not hitting a true max speed. You're able to actually like limit that, which is what you want early. So right, if you're not a advanced athlete or not necessarily advanced even, but someone who's ran in this exact system, it's going to be different, and we'd want it to be a little easier initially for you. And in terms of like the actual load and basically so you stay healthy. So we go a 5-yard build and a 10-yard fly. So your max velocity is actually going to be not quite max velocity because you only have 5 yards to build into it instead of 20 yards, right? So that's how I would change that. Then I'm good with his bent knee calf and hip flexor iso. Just a little of that long duration isometric work. As you can tell, I got it here Wednesday and Friday. Big fan of it. So yeah, this is pretty good, right? I gave you those adjustments, and right, even without those adjustments, this will get you really some tremendous results. But those adjustments, if you do those, are going to actually get you super dialed in. And as well, if you look at all the other modules, and especially like the speed and plyometric progression model, you're going to have everything you need to actually run this successfully over 12 weeks, right? I showed you all the concepts. And I showed you exactly what it looks like and how I'd make those adjustments now, with both these being older programs that are not 100% up to date. Because I also, if you looked at the lifting one as well, I have that in here as well, right? You got everything you need to actually be able to do this, right? It just comes down to your execution, actually putting in the time or effort. If you follow like the plan with the rest times, right, the exact yardages, and you follow a decent progression, which will make sense if you watch that plyometric progression video, you are going to be so much faster and more explosive by the end. I'm 100% confident in you that you could be able to do this on your own, right? It's not easy to figure it out on your own, but I'm giving you as much as I can to actually make sure you understand how to do this. So I will see you very soon. Here I'm going to be breaking down my personal 40-yard dash start as well as one of my other athletes who's a track athlete, so we can see a little bit of the differences between a 40 start and a track block start, but learn from both. So we're just going to run through this and we're going to see what I can improve on. Because by no means am I perfect. I think it's definitely, I'm in a good starting spot, but it's not perfect at all. So looking here, I'm a fan of the shin angles. A lot of times with a 40-yard dash, they're higher and they're going to drop down right away. So we watch as I roll into it. Both my shin angles drop, which is fine. That's to be expected, because also I like to have my feet a little closer, so my first step is projecting out further and I'm not getting a super short step. So then looking here, almost perfect triple extension, right? You can see my back leg is completely straight. One thing I'm not a huge fan of is it looks like I'm looking out already at probably the 3-yard line. I'd want to be looking closer down to the 2, and that's going to bring my chest down a little bit, right? Then as well, my front arm, it's decent, but I want to see it higher, really where my elbows at my chin height. I've always struggled with my front arm drive, not getting anywhere. So I'm looking at it, right? I get into this position and it starts to really kind of cross my body. It's almost right under my chin. We'll take a look at another angle I'll show you. And it's not really driving out forward as much as I want to. So I'm a little high. I'm a fan of the triple extension in my legs. And we keep looking through it here. Right, you can see that front arm is crossing over in front of my face. And right, that's not what I want. My lower body, very good, very strong positions, right? Basically almost complete triple extension, very strong front side. But now I'm just concerned I'm looking out too high. And then this front arm is very weak as crossing over in front of my face. So we keep going through here. The rest of it, there really isn't much in terms of, okay, those are the big problems right there. Is my front side arm drive, you can even see it here. It's kind of right over my face. We'll take a different angle. And then getting up high already. So then I want to look at another angle so we can see this even better. So then looking here, we're going to run straight through it. Now let's break it down. So I'm a fan of the start position. No problems with it. Head is down, which is what I want. Now coming out. See, notice how my hand is on the opposite. My hand is coming across and basically right here. That's not what we're going to want. We're losing energy laterally. Really want that right here. Almost thinking about like cheek to chin, like your butt cheek to your chin with your hand. And right, I'm coming across too far lateral there. Right, and you can see here, this looks like a really awkward position. My arms my arm is coming down and across, and then my left arm, like my actual left arm, this side of the screen is now kind of doing the same thing, coming out and across, and right, that's directly under my chin right now. I am a fan of, though, notice how my thigh is internally rotating, right? And it's coming across. That's seen in a lot of high level sprinters, like Olympic sprinters. You'll see that a ton. It's very prominent. So like that is not a problem at all. You know, like doesn't look straight. It looks awkward. Then I keep going here. One thing I notice is I'm holding my breath, right? That's not something you necessarily want to do on the start. What you want to do is like you're breathing in, set, and right as you go, you're pushing out maximally, pushing out a hard breath, right? That's going to help you. We're not doing a max back squat where we're trying to hold our breath the entire time. And that's what you can tell I'm doing here. Often I'm pushing for probably 10 or 15 yards before I breathe. That's definitely not the right way and slowing me down. If you think about it, it's going to be making you more tense, right? Your core is going to get tense. And sprinting, pushing is more like your acceleration is needs to be more tense, and it's more like a push. Then at max velocity, you need to be breathing to stay loose and elastic, because you're not going to be able to muscle your way through max velocity sprinting. It's all elastic. So being able to breathe properly is going to be an essential with that. So I keep getting through here, right? Just noticing that front arm is still pretty small. Gets a little better here, right? It stays in line, which is closer to what I want, but still not where it needs to be there. Right. We're going back. Big thing, kind of like I mentioned in the previous one with myself, is the frontside arm drop is pretty weak. I'm a fan of the triple extension, and notice how I'm landing with my toe pointed out. That's completely fine. What you'll notice is when you're accelerating, your feet are going to start pretty wide. It's like, notice I'm not stepping right under myself. Well, as I get to max speeds, which we can't really see here, which is okay, my feet are going to be landing directly under my hip. So your feet should really go wider, or they're starting wide. So imagine I'm running up. My feet are going wider, and they're getting closer together. So it's going to look like a triangle where your foot step. If you had paint on the bottom of your foot, you'd see a triangle that's going to converge, and it's literally just going to be one foot in, like literally this close together at max velocity. But when you're accelerating, they might be 2 feet apart. And that's completely okay. That's just the way acceleration pattern is. So that's not necessarily a problem there. Now, let's move on to Drew. This is one of my athletes. He's a track athlete. He's a D3 sprinter right now. And I want to show the differences here, because obviously he is a block start, but there's a ton we can learn from this, because he's quite a high level sprinter. Just looking through here. Okay. Let's roll through this. Good start position. Notice his shin angles are a little lower. You typically see a little lower shin angles in track athletes just because of how the blocks are set up, which is fine. He rocks down, which is okay. Notice I did that same rocking where my shin angles dropped. He's doing that here as well. It's not perfect, but you'll see it in almost every single athlete. Then as he comes out, notice here, really good triple extension, right? Basically perfect. His foot actually displaces from that front block. It's not like it's staying on there. This foot has not touched the ground yet, and this foot's off the block. So that shows he's pushing hard, right? Notice his angle is lower than mine. It's not perfect. I still personally think he could be out a little lower, but he's coming out at a really strong angle here. Very strong backside arm, literally going to the sky. And his front side arm is also something he needs to work on, but it's personally better than mine. So his arm is kind of coming out to the side here versus getting up and closer and overhead more. He's just throwing it out, right? He's throwing it hard, but not necessarily in the 100% correct direction. So we look, right? He toe drags a little bit, and notice how his toe is pointed down. I've talked to with him multiple times about this. This is like a fake toe drag, because they talk about toe dragging to keep your shin angles low, but he's artificially doing it because he's leaving his toe to hang out instead of being dorsiflexed. So right, that's not going to be ideal, and we've worked with him to get a little better at the pass because it used to be much, much worse. Right, then we get out to this full second step. It's looking solid. His steps are wide. They're definitely wider than mine. But like I said, they're going to converge together, and that's going to be okay. This front side arm is still a little small. I am a big fan of, though, how his head is staying down through his whole thing. Right, he is having some internal rotation, which we'll see. His arms are still super strong here, 3 steps out. This looks like a really good position, being right here. It's a lot better than mine personally. And right, they keep cruising it out. So I want to look at a different angle then with his. So it is straight on that we're going to be able to take a solid look at. So we'll play it out. So let's see here. Coming out of the blocks. Notice that internal rotation I was talking about with myself. You see it with him here. But notice how his hand position is much better than mine. His is basically right on top of his head. His head is down, which is good. I'm glad I can't see his eyes right now. This is his first step. That's not something we want to see right away. His hand is out. You can still see it a little higher, personally, and we're looking to work on that with him. The second arm coming through. Good. Still in a really good position here. It's getting higher. His head is down still, which is what we want. Keep going, keep going. The only thing I'm not liking here, I can see from this angle, is you can see his head is shifting back and forth a little bit. Watch it here. It's shifting back and forth like this because he's straining really hard here. I notice he also, I believe he's holding his breath here. I can't quite tell, which is something he personally needs to work on because we want a sharp, hard exhale right off the block start or the 40 start. And his arms are solid still. This is right here. His hands are like this. That's fine. Notice we don't want to be balled up in fist. That's going to create a lot of tension, especially that max velocity when I say it's all elastic, where we don't want to be here. A lot of things I like to think about is just having your fingers right here because you can squeeze a little bit, notice, right? We're not squeezing as hard as going like this. He's doing a pretty good job, just like his hands are like a little tense right here, which definitely works. Really, like, look at that. Hand is basically relaxed. It's getting up here, and his eyes are still facing down out in front of him. He's not, what is this, 4 steps now? He's not looking straight ahead. When we're thinking about these starts, they want to glide up and out. So I want to go back to actually my video, a different one, and show you that more. So we are right here. I want to break this down. Let's make this a little smaller here. Okay. So we're going to look at my start here now. Getting out a little longer. So, okay. So I'm pushing it out to about right here. So we'll watch there. So I want you to look here. Notice how my chest slowly rises. It's not popping straight up. It's a pretty gradual incline. Right? Right at that point, I'm pulling up now, but it's basically straight up, which I would want to push out a little longer, but I'm pulling up there. Because if I look at my initial launch angle, here, right? Notice how it's higher than Drew's. Like, I'm still getting good triple extension. My front side arm is really bad, but I'm getting that full triple extension. I'm still looking down at an angle. I'm not looking straight out in front of me. Then we notice I'm right here. It's a much higher angle. So it's right that it's not something that, like, it is still a lower angle. It's not perfect still. And as I'm getting out here, I'm getting close to more upright. So that's what we want. We don't want your head. And a big thing is going to be that head position. That's something that people neglect so often because people want to see where they're going. You don't need to see where you're going when you're running straight, right? And as a linebacker, it's a little more difficult because every time, like, I'm playing football, if I'm accelerating, like, I'm in 5 yards depth, sitting in my linebacker stance, I need to accelerate forward. It's because I'm going to need to look where I'm going, so my head naturally wants to pop up. So I have to shed a block, whatever, fit up, make a tackle. But here in the 40-yard dash, that's going to hinder you because it's going to get you into those top speed mechanics sooner. And that might sound good, but we do want to accelerate really longer when we can. Because we can't hold our max velocity very long, and actually being able to accelerate longer is going to get us into better mechanics and proper positioning through this. So we keep going. Right, notice that arm right there is pretty poor. Like my arm is always super bunched. It's like, you could almost think of it as like muscle bound. When I'm trying to roll my shoulder forward, like in my running, it basically stops. It stops at parallel here. It's not rolling up here. Like you notice Drew's was rolling up here. My arm honestly stops right here. And it's not a mobility thing. Like I could go over my head. It's just, that's the mechanics I've used. I think a lot of that has to do with some of the lifting I'm doing and not realizing this for a very long time. And notice how this down arm is straight. That's completely fine. People always think you need to keep it at 90 and 90. You look at any Olympic sprinter, their arm is not going to be staying at 90 degrees the entire time. Right, we getting through here. It's looking solid. Right, big position right here. Now I'm basically at the point where I'm looking forward, still in strong positions. I honestly like this arm position a little better. It's literally right next to my eye, which is good. I'm still getting really strong backside extension and front side where I'm pulling up here. Not perfect. Really big thing is, like I've constantly preached on, just looking at different angles of it. My chest is coming up too high. My eyes are staying in good position, like my head. My chest is coming up too high, and that front side arm is very poor. So I just want to give y'all a good breakdown on understanding the 40, seeing my mistakes as a D1 athlete, seeing Drew's mistakes as a D3 sprinter, both pretty high-level athletes. So I want to give you a little higher insight into what are some things you can look for. And obviously, if yours doesn't quite look like this, that's fine. Be critical of yourself. Actually understand. And biggest thing is, go watch the NFL Combine. Go watch guys who ran 4.2s, 4.3s. See their mechanics. Go watch Olympic sprinters. Their mechanics are literally perfect. That's why they're in the Olympics. Go look at them and see where you look different, right? It's easy to see it, but it's actually hard to find the right drills to do it. And that's where, if you want to work with me one-on-one, that's where we're going to figure that out. Because I can say, you can say, you need to get your chest down, but how do you actually do it? It's going to be a little tougher to actually do it, right? So that's all I got for these 40s. I'll see you in the next part. Now we're going to be moving into progressive overload, which is honestly the most important concept of all of training, and that's why I want to cover it so early. So the body resists change until it is forced to, because your body's in a state of survival. But with progressive overload, that means you're gradually increasing training demands to continue adaptation, and without it, you plateau. This is a big thing I've seen is way too many guys. They're running 3 sets of 10 for a month, 2 months, and they don't increase the weight. Sure, it'll get a little easier by the end, but you're just spinning your wheels because you're not progressively overloading and you're leaving so many gains on the table. And you don't necessarily just have to increase weight, right? You can add 5 pounds to your bench. But you can also add reps, sets, and things that people don't think about is reducing rest time. That'll be a little more of that aerobic conditioning, increasing speed and power of the movement. So increasing the velocity on the barbell, sprinting faster. But then also a form of progressive overload is the actual improved technique. Muscle fibers hypertrophy when they're exposed to mechanical tension beyond what they're accustomed to. This triggers muscle protein synthesis, where the body repairs and strengthens fiber. This muscle protein synthesis is something we'll be talking about in a lot greater detail later, but I just want to introduce it here. And really the key point here is no progression equals no growth. The body adapts to demands placed upon it. Avoid spinning your wheels and going nowhere. You need to progress. That's exactly what this is going to be. It's a very simple concept, but it's something that's so commonly messed up, because if you think about it, you can't necessarily go from a 185 bench press to a 225 bench press in 1 week. You're going to have to manipulate the other variables, reps, sets, rest times, the actual speed and power of it, and your technique. All those are going to have to be manipulated to get you from that 185-pound bench press to that 225-pound bench press. It's not as simple as just slapping another, 40 pounds on the bar, and then you're just there. So that is something with the athletes who are working with me is going to be done in a very smart and efficient way to get the absolute most results for you guys. What is up? I'm back with another video explaining this time resistance training versus cardio. It's going to be a little bit quicker one, but something I wanted to touch on. say both have roles, but the adaptations are honestly going to be near complete opposites. So resistance training, this is what the primary fashion of the training with my athletes is going to be, is primarily resistance training, then also sprints and plyometrics, which we will talk about later. But building strength, hypertrophy, and neuromuscular efficiency is all what that resistance training is going to be building. It increases force production, tendon strength, and bone density, which are all going to be great side effects to just keeping your body more healthy and resilient for your performance in your sport. Now, on the opposite end, cardio, which is aerobic training, improves the heart, lungs, and vascular health, allowing faster recovery between plays and practice. So there is going to be both when you're training with me, but not necessarily in the traditional what you'd expect running 3 miles. I think for the most part that is pretty counterproductive because there are other ways to improve your aerobic function that is more congruent with your actual goals in your sport. Because most of you are playing team sports, they're very fast, explosive, dynamic. Running 3 miles and getting 5,000 steps or whatever during that at a very low intensity is the exact opposite we're on. Fast twitch is over here, slow twitch is over here, and you're on the slow twitch end here when you're doing that aerobic training. But we want the majority of our training to be on this end of the spectrum, even if it is a little more like something like 300 shuttles or assault bike conditioning. That's going to be a lot more conducive to your actual performance on the field and not having those mixed signals like I talked about in the intro not too long ago. With resistance training, it's going to be activating the muscle type 2 muscle fibers, which is fast twitch, crucial for explosiveness, while cardio primarily trains type 1 fibers, which is slow twitch for endurance. Athletes need a blend, but resistance training is the foundation of speed, power, and durability. I will be breaking those down in a later module, those muscle types, to give you a little better understanding of how exactly. We're talking about volume, sets, reps, and weight. So really, what is volume? Is the total work you perform in your training, and it is, like I said, the sets, reps, and weights. So if we look at an example here, kind of break it down a little bit, is you squat 200 pounds for 3 sets of 10 reps. That's 6,000 pounds of tonnage or total volume. That's not necessarily how you're actually going to track in application because there's so many more variables than that. If you think about doing a 1 rep max on a back squat, say you can 1 rep max 600 pounds, you're a very elite athlete. But then you're doing lateral raises and you do 20 pounds for 2 sets of 15 reps. Will be about the same tonnage, right at 6,000 pounds per arm. But you can imagine the actual difference on your body is going to be substantial. Just doing some lateral raises with very light reps versus a 1 rep max back squat, that's something we will continue to break down further so you can understand why, even though it's about the same tonnage, that there's actually a lot of different benefits and drawbacks from both of those. Then you can also measure volume by number of hard sets per muscle group per week. This is a more traditional way that we're going to get closer to doing it, is tracking the amount of sets you're doing, progressing that over time. And you can think about volume as your dose of training stress. Just like medicine, too little won't help and too much can be harmful. Say we take this 200-pound back squat, three sets, 10 reps, but we bump that up to 9 sets of 10 reps. Now we're at 18,000 pounds. That's something that is probably going to be on that too high end range. But if we drop it down to 1 set of 5 reps, that's going to be too low. And that's where having a proper coach in place, which I will help you guys do for the athletes that are working with me, make sure we're on board, because it's going to look different for everyone based on your training age, how strong you are, recovery factors, your actual stress in your personal life. All of those are going to come into play when we look at how should you actually progress in your program in terms of volume. So it's not something to get done. It's not something that's very easy to get done properly, but with the right guidance, I have your back. Now, why does volume matter? So research shows training volume is the main driver of hypertrophy, which is muscle growth, as long as the intensity is high enough. So we think about intensity for a second here. If you can do 10 reps of 225 pounds on bench press, but you do, let's say, 10 sets of 3 versus 3 sets of 10, which is going to be more stimulating? If you think about it, it's going to be 3 sets out of 10, 3 sets of 10, given the factor of we're looking at muscle hypertrophy, not necessarily explosive power. So your 3 sets of 10 is going to be a lot more stimulating than 10 sets of 3 because it's so much closer to your 10 rep max. Your 10 rep max is 225 pounds, and say you rest enough, you can hit it for 3 sets, right? That's going to be the intensity that we are looking at, because if you're going that, in this case, it would be like RPE 3, that's for the most part going to be way too low to actually drive some type of stimulus because your body can already handle that. Then also, more quality work equals stronger signal for adaptation, which is kind of just what I highlighted. You need to have that quality work with the intensity, but more is not always better. There's a minimum effective dose and a maximum recoverable dosage. Like everyone intuitively would know, you can't necessarily train 8 hours in the gym every single day. But there's also a thought that you can't necessarily train 5 minutes in the gym every day and expect to see results. So there is a medium, and that's where that coaching piece is going to come in to make sure we have all that dialed based on your situations. And really, like I said, athletes don't just need more, they need the right amount of progress without burnout, and that's why I love working with my guys individually. I would never work in a team setting really because of that. There's too many factors, I believe, to maximize your success. There's just too many different things that play into an account that I wouldn't like to manage and just put a big guideline over everybody. Because so many people, it's going to be too much, it's going to be too little, and there's just going to be so much more room for growth that was really left on the table for so many athletes that it wouldn't sit right with me. That's why I like training guys individually. But there are some guidelines. This is really for hypertrophy, and a lot of stuff we're going to be doing is some velocity-based training and rate of force development. So that's stuff we will talk about because that changes up the sets substantially. But we're looking at hypertrophy, beginners, 6 to 10 hard sets, muscles per week. Intermediate, 10 to 20. Advanced may push higher, but you really got to make sure your recovery is dialed in here. Because if you think about it, that 6 may seem low. A lot of you are like, I'd probably do 6, 10, 20 sets of chest. In a workout, your recoverable volume is going to be a lot lower. We also have to consider that intensity piece. If you are training at an RPE 5, which means you could do 5 more reps each set, you're going to be able to hit a lot more sets, but then you're just going to end up doing a lot of junk volume. So you look at an example here is something that you could do like for chest as a beginner, 3 sets of 8 bench press, 3 sets of 12 push-ups, dumbbell incline press, 3 sets of 10. That would be 9 sets a week. And if you're really just starting out in the gym, that is something that could definitely work out. Now we got to look at volume with this intensity. Volume and intensity work like a seesaw. If weight is very heavy, 90 to 100% of your 1RM, 1 rep max that is, you can't do much volume because you're going to have low reps and few sets because it is so heavy. You simply can't do that many reps with it. But if the weight is lighter, 60 to 75% of your 1RM, you can push higher volumes with more reps and more sets. And there's different times to do different things. That's periodization, which we will get into, because it's not just as simple as, oh, I'm going to be at 75% of my 1 rep max and do 5 sets of 5 for a month straight. There's so much more to it than that, and that's why for you guys working with me, I have a coach right here that I'm going to be able to guide you and making sure we progress based on your season, your situation, to get that right situation for you. And this is kind of what I talk about, this volume for athletes versus bodybuilders. Bodybuilders are really looking to maximize hypertrophy. So we're not trying to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger because that's simply not conducive to being the best athlete that we can be. But athletes are looking to maximize performance, which is a little different approach. We have moderate volume, higher quality, and a lot more recovery focus. Athletes can't afford to bury themselves in volume because you're going to end up needing energy for practice, games, and skill work. Like, it simply isn't just lifting in the weight room. You have your speed work, practice, games. You have the mental strain of most of you being students, but then also your team meetings. All those things are going to add up, even if it is physical stress versus psychological stress. Like, your girlfriend broke up with you. That's a stressor that's going to be placed on your body that is going to actually affect your physical performance. Even though physically you are okay, that mental stress is something that's going to take a toll on you. That's why you see a lot of guys end up getting sick at the end of finals week. So that's an interesting note for you guys. Signs of too little versus too much volume. So too little, no soreness, no fatigue, and consequentially, you're really going to have no progress in the weight and reps and kind of be spinning your wheels in a circle and driving absolutely nowhere. Too much, you're going to have constant soreness, fatigue, poor sleep, irritability, and declining performance. Because we'll talk about the super compensation model of how your body recovers, and you need to give it enough time to actually compensate and make gains. But if you're doing too much too frequently, you're never going to get back up to that peak. You're just going to be digging yourself further and further into a hole. And if you do this for long enough, rhabdomyolysis is something that's likely, but I've actually never seen that happen. But that is something to be warned about. That is some really extreme overtraining that honestly takes months to recover from when you dig that deep. But in all honesty, I wouldn't be worried because 99.9% of athletes probably really couldn't even train that hard, or they'd have the knowledge base to make sure something like that doesn't happen. Now, here's an analogy to think of. Think of training volume like homework. If you do none, you don't learn. If you do 20 hours every night, you'll burn out and retain nothing. Like you try cramming for an exam and you stay up all night, you get no sleep. Do you really remember much on the exam? Not really. But if you do the right amount that challenges you, helps you grow, and lets you recover for the next day. Maybe it's 2 hours a night for you. That's where you're able to retain the most. And you do that for a week, then you ace the exam. But if you did that same amount, that 10 hours in one night, sets and reps explained. So I know I briefly touched on these already in the volume portion, but I do want to expand on what this really means. So what are sets and reps? Reps is repetitions, which is one complete movement of an exercise, like doing a bench press up and down is one rep, or squat up and down is one rep. Sets is a group of reps done together before resting. So basically every exercise, you're not going to be doing one rep. You're going to be doing multiple reps. So you do 10 reps in a row, and you stop. That is one set. A lot of times something is like 3 sets of 10. Together, this will determine the structure and the stimulus of the workout, which applies to that said principle of getting the exact adaptations that you are looking for. Why do these matter? Like I said, is the adaptation you prioritize is what your body is going to adapt to and get the performance gains that you want. And with that, different rep ranges stimulate different systems. Strength, hypertrophy, and endurance are the 3 main ones that we keep it broad right now. It's not random. The numbers you follow send very specific messages to the body. 5 reps on back squat versus 30 reps on back squat is going to be complete opposites, and is going to be very different for what actually happens to your body when you do that. So let's actually look at those rep ranges and see their effects. So these are more soft rules. Like you can be in this hypertrophy zone of 6 to 12 reps and still gain strength, but these are the main emphasis of what you're going to get out of them. So 1 to 5 reps is a strength zone. That's where it is heavy loads, about 80 to 100% of your 1 rep max. This builds maximal strength and neural efficiency. Your brain and nerves get better at firing the muscles. So that's a big one you can think about is if you look at a powerlifter versus a bodybuilder, a powerlifter is going to be substantially stronger, but oftentimes they're not going to look as muscular as a bodybuilder because they're training this strength zone, and the actual skill and neural efficiency of squatting, deadlifting, and benching a lot of weight is something they practice. A bodybuilder does not care about how much they lift. For all they care, they could bench 225, but they get a massive chest out of it. That's completely fine because they're aiming to look good. So they're majority of the time training in that hypertrophy zone. That's going to be 6 to 12 reps with moderate loads, about 65 to 80%. And this is where you're going to maximize your muscle growth, just the increase in size of the muscle. And this is a balance of mechanical tension and metabolic stress, which I'll break down even further in later modules. Example of this could be 3x10 on bench press or 4x8 on rows. Then there's the endurance zone, 12 to 20 or more reps. There's a lighter load of 40 to 60%. This builds muscular endurance and conditioning. So there is applications to this, but the majority of the stuff in the athletes that are going to be training with me are going to be in the previous 2 zones. So this trains the type 1 fibers, slow twitch, which are fatigue resistance as an endurance base. So this is something like doing push-ups, doing it like a set of 30, sled pushes like some 50 yards, or tempo circuits. So let's look at the sets. This is kind of how you build out your volume. So a single set is rarely enough for adaptation. Multiple sets allows for sufficient training volume to trigger growth. So beginners, you can do 2 to 3 sets. Intermediates, 3 to 5 sets. Advanced, 4 to 6. And this is not a hard rule. This is a soft rule that there's a lot of interpretation for it, especially when we start to add in the athletic training to this. Each set is a new opportunity to recruit muscle fibers and build adaptation. Then we look at the rest a little bit. I do want to touch on this right now. Is the strength, you're going to want a lot more rest. So 1 to 5 rep range, you want 2 to 5 minutes because you're going to want full recovery before each thing to be able to lift heavy again. If you try to do your 95% for 1 rep on back squat, maybe 500 pounds, and then you try to do it 30 seconds later, you're probably going to fail because it's really difficult. You need that 2 to 5 minutes or even more. If you look at powerlifters, sometimes they'll rest up to like 10, 15 minutes to be able to lift their weights again. Hypertrophy, 60 and 90 seconds. You want to balance tension and recovery. There's also the pump that you will get, which we will talk about. And endurance, you can keep it really 30, 60 seconds if you're looking to keep your heart rate up and work that aerobic base. Rest times matter as much as the sets and reps for the signal you're sending, because that amount of recovery time and the amount of intent and effort you'll be able to push on that next set. We look at a little application for this now. For the off season, most of the time you're going to want more hypertrophy work because this is your time to actually add mass to your frame if you need to, if like you're a contact sport athlete, and just basically build armor for that. Because then when you get into preseason, you're kind of looking to peak for your actual performance. So you're looking at strength and power focus, just 3 to 6 reps, some velocity-based training. You're looking at heavier loads. Then in season, you're looking to maintain what you built in the offseason, peaked in the preseason. You're going to maintain in the in-season with lower volume, 2 to 3 sets, and moderate reps to maintain strength while also not fatiguing you, because at this point, competition and practices are going to be the most important things. So really think about it. The numbers should match the phase of the season and the demands of the actual sport that you were in. So common mistakes are only training in 1 rep range. Doing a 3x10 forever is going to get you very suboptimal results. Chasing high reps with sloppy form just to feel the burn. A lot of times the burn is not indicative of actual muscle growth. It's more like metabolite buildup, lactic acid buildup, and the majority of the time it's going to hurt a lot more than what it's worth. It's going to hurt so much if you're doing a set of 30 at 25 reps, but maybe you can do 35 reps, but you only did 25 because it hurts so bad. You're really not going to be getting a ton out of that set in terms of hypertrophy. Then overloading weight in low reps with bad technique. So that's really when your ego gets into play. I see this a lot with high school athletes and their squat depth. When you start loading up weight and you just like, I know I can do this way, I can do it, and you start doing half and quarter squats, you're not really getting much out of it. And your technique needs to be consistent even if you are increasing the volume and intensity. So really each rep range has a purpose. Learn to cycle through them. And all the athletes working with me, you are going to have absolutely no problems. All this information I'm telling you, I have managed, and it's just your job to execute it. So look at the analogy we have for this. Think of sets and reps like gears in a car. Low reps equals first gear, max, torque, and explosive start. Moderate reps, second and third gear, steady acceleration and muscle building. And high reps is cruising gear, fuel efficiency, and endurance. So that's a little different way to put it in there for you guys, you car guys out there. Hopefully that helps you out. Then to be a complete athlete, you are going to need all gears. So here is the fun one. What is a pump? This is a big thing that a lot of athletes, or mainly bodybuilders, just love to train for. That's the whole reason they train, is to actually feel this pump, because a lot of guys are just absolutely in love with it, myself included. So a pump is the temporary swelling of a muscle during or after exercise caused by increased blood flow and fluid accumulation in the muscle. In science, it's called transient hypertrophy. Not really something you need to know, but I just wanted to throw that out for you. So how it happens is when you train, especially with moderate weight and higher reps, your muscle's going to contract repeatedly. So this isn't something that necessarily happen with a 1 rep back squat, but if you do 10 reps, this is something that you could definitely look forward to. This compresses veins, slows blood leaving the muscles. So then the arteries keep delivering blood with the oxygen and nutrients. And the plasma and the metabolites, like lactic, accumulate inside the muscles. And all that ends up combining to create that swelling feeling And most people explain is it feels super tight. A lot of times you'll look a lot more vascular, which is a lot of aesthetic looks that a lot of guys likes. But that pump is something. It just feels like the inside of your muscle is just getting absolutely ripped and expanded. But the actual science behind it a little more is more blood equals more oxygen, nutrients, and hormones delivered. There's going to be metabolite buildup, so like lactic, hydrogen ions that draws water into muscle cells, just creates cellular swelling. And then this triggers signaling pathways linked to hypertrophy. So eventually, the pump will result in muscle growth, although it's not necessarily 100% indicative of it. Is more the actual mechanical tension, which is the weight on the bar and like basically the weight and actually pushing heavier weights versus trying to squeeze a muscle to get a pump. But there is some muscle growth behind it. So why it matters for athletes? Well, it feels good. It shows the muscle is active. And it's more just a good gauge of working the proper muscle. If you're trying to do incline bench press and you're aiming at targeting your upper chest, but your triceps are absolutely getting lit up, that's a sign that maybe something isn't right. Maybe your grip is a little too close for what you're looking for. And like I said, and I've mentioned multiple times now, the pump itself isn't equal to growth, but it supports growth through metabolic stress, one of the three main hypertrophy drivers, along with mechanical tension and muscle damage. Pump also increases mind-muscle connection by making the target muscle easier to feel, which in the long run can be very effective when you're looking to do more isolated exercises, like say a rear delt fly. You want to be feeling it in that actual rear delt versus say your mid traps. So as the pump explained, here we are going to be talking about form and mind-muscle connection. So why form matters. Form is the foundation of effective training. It's not about ego lifting or just moving the bar. It's about moving with precision so the right muscles are doing the work. Good form ensures the stress is placed on muscles, not joints, ligaments, or your lower back. So really making sure you are going to be staying healthy, because the goal of this strength training and conditioning is to prepare you for sport. And if it's something where it's hindering your sport because you can't be healthy ever because you were training with improper form, that's not what we want. This is looking to add to your sport, not take away from your performance. Poor form might let you move more weight in the short term, but it builds bad patterns and raises your risk of injury. And here's an example. A linebacker who deadlifts with a rounded back might get away with it in the gym, but that weakness will show up on the field when absorbing force or bracing for a block. So maybe he's trained enough where your body it's honestly pretty resilient and could probably adapt to deadlifting with a lower back, but then you get into a compromised position on the football field because it's not as controlled. It's a very random and violent sport. You end up having those bad movement patterns and absorb way too much force through your low back, and you slip a disc or something like that. So that's just an example. Obviously, a little bit of an extreme example. That's something I want to make sure that form is A+ from the start. I don't want it to be something where you load up to 275-pound back squat when you first start, but you're at a half depth, and to actually get your form right, you can only do 185 pounds. That is not what I want in any regard. So what is the mind-muscle connection? The mind-muscle connection means consciously focusing on activating the muscle you're training, not just completing the movement. For example, in a bench press, instead of just pushing the bar up, you're thinking about squeezing the chest and driving your triceps through the lockout. Science shows this type of internal focus increases muscle fiber recruitment, especially in smaller stabilizers that athletes often overlook. So this is something that I emphasize a little bit with my athletes in terms of hypertrophy training. A lot of times when we're doing, say, a bench press, we're looking to just move the weight with good form, intent, and tempo. But if we were doing, say, a dumbbell incline bench press or a dumbbell fly, we might want to look at squeezing that chest more to get more activation out of that and actually drive that hypertrophy, which we would be emphasizing at that time. How do the athletes benefit from this? So we take a look at a squat. An athlete who connects with their glutes and quads during squat builds real leg drive. That translates into faster acceleration, higher jumps, and more force when changing direction. Look at a push example. Alignment pressing with his chest, shoulders, and triceps, firing in sync, will be stronger at holding the line than one who just flails their arms. In a pull example, a wide receiver who feels their lats and upper back firing in rows or pulls will be better at controlling their body in the air or fighting contested catches. So there's a little bit of a breakdown. It isn't quite that simple, but I do want to break it down a little easier to try to make it more manageable and see how this actually translates to the field for you. So you think about a wide receiver jumping on the field, and literally everything is going to be activated to get his body to perform that exact movement and be efficient at it. But that lat and upper back engagement is something that we can look at that would be beneficial. And a core example for this, a linebacker who trains planks or anti-rotation presses with intent on core engagement will transfer that stability directly into tackling and resisting blocks. So here are a couple practical tips, because honestly, all the information doesn't mean anything if you don't have anything to do with it. Slow down your reps, especially in the lowering eccentric phase. This is something that's critical in the triphasic training for the athletes working with me, in a phase that we work very early to develop that in the proper way. Add pauses at the hardest part of the movement, like pausing at the bottom of the squat to eliminate the bounce. That is yet another methodology I will use in the triphasic methodology, and some coaching cues that you can think about to actually do this right. Squats. Drive through the floor, push the knees out, chest tall. That's really just putting your body in a proper position, because most of the time athletes' knees are too tight and they're driving, their hips are shooting out of the hole first versus their chest and the upper back. Bench, pull the bar down with control, squeeze the chest on the way up. It's a pretty basic one. Deadlifts, brace your core, push the ground away, finish tall. This is an absolutely great one, because this is one of the most common things I see messed up, and is really why I don't program my athletes on straight bar deadlifts at all. I feel like there's too much risk for the amount of reward that you get back with doing it for athletes. Then also record your sets and watch them back, because really the video never lies. It's just like film in football or your sport. The film is never going to lie. And the athletes working with me, I want you to send me tons of videos of you doing this stuff, because I want to make sure things like this don't happen, that you're getting in poor positions, developing poor movement patterns, because even though I'm not with you, I want to make sure that's developed properly and you see success with that. Good form is going to build good habits. The way you train in the gym is the way you'll move on the field. Mind-muscle connection makes every rep count. If you can feel and control the muscles in the gym, you'll be more explosive, more stable. Now let's look at time under tension. So like I said, the way I set this up is going from basic concepts to a little more advanced. Although we are still in the basic, this is something that is talked about a little less that I want to cover. So what time under tension means. Time under tension is simply the amount of time your muscles are working during a set. Every rep you do has phases: the lowering, the pause, and the lifting. How long you spend in each phase changes the training effect. If you rush through reps, you minimize the amount of time your muscles are actually stressed. If you control the movement, you maximize the quality of the rep. So these are variables that I will manipulate a ton with my athletes through the triphasic methodology to get us different training adaptations to really maximize your performance on the field. So here are some examples of that. Fast reps. Moving quickly, especially in the concentric phase, trains power and explosiveness. Think about cleans, jumps, or sprints. You're teaching your nervous system to fire faster and harder. Controlled reps, 3 to 5 second eccentrics. Slowing down the lowering phase increases mechanical tension, which is the main driver of hypertrophy. It also helps identify weaknesses in form and builds stability through the full range of motion. This is the first phase of the triphasic methodology, is focusing on eccentrics. Like I said, a huge one is going to be identifying those weaknesses, especially in high school athletes, to make sure that their form is dialed in for the rest of the training block. Isometric holds. Pausing at the hardest point of the lift, like holding at the bottom of the squat, improves tendon health, joint stability, and control. For athletes, this develops the ability to absorb and redirect force, which is crucial in contact sports. Really, what separates good athletes from great athletes is how fast they're going to be able to decelerate and reaccelerate, and actually focusing on the eccentric and isometric portions of a lift are things that typically aren't trained by usual athletes. So that gives you that extra advantage to be able to shorten that time it takes to decelerate and reaccelerate. You think about in football, you're running back trying to make a cut and juke out a linebacker. If you can decelerate and accelerate faster than him, likely you're going to get away from that. So here is some of the science behind it. Research shows eccentric contractions cause the greatest microtrauma in muscle fibers. This microtrauma isn't bad, it's the stress that signals your body to rebuild stronger. Isometrics have been shown to increase tendon stiffness, which means more efficient force transfer from muscle to bone, critical for sprinting, cutting, and jumping. And concentric work with max intent improves motor unit recruitment, which directly drives speed and explosiveness. So if you take that paragraph right here, that breaks down the entire triphasic methodology in such a simple way. This is exactly what we're looking to do, but then the actual application of it does take a ton more work. But that is the goals that we're looking for in each phase. Athlete-specific examples. Squats. Controlling the descent for 3 to 5 seconds teaches you to stay tight and balanced, which translates to better force production out of the bottom and more stable knees on the field. Bench press. Lowering the bar slowly to your chest keeps tension on the pecs and shoulders, building size and strength that transfers into blocking and pressing opponents. Sprints and jumps, fast concentric intent, trying to move the weight or your body as explosive as possible. It mimics game actions like bursting off the line or exploding upward for a rebound. Isometric core holds, a linebacker who practices anti-rotation holds will build the core stiffness needed to take on blocks without getting twisted out of position. So a lot of these exact movements are going to translate exactly over the field. Like we say, it is often in the weight room just a more maximal intent with it in a much more controlled manner to ensure that you can get that maximum intent. So on the field, you have that actual horsepower and ability to use that. And here are some practical ways to apply the time under tension for those of you who are not currently working with me. Adding a 3 to 5 second lowering phase on accessory lifts like split squats or rows. Use pauses at weak points, bottom of squats, midway on pull-ups, or on your chest on the bench. Train explosive intent on the way up. Even if the bar moves slowly under heavy weight, the intent to move fast recruits more fibers. That's going to be some rate of force development talk that we'll get into in the either advanced or elite category, because that is a little more nuanced topic. That's something I'm definitely going to cover. Mixed tempos. Not every rep has to be slow. Some days emphasize control, others emphasize speed. There's also something in a periodized model where there will be different phases to emphasize things like that. So that's a little bit on time under tension. I've gave you a lot of sauce in this one. Definitely do what you can to use that practical application. Onto this video, I want to be talking about movement quality is more important than the actual load on the barbell. So lifting heavier doesn't always mean better. Athletes need movements that transfer to sport, not just big numbers in the gym. A lot of this is going to come down to some velocity-based training with that transfer sport, which is something we will be talking about. Example, a full controlled squat at 225 pounds develops more usable strength than a shaky half squat at 315 pounds. This is common sense, but it's a lot tougher to actually see people actually do this in execution. That's why I wanted to point something out like that. Why quality matters? Because it builds mobility, stability, and strength in positions athletes actually face on the field. Reinforces good mechanics, the nervous system adapts to whatever you repeat. Train poor mechanics, you ingrain dysfunction. Train quality mechanics, you ingrain efficiency. And here's a concept I've found more from anecdotal evidence from all my time training athletes and also being in football myself, is typically the dominant athlete, let's take football an example, is going to be a lot healthier than the non-dominant athlete, because when they're dominating their opponent, they're going to be positions that they train a lot more frequently. You think about O lineman coming off the ball and dominating a D lineman, he's going to be in a good squat base, pressing fully locked out, versus the D lineman is going to be leaned back, he's going to be arching his back, he's going to be on his heels, he's going to be in a really bad position and put him in a lot bigger chance of getting injured. So honestly, just being the dominant athlete and actually training to become that dominant athlete, training with good movement patterns will keep you a lot healthier in the long run. So a little bit of a quicker video, but I will see you in the next. Onto this video, I want to be talking about movement quality is more important than the actual load on the barbell. So lifting heavier doesn't always mean better. Athletes need movements that transfer to sport, not just big numbers in the gym. A lot of this is going to come down to some velocity-based training with that transfer sport, which is something we will be talking about. Example, a full controlled squat at 225 pounds develops more usable strength than a shaky half squat at 315 pounds. This is common sense, but it's a lot tougher to actually see people actually do this in execution. That's why I wanted to point something out like that. Why quality matters? Because it builds mobility, stability, and strength in positions athletes actually face on the field. Reinforces good mechanics, the nervous system adapts to whatever you repeat. Train poor mechanics, you ingrain dysfunction. Train quality mechanics, you ingrain efficiency. And here's a concept I found more from anecdotal evidence from all my time training athletes and also being in football myself, is typically the dominant athlete, let's take football as an example, is going to be a lot healthier than the non-dominant athlete, because when they're dominating their opponent, they're going to be positions that they train a lot more frequently. You think about O lineman coming off the ball and dominating a D lineman, he's going to be in a good squat base, pressing fully locked out, versus the D lineman is going to be leaned back, he's going to be arching his back, he's going to be on his heels, he's going to be in a really bad position and put him in a lot bigger chance of getting injured. So honestly, just being the dominant athlete and actually training to become that dominant athlete, training with good movement patterns will keep you a lot healthier in the long. Now I want to talk about realistic results. Honestly, this is not as fun because it's not as glamorous as most people would like to imagine it is. So muscle growth and performance is going to take time. There are no shortcuts. Beginners might gain about 1 to 2 pounds of muscle per month under good training and nutrition. Over a year, that could realistically be 10 to 20 pounds, but nowhere near someone saying 10 pounds in 2 weeks you see on social media. These are due to weight fluctuations, water retention, and fat gain. So really, actual accrue of muscle tissue is going to take a ton of time and effort, but your body weight is going to fluctuate, like I said, due to some of those factors. Strength gains come faster at first, but it's important to understand why. This is a big one. Early progress is mostly neural adaptation. Your brain and nervous system get better at firing muscle fibers, improving coordination, and making lifts feel easier. Over time, those fast gains slow down and real progress comes from years of consistent training. So you think a little bit about a new skill, like the first time riding a bike, is you're going to get a lot better at riding that bike a lot faster in the beginning because your nervous system is adapting. Also, being young helps when your nervous system is very like plastic or has a lot of plasticity and is open to growth. Like when you look at language learners, there's a little bit of a side tangent that's interesting with this nervous system is people learning a second language, the earlier they start, the more successful they're going to be because that plasticity in the brain and the nervous system to actually develop that. It's kind of a little bit of a similar thing when it comes to lifting weights is right away early that neural adaptation is going to be a lot more substantial because it's something brand new compared to when you've been lifting for years. So visible changes, the kind you can see in the mirror or feel on the field often takes weeks. The amount of time is different for everyone. I can even see changes on a day-to-day basis based on my hydration levels, amount and quality of food I've ate. Others, it will take weeks to notice changes. So it really depends how in tune with your body. Like I can notice a difference in my body from morning to night or one day to the next because like my sodium, my water, what I trained the day before. But to see like substantial long-term changes is really, I would give it 4 to 8 weeks. If you're doing things properly, you will definitely be able to notice some sort of difference. Look at the science behind it. Hypertrophy, muscle growth, happens through repeated cycles of stress, recovery, and adaptation. You create small amounts of muscle damage during training, the body repairs it, stronger during recovery, and over many weeks this compounds into growth. This cycle really can't be rushed. If you pile on more work than your body can handle, you just create fatigue and risk injury, not necessarily faster growth. So then let's look at the athlete's perspective here. A receiver doesn't suddenly add 4 inches to their vertical after one plyometric workout. The vertical jump improves slowly through consistent strength training, tendon adaptation, and nervous system efficiency. A lineman doesn't suddenly add 50 pounds to their squat after 2 weeks of lifting. They build it steadily, and the long-term base of strength pays off in durability and explosiveness on the field. Social media is often going to sell quick fixes, but real athletes understand that consistency is the competitive advantage because honestly, most people quit before results show. I'm not trying to sell you guys that you're going to be able to gain 10 pounds of muscles in a month. It's unrealistic. You could gain 10 pounds of body weight, but it's not all going to be muscle mass. So there are a lot of like tricks social media is going to use to get you to sell their service. The key point with this one is going to be patience and consistency are the true performance enhancers. Trust the process, stay consistent through the slow weeks, and results will stack up over months. Now I want to talk a little bit about some individual differences. Not everyone is going to respond the same, and that's the simple truth that most people have not faced yet. Big thing is going to be genetics. Genetics play a major role in things like muscle fiber type, distribution, recovery ability, and growth potential. Some athletes are naturally fast twitch dominant, built for speed and explosiveness. Others have more slow twitch fibers and excel at endurance. So if you were to be an athlete that was more slow twitch dominant, you have no chance in the world that you are going to be a world-class sprinter. You can still see growth in that, but there's zero chance that you are going to be world-class simply because how your muscles are made up is not really something you can change. And that is completely okay. You just have to work with what you got because you can't pick your parents at this point. Genetics influence your tendon insertion points, limb lengths, and muscle shape, which can affect strength, expression, and aesthetics. So some people, if you look at your bicep, you can find this length right here, and that is the length of your insertion head. Mine is about 2 fingers. Some people may be able to get like 4 fingers right here and have a very peaked bicep, and some people may find that more aesthetic versus a long belly head. But those are things that you can't really fix. So it is, like I said, you can't pick your parents, but it does play a role in some way on how you are going to turn out as like aesthetically as well as an actual athlete. Training age is another factor. Beginners are going to adapt much faster than advanced athletes. This is called a novice effect. In the first year of structured training, almost any consistent program will yield fast strength and size gains. Really, for those beginners, there's going to be a lot of fundamental movement patterns of where they're going to develop the most, right? Because they're going to put on mass if they eat properly. They're going to be able to gain strength really by basically doing anything. But it's establishing those critical movement patterns that they don't have to rewire a year down the road because they were doing poor movement patterns for an entire year. It's about having the right coach to build that early for them. So over time, progress slows, and advanced athletes need more precise programming, volume management, and recovery to keep improving. Things just get more difficult and more advanced the further you go, but that's really how life is going to be in literally everything. Then body types. Some athletes are naturally lean and find it easy to stay light, but struggle to gain size. This was me personally. When I was a little kid, I was chubby, but then kind of when I got into around the age of 13, I got super skinny, and I would consider myself until recently very skinny the rest of the time. It was difficult for me to put on weight, but right, I found a way through it. I put in tons of work, time, effort to actually get that and overcome like how my body naturally was to get to the point where I am right now at 210 pounds. Others build muscle easily, but also may gain fat quickly. So some people are going to be able to just look at a dumbbell and they're going to grow. Not all muscle, not all fat, that's okay. But they might have a different advantage that you don't. But it's also a disadvantage with the amount of fat they're going to gain. And understanding your body type is going to help set realistic expectations and guidelines for your nutrition strategies. That's something for the athletes working with me we are going to cover to make sure you are put in the proper position. Now I'm going to be talking about understanding fatigue in your body. So fatigue is a natural and temporary reduction, and that is caused by training. There are also other factors I'll get into as well. It's not a bad thing. It's actually necessary for growth. So there are 2 main types of fatigue: central fatigue, CNS fatigue. This is going to be when your body and spinal cord are taxed. Your nervous system gets tired, which lowers your ability to send strong signals to your muscles. You'll notice slower reaction times, decreased explosiveness, and a sense of mental fog or lack of motivation to train. This matters for athletes because if your CNS is fried, even light movements can feel heavy and it'll be slower on the field. So there's something more to think about as you become more of an advanced athlete, you've been training longer, that this is going to be a bigger factor. Because you think about the CNS fatigue of squatting 600 pounds versus 200 pounds is going to be substantially different. Someone who can squat 600 pounds, it may take 5 or 6 days for the nervous system and everything to fully recover. There also is that joint health that you got to think about versus someone with 200 pounds may be fine the very next day because they're still very new to training and it's not as much of a stimulus. But then for your central nervous system, you can think about too is your recovery factors outside of it. like your sleep. Today, I got 5 hours and 15 minutes of sleep according to my Whoop. And out at practice, I could feel my reaction times were a little slower, and mentally I wasn't quite as sharp as I wish I had been, simply because I didn't get the amount of sleep that I needed. Then also there's that life stressors of your girlfriend broke up with you. You're going through finals. You and your friend just got into an argument. Things like that all take a role on your physical being because it is still a stressor to your body. Then there will also be peripheral fatigue. This is a fatigue within the muscle themselves. It happens when glycogen is depleted, metabolites build up, and micro damage accumulates in the fibers. You'll feel this as soreness, heaviness, or a drop off in fatigue. So this is the typical type of fatigue you think about when you're training hard. You're going to be sore the next day or a couple days later from DOMS, delayed onset muscle soreness. Really, the science behind it. You train hard, your performance temporarily drops because of fatigue. You recover, the body repairs and adapts, and you come back stronger. Performance rises above baseline. If you keep adding stress without recovery, your body never gets the chance to adapt. That's when fatigue turns into overtraining, constant soreness, poor sleep, irritability, stalled performance, and high injury risk. So we look at this supercompensation model. Here's really how it works. So you train, and your fitness level is going to go down because that was a stressor. But then your body's going to recover, and it's going to super compensate so it can handle that stress the next time you do it. But here's what it would look like if you're overtraining. You train and you recover, but maybe you only get back up to not quite that baseline level, and then you train again and you get back up a little bit, but still not to that baseline, and you keep digging yourself deeper and deeper into a hole until eventually you're not going to have any motivation to train. You're going to feel terrible. And if someone, for the highly motivated athletes, although this is an extreme situation that I have zero worries about for any rational athlete, is getting into rhabdomyolysis, where your body starts really basically eating its own muscle because it is so in such a terrible state from all the stress and training that you put on something where it'll take months to recover from. That is like a very real possibility, but something I'm not concerned about at all. I just want to throw it out there to show really your body it's an interesting thing, and it's a machine that can really do anything you want it to, but you have to do it in the right way. So examples for this. A sprinter who trains max effort sprints every day will eventually slow down, not get faster because the CNS never recovers. That's that overtraining that I just talked about. And it's very prevalent, especially in like time things like sprints, where really, like, you think about an Olympic guy, they're training 4 years to drop 0.1 off their 100 meter. They have to be very intentional with how they train to avoid the CNS, too much fatigue in the CNS, because their margin for error is so thin. But that's also why they have very advanced world-class level coach to help them get there. Then a lineman who squats heavy 5 days in a row will just break down his legs without giving his muscle fibers time to rebuild stronger. And not only his muscle fibers, it's going to be your joint health. Your joints are going to start to hurt. You're going to have a lot higher increased risk of injury on that day, 5th day, 6th day, because you haven't let your body recover at all. But how we manage this is sleep 7 to 9 hours per night. Like I said, I did not do that tonight, and I felt it. Fuel with enough carbs and protein to replenish glycogen and muscle repair. Use active recovery, light mobility, walking, or pool work. This is something I'm going to be touching a little more in depth at another time. Program deloads or lighter training weeks to give your body a reset. I want to talk a little bit about replenishing those muscles with your energy through your carbs and calories. One of my athletes came to me and he was sitting at about 2,800 calories, and he started to get really fatigued one week. And this week he's a hockey player. He had increased expenditure in his daily activity. He was on the ice about like 3 or 4 hours a day because the team was just starting up, and he was very strict on his diet. He'd go 2,800 calories every day. Then he'd find himself like about once a week just binging like crazy, eating like 6,000 or 7,000 calories, just an absolutely insane amount. And what we talked about after that week is you need to up your calories. Clearly, your body is literally starving for that extra nourishment, where you have crazy cravings once a week, and like it's to get that extra calories, carbs, protein that you need. Then we decided, right, we upped him about an extra 600 calories a day. And we take a look at his energy levels. He felt so much better, and his performance on the ice and in the gym was substantially better. So that this recovery piece is a very real thing. A lot of people think they can just kind of get away with it doing whatever, that 22 hours outside the gym. But it is going to be a very real thing in determining really where your success lies. Like if you want to gain weight, put on muscle mass, it's going to be very hard to if you're not eating properly. So that is really it for the basic training. What I want to say is I'm glad you made it this far. Now there will be advanced and elite. It's going to be a little more difficult concepts to understand, but also things that I think you should take on that challenge to make sure you know how to train properly. If you ever do decide that you want to run this on your own, I want to give you every single tool possible and all the information you need to actually. Welcome to the advanced training module. I'm glad you made it this far. Make sure you have watched everything in the basic training module up until this point, because this is all going to be building upon those foundations. And if you really don't understand those, a lot of this stuff is not going to make the most sense. You're not going to be able to apply it as good as you can. So first, we're going to be starting with triphasic training. And here is what that breakdown is. So there's going to be builds on phase potentiation. Each contraction type potentiates the next. This is the exact methodology I'm using in the momentum method that I've used to train myself and all of my athletes. Starts with the eccentric phase. This has the greatest mechanical tension, lengthen contractions, recruit more high threshold motor units, increase fascicle length, and tendon adaptation. So really the eccentric overload improves injury resilience. That is all that is saying in more simple terms. The isometric phase is then what I'm moving to next. And typically each of these phases lasts somewhere 2 to 4 weeks, depending on when really we need to have an athlete peaked. So it develops rate of force stabilization, tendon stiffness, increases efficiency of these stretch shortening cycles. So that's basically how fast your tendons are contracting and more of that explosive elastic movement through some weight training. So it is beneficial. And I want to cycle back a little bit on how these two are going to build on each other. The eccentric phase having like 4, 5, 6 second lowering, that's going to help to correctly pattern your movement pattern so you're doing it with the best form possible for the later phases, right? Then the isometric phase is going to be having a long pause in a very difficult position, which is even going to strengthen that even more. So when we get to a concentric phase, it converts that elastic energy into power, trains neural drive, and rate coding. So that's basically saying we're pulling all that together and we're moving with much more intent and speed. And that's really going to peak your strength and athleticism, which is really exactly what we want with this momentum method training. The advanced applications here: contrast training. Pair eccentric and isometric strength work with explosive plyos for potentiation. So a big one is the French contrast training, which I'm not going to get into right now in this advanced module, but that's something I use with a ton of my athletes. That's been super effective at really building up squat strength, but also increasing their vertical jump height. Velocity-based training, this is a huge one that I use as we get into peaking with the athletes. It is tracking bar speeds with concentric focus to ensure max intent. And you don't necessarily need to track the bar speed, but it's basically using a more dynamic load, so a lower percentage that you can move faster and moving it with max intent. And a lot of times you'll see big time colleges, they'll have iPads or bar, like little things on the bars that track the velocity. And you can use that to determine when to cut off a set based on your fatigue to get the exact adaptation that you are looking for. But unfortunately, I do not have access to that. The key point with this is that the triphasic bridges the gap between raw strength and that usable sport explosiveness, which is exactly what I want when I'm training my athletes. We're not looking to become a powerlifter. We're not looking to become a bodybuilder. We're looking to become the absolute best. Now let's get into talking a little bit more about specificity and transfer to sport. So this one is going to be a little bit more of an advanced breakdown. It's in the advanced module for a reason, and some of this goes over your head. That's completely okay. I don't expect you to know all this stuff or completely understand it. Most of the stuff I'm going into a moderate breakdown, because if you are working with me, this is all stuff I'm covering and I'm in charge of to make sure it makes sense. But I do want to give you some base information for when you do decide to train by yourself if you want to program yourself. So it's going to be using dynamic correspondence. It's basically taking these 5 factors: muscle involvement, range of motion, velocity of movement, force direction, and coordination and timing. So all 5 of these factors, we're looking to figure out how close or specific and transferable it can be. So training closer to these equals higher transfer. So you think about, if I'm a linebacker myself, doing a resisted shuffle is going to have a lot more transfer to football than, say, simply a back squat. But then you could say a power clean is going to have more application and transfer to football because you are getting into violent triple extension quickly from being in a more like squatted linebacker stance, basically, to rolling your hips forward, catching the bar, almost like you're shooting your hips through to make a tackle. So there's some examples of a little bit of what that specificity and transfer can look like, but that's more of a general feel thing. And you don't necessarily want every single exercise to be as specific to the sport as possible, because then you're just playing your sport. There are qualities that you need to develop in terms of strength, power, speed that need more general exercises to get those actual developments in those regards that you can't necessarily do by simply playing a sport. So some applications for this is really going to go general to a specific progression. It could be squat to split squat to sled sprint. So you're starting a squat, some general strength. Split squat, we're getting a lunge closer to a sprint position. And a sled sprint, we're really getting into a sprint, but still having some of that resistance, taking a little bit of that strength and power with it. So if you analyze these sport forces, like football acceleration is more horizontal force, basketball rebounding is vertical force. So those are things you can take into mind in terms of your training. Like a big thing I like to do with football acceleration is doing like a clean superset with a double or triple broad jump. That's a huge one I'm a fan of for my horizontal power. It directly improves my actual broad jump, which is that horizontal force and like hip explosion that I need to be a dominant linebacker. You can use resisted sprints, med ball throws, or jumps in the same vectors athletes need in sports. I'm a huge fan of, honestly, rotational med ball throws because of the application to core strength. And basically every sport is going to be dynamic in your core. And I feel like it's very undertrained facet. So I'm huge on getting weighted rotational core work in terms of throws or simply some more static stability work. Absolutely a must when it comes to training. So the key point here is really transfer beats numbers. If it doesn't resemble game actions in sports, velocity, or position, transfer will be limited. But that is not to say that everything needs to be directly transferable to your sport, right? There are still general qualities like you need, like a back squat is going to develop some general qualities that are necessary. It doesn't mean you can just. Welcome to the energy systems training video. Here I'm going to be breaking down some energy systems that are done in your training. So we will start with the ATP system. This is dominant typically in 0 to 10 seconds and recovers in about 3 to 5 minutes. The glycolytic peaks in 10 to 60 seconds, produces lactate, acidity, and fatigue. And then oxidative is dominant in 2+ minutes, also aids in recovery between sprints. So the athlete's goal is to maximize the right system while maintaining balance. Based on your sport, they're not all going to be the same. Like you think about cross country, that's mainly going to be like an oxidative type of system, but football would more be ATP. Those are some more extreme options, but let's look at some actual application of this. So for football, the ATP system is for those plays, really the average play is about 6 seconds, and the oxidative base that you have from whatever type of conditioning you've done in the off season that built that will help that recovery between snaps and drop that 3 to 5 minutes. Because obviously in football, you don't get that much time, but also after a long drive, you're going to be fatigued. You're not going to be able to play every snap at 100% unless you're in extremely good shape. You look at basketball, there's heavy glycolytic demand, and that oxidative system helps recover between sprints. And then conditioning equals specific. So 300-yard shuttles build glycolytic tolerance, and tempo runs build oxidative base. That makes a lot of sense. Those tempo runs are going to take longer. You're at a lot lower intensity, but 300-yard shuttles, most athletes are going to get them done in like about a minute. That's going to fall right in that higher end of that glycolytic system, and that's something that can be very useful. I know we do these for football a little bit, but more at Furman here, we've done 150s, which is that little shorter end of range of motion range of that glycolytic system, which I'm definitely more of a fan of, because it does get tough to do conditioning as strictly ATP, because then I personally feel that the injury risk is a lot higher when you say, let's do 10 100s and you have to hit 9 seconds to complete it, right? Or that may be a little fast for a lot of guys, but say you give you 10 seconds, you have 100 yards, you're going to be going really hard on the intensity, and by the end, your form is going to decrease a lot, and you're going to be putting your hamstrings in a really compromised position when you're running so fast with poor form and a lot of fatigue. So that's why I'm a lot bigger fan of something like a 150, where you're going 25 yards and back versus going full 100 wind sprints. So that's a little food for thought when it comes to determining your conditioning, and also making sure it applies to some extent to your sport. But there's also periodization with this, that like the oxidative base that you're building is something you can do early in the off season if you are a football athlete. Then looking closer to that glycolytic and ATP system is going to be better as you are peaking for your season. Because really with that oxidative base, it's going to maintain the longest out of any training adaptation that you ever receive. It's going to maintain longer than your strength. It's going to be maintained longer than your ATP system. So it's really something, once you build it early in the off season, it's not really going to go away when you do your other standard training, given that you are doing a little bit of some type of conditioning. So really the key point with this is, don't just run for conditioning. Build the energy system profile that's going to match. Here we go with getting into training frequency. So the breakdown for this is, let's start with muscle protein synthesis. That typically lasts about 24 to 48 hours after training. So training a muscle 2 times a week is going to keep that muscle protein synthesis elevated. I know there's a lot of guys who there are bodybuilders that do bro splits, that is training like a muscle group once a week. In all reality, that is not going to be optimal for the most part. Some people can get away with it. It depends, obviously, on a lot of other factors than just your muscle protein synthesis. But in general, that's not optimal, especially for an athlete. So then neuromuscular qualities, which is like your speed and power, require more frequent touches, 2 to 3 times a week, but lower fatigue to stay sharp. Thinking with sprints, really, you can hit 85%. This is based on some science that I learned here at Firm, or something from the athletic department here. You can hit 85% twice a week, and that's enough to gain speed. And you can hit 70% twice a week, and that's enough to maintain speed. And that's also something to do with the hamstring length. Once you hit those certain speeds, that it keeps them fresh, because I know hamstring strains are honestly very common in sprinting, but hitting those speeds at a frequent basis allows the fact that your hamstring is not going to get detrained when you decide to go back to 100% sprinting after you hit like 70 to 85% for a week or two. You are going to end up being okay, versus you're just jogging around at 50% for an entire week, then you try to go sprint at 100%. There are going to be some problems. It's going to get a lot more difficult, and you're going to be at a lot higher risk of a hamstring strain. So some application when it comes to this: split programming, upper, lower, full body, or concurrent speed and strength. I typically like to follow upper, lower for the most part, but I will change it based on the athlete. Depends exactly what you need. In season, reduce volume per session, but increase frequency. Shorter, high quality touches. I like to program a lot of microdose lifting in season, where it is 3 to 5 lifts, but really they should be taking under 45 minutes, versus in the off season, maybe it's 3 to 6 lifts. They're taking over an hour or 90 minutes. The key point with this really is frequency is a skill practice. Treat strength and speed like skills you refresh multiple times per week. Like, think about your critical drills that you want to do to become the best athlete. Maybe you're shooting free throws, and that's an important part of your game. Maybe how you play, you get fouled a lot. You don't want to shoot free throws once a week. You probably want to shoot them at least 2 or 3 times a week. That's the same type of concept here with your body, and exposing those stimuli to your body, and make sure that you can stay fresh, stay peaked, and not be detrained when you're only doing something. Now let's get into it and talk about muscle damage. This is going to be caused by that mechanical tension and metabolic stress that we just previously talked about. So this is really caused by in another way is caused by that eccentric overload and novel ranges. So you're really not going to have muscle damage if you're doing a stimuli that you've done before. If you've done 225 for 5 on bench press at least 10 times, like say you've done it a lot, it's very easy at this point, and you decide to start training 225 for 3 and count that as like your best set, you are not going to be seeing muscle damage because it's simply not enough stimuli to overload the muscle and cause damage. But when you do, it signals inflammation, which then causes repair and eventually growth, which is really the whole goal of hypertrophy. But having too much will equal long recovery times and poor sport readiness. Think about there's German volume training, which is 10 sets of 10 on back squat with eccentrics. You think about doing that, you are probably going to be sore for 5, 6, 7 days. It's going to be terrible. But like there are some application for it for those type of athletes. But we look at a sport athlete, a team sport athlete, the type of guys I train, most of the time that's going to be way too much. And you're going to have practice all week. You're going to be feeling terrible. You're not going to be ready for your sport. Some applications for this, though, is using eccentrics strategically in the offseason. This whole triphasing methodology is really based on using eccentrics. Then avoid high damage protocols close to games. Like that 10 by 10 on back squat would make absolutely zero sense close to the game. In-season training is going to look substantially different than off-season training. And manage DOMS by progressing new lifts slowly. So DOMS is delayed onset muscle soreness. And it's basically saying is we don't want to increase the load so drastically that you are going to be extremely sore. Say you're doing 3 sets of 10 on bench press. The next week, we don't want to do 6 sets of 10 on bench press. Maybe it would make sense to only do 4 sets of 10 so you are not increasing the amount of volume, load, or intensity in absolutely crazy amount because that's what's going to cause that delayed onset muscle soreness. But the key point here is use damage for growth in training cycles, but don't chase soreness as the goal. Just because you are not sore does not mean you're growing, but it can be an indicator, but is not the only. Now let's talk a little bit about mechanical tension. So the big thing with mechanical tension, it is the prime driver of hypertrophy. And what it really is generated by high force at long muscle length. So you think you are squatting 400 pounds for 5 reps, that deep range of motion where your quads and glutes are very stretched, you're going to have a lot of mechanical tension. Eccentrics and full range of motion lifts maximize tension. You think about it, you're doing bench press quarter reps for some reason. That's not going to have much mechanical tension because you are not getting much muscle length in terms of your chest and tricep. They're all going to be very close to maximally contracted the entire time. And we look at some applications of this. Where you're going to see this most is 65 to 85% of your 1 rep max. Once you get over that 85%, you're a little bit into that actual strength territory. There's going to be less mechanical tension, more neuromuscular. And when you're below that, simply it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be heavy enough to have strong mechanical tension adaptations. But that doesn't mean there are some applications for under that 65%. So tempo work can be good to increase eccentric tension. It's a big thing I'd follow in the triphasic methodology. And long length partials. Huge one, incline curls and deep split squats. So I absolutely love incline curls for that is your biceps. You're leaning back on a bench and you just have a ton of tension even in the stretch position. Your biceps, if you've never done it before, will get absolutely blown up. Love that one. Deep split squats are also great for that lower body. Can be pretty taxing though, so I don't always program these. And the increase in tension where muscles are the weakest. Like you think about those incline curls right at the bottom of your bicep, when it's fully lengthened, that's when the tension is going to be extremely high. So the key point with this is chase controlled tension at length, not just heavy load, because there is something to note that there is a little bit higher of an injury risk when you're at a very long stretch range of motion. You think about when your hamstring gets hurt in sprinting a lot of times is when it is a lengthened position. When you hurt your bicep, if you were doing curls, it's probably not going to be at the top end range of motion. It's going to be when your bicep is almost complete. Now that we have talked about mechanical tension, I do want to talk about metabolic stress, which is another driver of hypertrophy. So what it actually is the accumulation of metabolites, which is like lactate and hydrogen ions. Not necessarily important for this, but it increases the cellular swelling, which does signal anabolism, which is muscle growth. Catabolism is the muscle wasting. This is the second driver of hypertrophy, works best, like I said, with that mechanical tension. So the application of this is things like high rep finishers, short rest, blood flow restriction training. If you think about it, it is just simply a different way of training. It's not necessarily better or worse, although it is a secondary driver of hypertrophy. I wouldn't recommend it for like to do all the time, like meaning your only driver of hypertrophy, but is definitely something I have all my athletes doing. There's things like getting a pump, those high rep finishers. And the good thing about this, like it says, is using accessory work for size without CNS fatigue. You think about doing bicep curls with 20 pounds for 20 reps versus like 40 pounds for 6 or 8 reps. The 20 reps is going to be a lot less fatiguing on your central nervous system. So there are definitely some great applications to managing that central nervous system fatigue, especially if you think about some lower body training. If you did some really heavy back squats, some really heavy eccentric back squats, you're not going to want to have your hypertrophy work be super crazy in terms of weight and that mechanical tension. There will be some, but going crazy on that can be very difficult to recover from. So key point here is it is great for hypertrophy, but don't rely on the pump for athletic transfer. The pump is great. It feels great. It is definitely motivating in training, but should not be the only thing we're looking at in our training. There are tons of other things that I've talked about that are very. Now let's look at some motor unit recruitment. So what does this actually mean? Motor unit is one motor neuron and all the muscle fibers it controls. Recruiting high threshold motor units, which is fast twitch, is the key to speed and power. So how recruitment changes training. Low loads, only small, slow twitch units recruited. Heavy loads, high threshold units activated. Explosive intent, fast twitch units fire even under lighter loads. So let's kind of explain this here. You think about picking up a pencil with your hand. That is very light. It's not going to take much force, but your muscles can't just contract at 25% effort to pick up that pencil because that's all it needs. It's either a fully contract or don't, but that's going to be those slow twitch muscles doing that because it's very light and easy. Now let's think about you pick up a 10-pound dumbbell. That's a heavier load, so those high threshold units are going to be activated. But then even you're picking up that 10-pound off the ground and you're looking to throw it over your head as fast as possible, fast twitch units are going to fire, even though that's a little lighter load. Like with that heavy load being 10 pounds, it's going to require more than a pencil, but still not going to be heavy. I hope you're a lot stronger than picking up a 10-pound dumbbell off the ground. But if you decide, I need to throw this over my head, then those fast twitch units are going to fire because you have to move your body and the weight fast to actually simply throw it. So the science behind it. According to Henneman's size principle, muscles recruit from smallest to largest motor units as force demand rises. Neural adaptations improve recruitment, firing frequency, and synchronization. Explain early strength gains before muscle growth. Basically, they're saying for novice lifters, a lot of times you're going to get strong very fast. That's going to be that neural component because your body's actually understanding how to activate your muscle fibers in the proper synchronization and pattern to make sure you can actually lift that. If you've never done a bench press, it's probably going to look pretty bad. But if you look at someone who's done a bench press for 3 years, I hope it looked pretty good compared to that novice. But right away, when you're that novice in the first month, your form's going to be getting a lot better. You're going to be able to fire those muscles a lot faster. That strength is going to go up. I'm sure you will be gaining muscle mass given you're doing everything else right. But a lot of those gains right away are going to be from that neural capacity that you've built. Look at some athlete-specific examples. For a sprinter, explosive starts depend on recruiting fast twitch units instantly. Basketball players, jumping high requires activating large motor units quickly. Football players, tackles demand all fibers firing at once. This also seems to make sense because these are all very explosive movements. It's not something that is slow. Sport isn't slow, like I've said plenty of times. So your body's going to have to instantly basically turn these on to make sure you can actually recruit them and do the actual task that you're assigned to do. And these are all things your body, you don't have to think about, oh, I have to turn on these muscles to do it. It just happens. But eventually it'll happen quicker when you practice things more and more. Like you will get better, you will get faster at sprinting. As a lot of that is neural because you sprint, it's an actual task, it's a skill, and your body gets better at producing or reproducing that skill, and then you can do it faster. So practical ways to train this recruitment though is heavy lifting, which is greater than 80% of your 1 rep max. This is going to basically improve the ceiling. And then with your other training, the goal is to basically be able to pull from that ceiling and actually recruit it in a usable way when you're training with power and velocity. So things like cleans and sprints, things that are lower on that force velocity curve, will pull into that ceiling that you've developed from training over 80% of your 1 rep max. Like I said, that max intent sprints, jumps, and throws, it's kind of going to pull into that and also cover all the holes that you're missing. And then Q, move explosively on every rep, even heavy ones. This is huge. That I talk about with my athletes. That's that rate of force development, that force velocity curve. Hopefully you start to realize at this point that everything that I've said recently kind of ties together. It's not just one individual thing. Like this motor unit recruitment is not separate from, let's say, we look at here, your load management, or it's not separate from the auto regulation and readiness. We scroll all the way up, we can see that force velocity curve. These all tie together in terms of with that motor unit recruitment, that's going to be up in that maximum strength is when we're recruiting the most, but then we need to use that peak power, strength, speed, these ranges to tap into those units that we just recruited. It's like if you have them, but you actually have to apply it on the field because you're not going to be squatting 600 pounds on a field. You're going to be moving in some dynamic and fast function. So all these really apply together, and how you're going to do that is through that velocity-based training, kind of like I said. So all these concepts that I've brought up over this module, they all apply together in some form or fashion. So I hope you've been able to understand each concept individually, and you start to put together in your mind, how do these make sense? And for the athletes working with me who are really interested in this, talk to me more, and I will be able to break it down even more in even more detail and give you the welcome to the periodization video. This is honestly one of my favorite topics because there are so many different ways you can do it, and there isn't necessarily one correct way. And with the periodization, you can literally control every single variable, which I'm a huge fan of, to get the exact adaptation that you're looking for. But what it is the planned sequencing of stress, which will lead to adaptation and peaking. There are two main models, the linear and block model, where each block focuses on one quality. This is what the triphasing methodology is. Then there's the undulating and concurrent, which rotates weekly. I'm a lot bigger fan of the linear and block model. That's just how I've been trained, and there've been with the undulating model, a lot of times there's a lot higher injury risk, which is obviously not ideal, but there are different ways to train it that can reduce that. That is just my opinion on that. And some application for this. So if we look, the off season, it would go GPP, hypertrophy, max strength, power. That would be the linear block model because see, you are focusing on one main quality. So you're going to GPP, general physical preparation, then you're looking to build mass through hypertrophy, then looking to get max strength and go into power. Preseason, you go high specificity and taper volume. This is where something you could go a little more of an undulating model to rotate all the qualities and keep them all fresh. Then in season, you want to maintain the intensity, reduce the volume, use micro doses. So this is more of an actual application of how to do it. And you can do it both in the linear and the undulating model. Like I said, I'm a little bigger fan of the linear, especially when I have long durations, like how I've been trained in the football. We typically have very long durations and blocks. So like I said, blocks, I even said it there, you're able to do things like that GPP, hypertrophy, and get into other phases and focus on one quality at a time, which I'm a huge fan. The key point here, though, is that periodization ensures you peak on the field, not just in the. Welcome to the progression models, and this is really just explaining different ways that are common and work very effectively to progress. So the linear load increases. This passes at the novice stage. This is where something as simple as adding 5 pounds on exercise per lift. Very, very simple, but very effective at the novice stage where you don't need a ton of advanced methodologies to get the adaptations that you're looking for. Double progression, add reps before load, safer long term. So it's something You go 3x5, 3x6, 3x8, then you increase the weight. There's also the undulating model, which is mixed rep ranges. This one can get really advanced very quickly, so I'm not going to get too deep into this one right now. I'm not also a huge fan of it. The velocity base, so this auto-regulates load via the bar speed. So it's like you want to hit a certain velocity, say it's 1 meters per second on a back squat, which is very fast. If you do 315 pounds and you only hit 0.8 meters per second, you're going to want to drop the weight to hit that 1 meter per second. And really, that number will be set by a coach. Obviously, you need like an advanced system for it to track bar speed, which is absolutely amazing, and to get the exact adaptation that you're looking for. Then also RPE and RIR. This manages fatigue while progressing. So RPE is rate of perceived exertion. So there's a 1 to 10 scale. 10 being you could do 0 more reps. 1 being it was so easy you could do, in theory, 10 more reps. So a lot of sets I like to take to like an RPE 7 to 9. So that's somewhere where I have 1 to 3 reps left. And then we look at RIR. This is basically just the same concept, saying it in a different manner. So there's reps in reserve. It's 1 to 10. So an RIR of 1, you could have done 1 more rep. RIR of 10, you could have done 10 more reps. Let's look at some application for this. So strength lifts, double progression plus bar speed targets. So that's where, like we said up here, you're going to add reps before the load. So that's where you can increase 3x5 to 3x6, stuff like that, and hit the bar speed targets. That's that velocity-based training. Hypertrophy, add sets over mesocycles, which are longer cycles in a periodized block. And then speed, tracked best through time and velocity, cut sets when speed drops by more than 5%. And really that 5% number is a soft number. It depends how frequently you are training. If you're going to be hitting the speed on a more frequent basis, you may only want to look for 1 to 2% drop off. Or if you are a very elite athlete, you may want to look for a smaller drop off, because a lot of times when you have that such a strong stimulus from being able to sprint so fast, your body's going to take a lot longer time to recover. So the key point here is progression is not linear, and athletes auto-regulate to keep quality high. This is something that is really very tough to do on your own if you're just getting started, because you don't have the best understanding of what your body is like, how it responds. But having a coach who knows exactly what they're doing is definitely going to be a game changer in this, to make sure you can keep consistent. Now let's look at exercise selection. So really the big rocks: squat, hinge, push, pull, carry. Those are the 5 things you need. In theory, you could make a complete program with just those 5 things. Obviously, there are multiple variations of squat, and that's where things start to get more tricky and obviously into a more complete program. But those are the 5 real main movement patterns that you need to know. Unilateral and multiplanar lifts cover athletic demands. So those big rocks are really that general strength and hypertrophy, but you are going to have to train in other ways to actually train like an athlete. Select exercises that meet transfer potential, safety, and loadability, athletes' mobility, and structure. These are all things that are tough to figure out. The transfer potential isn't necessarily something where you need to have the maximum transferability, because you have the most transferability, then you're simply playing your sport because that is the most transferable. But there are general qualities you need to develop. Those big rocks are those general qualities that you need, honestly, you need to have a good quality program, even though they are not necessarily super transferable to your sport. The safety and loadability, a lot of times it doesn't make sense. I'm not a huge fan of athletes doing straight bar deadlifts. I feel the risk is a little too high for the reward that you are getting in terms of lower back issues and form techniques, especially in the novice style athlete. Also, athletes' mobility and structure. Some athletes, bigger athletes, it is very difficult for them to get all the way down on power clean. So putting a power clean, putting them the barbell on blocked, so starting maybe from a position that's 6 inches higher, can get them into a little better starting position that's not going to be as difficult and put them in a compromised position. Those are all factors to consider. Then the advanced application here. You can swap bilateral, which is 2 legs, like a back squat, to unilateral. So that's back squat to split squat. In theory, that would make it a little more applicable and transferable. That's not necessarily the only thing we're looking at. You can add frontal and transverse plane, so that's lateral lunges and rotational med ball throws. Those are all things that I have in my program because it is simply not one plane movement, sagittal movement. We need all three because we are an athlete. Then rotate lifts seasonally. Trap bar deadlifts in the off season, step ups in season. There are tons of different ways you can do that. You don't necessarily have to do it just seasonally. You can do it on a weekly basis like an undulating model, or more of a block model like I like to do every couple weeks, rotating, keeping it fresh, and having a new stimuli for the body. The key point here really is fewer, better exercises with transfer is greater than variety. We don't necessarily always want to do new exercise each weekend, like in that undulating model, if you were a more beginning athlete, because you don't necessarily know where your peak, where your ceiling is at. You're going to spend more time figuring out like how hard you should push it, what weight you should do, since you don't have a good sense of where you're at and you're progressing so rapidly that ceiling is constantly being raised. But someone who's a very advanced athlete who's really trying to eke out the last couple percent that they have left of their potential, that undulating model could be good with. Now we are going to be looking at muscle fibers and taking a deeper look to understanding what this actually looks like. So muscle fibers are the contractile units of muscle, each with unique properties for speed, force, and endurance. The main types in humans are type 1, type 2A, and type 2B. Fiber type distribution is largely genetic, but training can shift them slightly. So you think of an athlete who's primarily type 1, they have a lot of slow twitch, so they're going to be better at endurance. At no point in their life will they ever be a world-class sprinter. That doesn't mean they're not going to be able to sprint fast, but simply they don't have the genetic makeup to be a world-class sprinter. And that's really going to be the hard truth, unfortunately. So let's look at type 1 slow twitch. So this uses aerobic metabolism, simply your oxygen, contracts slowly with low force, but are very fatigue resistant. Rich in mitochondria, never thought you'd hear that again since your biology, but now you do, the powerhouse of the cell. And capillaries, they are efficient at endurance work. The sports example here is marathon running, long soccer matches, and recovery between plays. That's a little bit, if we look back to that oxidative system that we had talked about previously, if you can tie those together. Type 2A, this fast twitch, oxidative. There's a little bit of a hybrid though. So this can use both aerobic and anaerobic metabolism. This moderate contraction speed, moderate high force, and decent fatigue resistance. So there's a little bit of a mix of both of them. They are adaptable, so they can shift to more endurance-like or more power-like depending on your training. So that's honestly, I think, in my opinion, very cool. Sports example, repeated sprints in basketball or football, or 400 and 800 meter in track. The type 2A or that is meant to say type 2X / type 2B. So this is the fast twitch glycolytic. This is pure anaerobic power. This is that maximum force that we're looking for. Contract the fastest, produce the most force, but fatigue quickly. They are larger in size, but have a lot lower endurance capacity. Something like a 40-yard dash, dunking, Olympic lifts, explosive tackles. These are a lot more stuff that you see on the football end in specifically. The science behind this. So motor unit recruitment principle. The nervous system activates fibers in order. Type 1, type 2A, type 2B, depending on the force demand. So that type 1 is the lowest force demand, and that type 2B is the highest. That's when they got to turn on quick. If you're doing something like dunking a basketball, that's not a slow movement at all. Neural drive determines how quickly you can access high threshold type 2 fibers, which is key for speed and power athletes. And that neural drive is something that can be trained. It's not necessarily something that's completely static. Then let's talk about some training bias. Endurance training improves oxidative capacity, more mitochondria, and capillaries. And that sprint and strength training increase size and efficiency of those fast twitch fibers. And that's exactly what you would expect if you've been able to follow the concepts and put it all together. That will make a lot of sense. There is an adaptation ceiling though. You can't turn a marathoner into a sprinter overnight, but you can shift the hybrids, the type 2A, towards the qualities you train most, which I still think is very cool. Athlete applications. Sprinters and football players rely heavily on type 2B fibers for burst. That should make a lot of sense because the sprinters and football players, very quick and maximum effort explosive movements. Team sport athletes need strong type 2A capacity for repeat sprint ability. Endurance athletes need more type 1 for long duration efforts. But most athletes benefit from a balance of explosive power and repeatability. You think about the general life, like you'll obviously have a little bit of each fiber, but each athlete is going to need a slight mix of both to do their sports, not purely just one muscle type. So training for each fiber. Type 1, high reps, 15 to 30 plus reps, low load, short rest, aerobic conditioning, also simply like running, that type of stuff. Type 2A, this is moderate, 6 to 12 reps, moderate heavy load, 60 to 90% or second rest, and repeated sprints. Type 2B is low reps, 1 to 5, heavy loads are max velocity sprints and jumps, long rest. So if you look at the training that I typically be doing with my athletes, is that type 2A and type 2B is a mix of both. It's not necessarily type 2B only, because then you're lacking obviously that type 2A, which is a little bit of something you still need in sport. I'm a football player, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't train that 6 to 12 rep range, because I'm still going to get a lot of qualities that I need, and that's something I'm going to need to have a complete program. The key point here, though, is muscle fibers explain why some athletes are explosive sprinters while others are endurance machines. But training shapes hybrids, and the right program can maximize the blend of fibers you need for your sport. So that's all of the muscle fibers explained, and I hope you learned a little bit about this one and can kind of keep them straight and in order in terms of you are looking. Let's talk about hormonal environment. So there's going to be anabolic and catabolic hormones. Those are ones that we are going to talk about mainly right now. So anabolic is testosterone, growth hormone, IGF-1, and insulin. You've heard of anabolic steroids. Those are things that humans make synthetically to improve those main hormones, because that's going to basically speed up and increase the qualities that you are looking at when in terms of increasing your performance, like increasing speed, building more muscle, recovering faster. Then on the opposite end, there's catabolic hormone, which is cortisol. That is simply stress from both physical but also psychological. Your girlfriend broke up with you. That is going to release cortisol. That is going to be a big stressor in your life. And lifestyle directly shifts the ratio. Advanced applications for this, sleep is simply going to be the biggest performance enhancer. Doing your best to get 7 to 9 hours of sleep. I know it's difficult at times. I know you're busy, but that's going to help you out a ton. Carb timing can support recovery and blunts cortisol. This is something we'll be talking a little bit more in the elite section, because it's a little very advanced topic in general. Resistance training itself boosts testosterone and GH acutely. Although this is great, like you think about doing a leg day, you're training a large amount of big muscle mass. It's going to increase those, but it's not necessarily something that is going to be noticeable or something to get excited about, I would say. Chronic stress or sleep loss lowers the whole environment. Sleep is so underrated. Like, think you can get away with poor sleep for a long amount of time is really going to detriment your performance. So it is important to make sure you can get the most sleep you can, then also minimize stress that you can. I know you're in school, you have a family, you have other things going on, but doing your absolute best to lower that stress. Things like ashwagandha can help. That's a stress, like lowers your stress naturally. Things to think about to help with that recovery and really keeping your hormones in balance, because that is some things that will absolutely drive how you are going to be performing in your sport. And now let's look at neuromuscular adaptation. So simply put, strength is going to equal your neural efficiency plus your muscle size. So what are neural adaptations in the first place? So that's more motor unit recruitment, simply activating more fibers, rate coding, firing faster, synchronization, which is firing together, and intermuscular coordination, the muscles working together as a team. So more motor unit recruitment. If you think about a muscle, they can't necessarily contract at 50% effort. If you think about picking up a pencil with your finger, that's going to take not very many muscles. But if you try to pick up a 5-pound dumbbell with your finger, that's going to recruit a lot more of those fibers, and that's that motor unit recruitment. So you think about also lifting a heavy back squat versus a very light back squat, considering you're not trying to move the light one very fast, that is going to activate a lot less muscle fibers. Then that rate coding is something that's looking to fire faster, and that's something that can be developed through training. Synchronization, that is going to be a lot of the actual skill of doing the movement. Are you squatting properly where your hips and shoulders are coming up in alignment, or your hips shooting up first and your muscles aren't firing together and not in proper sequence? Intermuscular coordination is really the similar concept. Now, some application with this. Heavy singles and doubles for CNS adaptation. This is something I personally love a lot. And even more specifically, if I'm going to do a back squat max, say I've done this before, that I hit 545 for 2 one day. But before I did that, I put 585 pounds on my back and just unracked it, held it for 10 seconds, and set it back down. That prepped my CNS a little bit. So then when I get back under that 545, it's going to feel a lot better. And then really I'm actually going to be able to hit the weight a little bit smoother because my CNS is ready and over prepared for that weight basically. Speed lifts and Olympic lifts are good for rate coding. That's priming those muscles, making them move faster. And sprinting and plyos are great for that intermuscular coordination. The key point here is early gains are going to be neural. Long-term is a blend of neural and hypertrophy. Now, I want to expand on that here. Is you think about when you just start lifting, you get stronger a lot faster. A lot of that is the neural because you're actually understanding, oh, this is how you bench press. It feels like this. These, you don't actively think these are the muscles I'm firing, but your body starts to understand it and can fire them in a more efficient pattern, which is basically immediately going to make you stronger. That's why you're seeing a lot of gains right away in terms of that strength, but it's not necessarily all muscle mass right away. It has a lot of that neural taking over. So just want to let's transition a little bit and talk about something that is equally as important that I want to touch a little bit right now in terms of training, mindset and adherence. So the best plan only works if you can stick to it consistently. If you plan on lifting 6 days a week and you have a program built out to get the exact adaptations you want for lifting 6 times a week, and then you only show up to 2 lifts a week, that's pretty self-explanatory. You are not going to see the exact results that you want because you can't stick to it consistently. Mindset determines if you show up and train with intent. There are definitely times where my mindset is not in the right spot. I don't want to train, and that's completely okay. A model I kind of like to follow that I heard from an Olympic athlete is about 1/3 of the days you'll feel good, 1/3 of the days you'll feel okay, 1/3 of the days you'll feel bad. This is all relative, that is, if you are doing your training right. If you are feeling good 90% of the days, likely you aren't training hard enough. If you are feeling bad 90% of the days, then you are definitely pushing that overtraining boundary. So that's something that you can become in tune with your body and mind, but it's not necessarily a hard and fast rule. A lot of this is very subjective. Since some psychology research, process goals outperform outcome goals. That tends to make a lot of sense. You have the outcome goal that you want to start on varsity, but you don't know what to do to get it. The process goals may be staying 20 minutes after practice every day to get extra work, spending 30 minutes watching film every night, getting an extra half hour of sleep so you can recover better. Those are all process goals that are going to help you get to the outcome goal because it's a lot more actionable. You're taking actionable steps that actually motivate you, right? When you take these steps too, it's going to be a lot easier to see your progress. It is very simple. Did I do the 20 minutes after practice or not? Yes or no? No. Better do it next time if you want to reach that goal. But when you're looking at outcome goal that's so off in the distance, it's tough to see. If you're 3 weeks out from the season, you say, I want to start on varsity, you're not going to know realistically, you probably won't know for a couple weeks who's going to be that starter on varsity, and you don't necessarily know what to do or have a specific plan to get you to that outcome goal. So really, huge fan of process goals. I will be touching on this in a lot more detail in the mindset course. And some application of this, though, is create simple, repeatable routines. So pre-lift, and pre-game. So what I want to talk about pre-game. In my senior year at IMG Academy, I had a very specific routine. I would get dressed, listen to the type of music I like. I like a lot of NBA Youngboy. And then I would go out to the field, get a warm up before the team warms up for about 35 minutes. It was pretty intense. My coaches even said it was too much at times, but that is what I ended up doing, and that is what I enjoyed. Then I would go back to the locker room, put my headphones back on, or I'd put my headphones on, take my AirPods out, and I would close my eyes and visualize. I'd hit the exact same visualization routine, seeing myself be successful in the game that I was about to play, seeing my past successes to know that I can do them again, and right, I head out for the warm-up, and it's really showtime. But doing that, it got me in the right state of mind to be successful. Doing the same thing every time, knowing mentally prepares myself that I know what's about to occur. I'm about to have a football game. It's about to be tough out there. I got to do things right. But then also physically, those are like my pregame warm-up, made me physically feel ready, but also mentally confident knowing I've basically done everything I can to go out there and dominate. Pre-lift, you can use a lot of the same concepts. Probably doesn't have to be as extensive since the lift is not a game, it's not a competition, but maybe it's a certain stretch routine, or you like to listen to one certain song to get you hyped up a little bit, get you in the right mindset for lifting. Track progress weekly because small wins compound. That's the entire philosophy of the momentum method. Getting as many small wins as possible, because once you are trained on the tracks and you have all those wins fueling you, it's going to be damn hard to stop. Accountability, teammates, coaches, or self-recording. You're working with me. I'm here to keep you accountable. Your teammates are there to keep you accountable. If you have good teammates, hopefully, you all have the same goal and have a common mission, and you guys are in the right environment where guys are willing to call each other out to make sure that what the standard is the standard and it is set. And then also self-recording. You're taking videos of your training, self-record it, break it down yourself, have me break it down if you're working with me, because it's a lot. The film doesn't lie. Videos don't lie. You're going to see exactly what you look like and be able to make the real corrections to it. Use visualization, journaling, and affirmations to reinforce commitment. Huge one for me is affirmations. I use sublimation specifically, which is playing like myself talking, affirmations of what I want and like how I physically am, over 432 hertz. That just opens up your subconscious. I like to do it right when I'm waking up, right when I'm sleeping. I'm in a little bit of a sleepy state and my brain waves are moving a little slower. It allows it to enter my subconscious more deeply. And this is something I've been doing for about the past week now. And realistically, this is the most work I've ever done in a week. I've been feeling so motivated and ready to go. Is it all because of those affirmations of eliminations? Probably not, but I definitely know that's an absolutely huge factor. You can definitely look forward to checking that out in the Mindset course if you have not already. The key point here, though, is that adherence multiplies all training variables. The best athletes master consistency, not hacks. One thing I heard is what separates good athletes from elite athletes is the elite ones are okay with being bored doing the mundane tasks. They understand they have to stay 15 minutes after practice or their specific routine and do that extra work, even if it's the same thing every day. They understand they have to put an hour of film in every day, break down the other team's tendencies so they can snip out that one or two extra plays that a normal athlete can. They're okay being bored doing all those difficult things that the regular athlete isn't willing to do, because simply they want it more. The elite athletes have insane amounts of drive for the most part. When you get to a college level where basically everyone was an absolute dude in high school, it's really those elite athletes who have that consistency where they can separate themselves over the 4 years in college. Like, that's a lot of time to develop and get better. You need to have that drive, do things right, be in the right environment, and have those right habits to build you into where you want to go. That's really all I have for a quick breakdown on mindset and adherence. In the mindset course, there's obviously going to be a ton more on this, but that is all right now for the advanced module. But I will catch you in the elite module. That was going to be absolutely insane. I hope you love that one. Some super advanced concepts that are going to really. Welcome to velocity-based training. This is honestly one of my favorite topics. Velocity-based training has a ton of application to actual sport compared to regular strength and conditioning. That is a Welcome to velocity-based training. This is honestly one of my favorite topics, actually be able to understand this and apply it to working with my athletes, because the transfer to sport is honestly insane compared to some regular strength and conditioning methods. So let's get into it. Velocity-based training uses bar speed instead of just percentages of 1 RM to measure training intensity. Every rep you do has a velocity figure. When the bar moves fast, you're explosive and fresh. When it slows down, you're fatigued. Velocity-based training allows you to auto-adjust loads in real time, keeping training specific to the qualities you want to improve. So this is something that I've used before at IMG, at different colleges I've visited, but is not something I have access to on a regular basis. But the exact concepts I've learned, I've been able to apply, and there's also a couple apps that you can use to measure this bar velocity. So what are some actual applications of these? So for max strength, that's typically 0.3 to 0.5 meters per second. So this is heavy grinding lifts, recruits the most fibers, but causes high fatigue. Think about doing a 3-rep max on back squat. Strength speed, 0.6 to 0.8 meters per second. Heavy, but still fast. Trains usable strength for athletes. This strength speed is honestly one of my favorite velocity zones, but we will get into it a little more. Power speed, 1 to 1.3 meters per second, best for explosiveness. This is Olympic lifts, fast squats, and loaded jumps. Then speed strength, very light, very fast, builds nervous system efficiency and quickness. The science behind it. Bar velocity correlates tightly with percent of max effort. Research shows that when the bar speed drops more than 20%, fatigue rises dramatically and quality declines. Training within velocity zones targets specific adaptations while avoiding wasted junk reps. Fast intent also drives motor unit recruitment, and the nervous system learns to fire high threshold fibers quicker. So basically what that's saying is a lot of times with this training, there'll be cutoff points. Maybe it's your goal is to hit 3 reps at 1 meter per second. But say you hit the first one at 1.1, the second one drops to 0.95, you will cut the set there because you're out of that velocity-based zone, so you're not getting the exact adaptation that you're looking for, and that's completely okay. That is a way to auto-regulate it. Make sure you're not getting junk reps. Say that next rep gets under the 0.8 meters per second, that may not be the adaptation that you're looking for. So some examples for this. Some squats, keeping speed up ensures strength that transfers to the field. The bench press, staying in the strength speed zone, builds powerful pressing for blockers. This one is huge that I like to use in season when I'm able to train myself and my athletes, is getting not max effort bench press, but staying in a strength speed zone. I think I said speed strength zone. So a little faster, but still heavy, to make sure you're able to have some violent explosiveness that'll pair with a lot of plyometrics for the upper body, but not getting so intense, so heavy where we're grinding reps. It's really going to fatigue you for days on end. Then Olympic lifts, cleans in the power speed zone, mimics sprint and jump demands. Sprints and throws, even without a bar, has max intent in sprints or med ball throws, follows the same principle. If you think about it, you can go weighted sprints, and that's going to get more towards that strength aspect versus doing a max fly where you're in the speed zone. That's practical ways to use velocity-based training. Track bar speed with tech or apps. I can put a link to an app down in the description. Stop sets when the bar speed slows greater than 20%. At that point, the adaptation you were likely originally looking for is going to be out the window from that reduced bar speed. Rotate velocity zones across training blocks, strength, power, speed. This is something I like to do with my athletes in the triphasic when we have time, to get them into a power and speed zone at the end of it, which really peaks them. We're using a substantially lighter weights in general and not really hitting above that 85%, which is okay for a period of time, to use more power and more speed, which is honestly what we want for on the field. We don't necessarily need to be at above 85% year round. That's going to stiffen your nervous system in terms of that same stimulus of being above 85% is not going to work as effectively. If you think about a concept in general that is interesting to think about here is the first time you use a stimulus is the best it's ever going to work. And every time after that, the effectiveness is going to drop. So if you're constantly above 85% year round and you don't give your body a little time to reset your nervous system, it's just not going to be as effective as, say, the first month 12 in the year. And without tech, always cue, move every rep as fast as possible. This rate of force development that we had previously talked about, every rep I want on my compound movements with my athletes is moved with maximum speed. A lot of times I want to see the bar rattling or jumping off your back on a back squat, and that is allowing your body to get used to training with max intent, even if it's just your warm-up sets, and say you have like a heavy set of 3, still moving it quickly. Obviously it's going to be moving slower, but you still got some decent quality high velocity work in those warm-up sets. That's really all I have right now for velocity-based training. Big thing to think about is these 4 zones right here. Where are you typically at in your training? Big one I would say that is going to get the most. Welcome to the force velocity curve optimization. So let's just get into it right away with what does this mean. The force velocity curve explains how athletes produce forces at different speeds. Heavy weights move slowly but build maximal strength. Light loads move quickly and build speed. Athletes need to train across the whole curve to become powerful. Here's a look at the actual curve. These percentages aren't necessarily 100% accurate. There are different ranges depending on who made the model. But really in general, maximum strength is going to be 90 to 100%. Strength speed, 80 to 90%. Peak power, 30 to 80%. Speed strength, 30 to 60%. And if you look at the peak power, that's a really wide range. That's a 50% range because it's going to depend on the athlete. If you are a more advanced athlete with a more muscle dominant versus elastic dominant, the muscle dominant athlete is going to have a higher peak power at a higher percentage versus if you are an elastic based athlete, that percent that's going to be the peak power for you is going to be a lot lower simply because of the way you're built, whether it's genetically or how you've trained. So manipulating the force versus velocity changes adaptation. So we look at the force end, heavy and slow, builds maximal strength and high threshold motor unit recruitment. The middle is moderate load, moderate speed, which has great strength speed transfer. And the velocity end improves sprinting, jumping, and quickness. So we go back to this here. A lot of times, what I like to do with my athletes is the majority of the time, we're going to be training above 70% during the entire blocks. Eccentric, isometric, concentric. There are a lot of smaller accessory works that's going to be a lot lighter. That's going to hit that maximum velocity with a bunch of different plyos I'm doing. But then if we have the time, we will get into 2 different peaking phases, a more power phase and a speed phase. That's really where we're dropping under that 80% on a more consistent basis, basically every day, and working along this curve. We're up here for however many weeks we want, and then we're down into this range where it's going to build that transfer to the field as much as possible, because I don't want my athletes to be getting slow. I've never had that happen, but adding these last 2 phases and peaking them out is going to get the absolute most for them. So the science behind it here, force and velocity have an inverse relationship. As load increases, velocity decreases. Inherently, that should make sense if you've been training for long enough and looking at this stuff. The most powerful athletes have shifted their curve upward, meaning they can produce more force at all speeds. To develop complete power, athletes must train the spectrum, not just one end. So like I've said, this is something that can be trained, like how I mentioned being a muscle-bound athlete versus an elastic-bound athlete. The muscle-bound are going to be able to produce more force with more velocity at a higher percentage than those elastic athletes. That doesn't necessarily mean the way you train can change how you're built. And there are pros and cons to each. It depends really on your sport, what you're doing, all of that. But you think about elite athletes, say the curve is like this. As you can see, it goes down drastically pretty fast. An elite athlete may be able to hold the line a little higher the entire time. So with a higher percentage, they can hit a higher max velocity. That's just the way they train genetically, all of that. Those things that can account into that. But honestly, that is the goal, to increase the amount of force you can produce with the speed. We look at some examples here. Football linemen. heavy squats and deadlifts, which is on the force end, and sled pushes, which is on the force with velocity. So that's really high, above that 80%, then really in that peak power range. For a basketball player, that could be loaded jumps and max jumps and sprints. This is the middle range and then that velocity range. That would make a lot more sense for a basketball player compared to a football lineman. A lineman is moving other humans 200, 300 pounds, and they need to have a lot of maximum strength to do that. A basketball player, not so much. They're going to be boxing people out, but it's not necessarily you're going head-to-head trying to move a body as far as you can or completely out of the way. Then we look at the track sprinter. You go max squats and acceleration sprints. So this may come as some confusion right away, like why would a track sprinter want to have like max squats in there? Because they're going to need some GPP and some max strength to be able to have that like high threshold motor unit recruitment to be able to, when they sprint, tap into that. And say they increase their ceiling from they can recruit 90 units to 100 units. It's just like an abstract thing. But then with the training, their velocity training, they're able to tap into those extra 10 units over time because they slowly get faster with that training and they get used to it. Then they actually become faster, even though it may not inherently make sense at first why they would do some max effort squats. So here are some practical ways to use the curve. Train heavy lifts and fast explosive work in the same program. Definitely something that makes sense. Things like contrast sets that can even do this in a couple of minutes that are very effective. Rotate emphasis across the year, force in off season, velocity in preseason. That's what I like to say with peaking my athletes. Depends on their schedule and what they're looking to get the most out of. If they're a multi-sport athlete, maybe one sport is what they want to focus on more. So we'll spend less time in that strength zone and look to get them peaked for that sport and then go into in-season. Obviously, that's going to look different. Then use loaded and unloaded jumps, sprints, med ball throws to cover the spectrum. That is one I'm using across the board to make sure we cover any holes. Because obviously, you can't necessarily hit every single thing. You can't hit every percent by percent, but you do want to hit in those general ranges on a frequent basis to make sure your athlete is completely exposed to all of it, and we're progressing in every facet that we can. So that's all I have for this. Welcome to rate of force development. I have previously talked a little bit about this in like the training 101, getting you started with working with me, but there's a little bit more of an in-depth analysis. This is, I would say, a very advanced topic, but something that's very critical to talk about in terms of application to athletes. So what is it? RFD is the ability to produce force quickly. In sports, actions like sprints, cuts, or tackles happen in fractions of a second. Athletes don't have time to reach max strength unless they can apply it fast. Intuitively, that should make a lot of sense. Like we're not doing a back squat, or maybe on the way up, or on the way down, you have 3 seconds to load up your joints, your tendons, your muscles to be able to produce that force. In a game, when you're making a cut, you have a quarter second to plant and get out, or you're going to get tackled. So this is what that rate of force development is. I'll kind of explain it a little more. So how training for rate of force development changes performance. Heavy strength training raises the ceiling of force potential. This is what elite athletes are looking to chase all the time. Like you're able to do 600 pounds on back squat, and that's your 1 rep max, but say you do it at 0.2 meters per second, which is very slow. An elite athlete, that may still be their 1 rep max, but they might be able to hit it at 0.4 meters per second, which is going to increase that force potential over the long run for them. Explosive lifts and training trains how quickly you can access that force. Plyometrics improves the speed of force application through elastic recoil. So is this entire same thing that we were just talking about up here on that force velocity curve. This is the exact same application talking about it. And really, you look at an elite athlete, a lot of the times you'll see they're moving insane amounts of weight at like very crazy speeds that like don't make sense. You look at a powerlifter, they can probably do more maximal load, but the velocity on the barbell is going to be extremely slow because they don't need to complete a lift fast. They just need to complete the lift to succeed in their competition. In football, like an athlete is going to, the goal of the training and lifting isn't to become a great lifter, it's to become a better athlete. So a lot of times that application is going to be you're moving the bar extremely, extremely fast, even at very high loads, that rate of force development, they're pushing with max intent through the bar to actually get that application and turn over to the field. So the science behind it here. Most athletic actions occur within 150 to 300 milliseconds. Maximal lifts in the gym often take 600 plus milliseconds. That gap means athletes must train their nervous system to recruit motor units rapidly. Intent to move fast is key, even under heavy loads. So some more examples here. A football linebacker. Explosive tackles require high RFD to deliver force in a split second. You think about, I'm a linebacker myself. You're coming down, you're breaking down, you make contact, and you have to roll your hips instantly through another person. You look at movement, that's going to look a lot like a power clean. And we think about power clean in general, they're done as fast as possible, or you're simply not going to get the weight up. Basketball player. First step quickness depends on rapid force generation, and track athlete sprints start as entirely RFD driven. You're coming out the blocks, that's purely acceleration and power. You're not at the point where it's really elastic driven, like a max velocity sprint when you're at that top speed. Track athletes is right away, you're just pushing. A lot of cues are have your legs like pistons. That's to push, and that's going to be that RFD, that acceleration, that actual raw horsepower that you have. So some practical ways to actually train this. Perform Olympic lifts and their derivatives, cleans, snatches, and pulls. This one makes a lot of sense. That's going to be right in that strength speed zone or speed strength zone, depending on the percentages you're at. Sprint at max intent with full recovery. Full recovery piece there is extremely important, because if you are not getting full recovery, you're kind of just going to be doing junk volume, because you're not going to hit the actual percent of your max velocity you're going to need to hit when you're under fatigue, if you're looking to actually increase that maximum speed in versus to conditioning. Do low reps, high intense sets with heavy lifts. This is something like velocity-based training, kind of looking back on it, or things like 5 sets at 2, except on those 2 reps, you are absolutely like basically jumping with a barbell on your back if you're doing some back squats or something like that. That's a very effective means of training, especially in season when we don't necessarily want you loading above 85% all the time because of the amount of fatigue. And really the training in season should be on the back burner and just an accessory, when in the off season it may be your primary driver. The primary driver that you're looking to build in season is for games, practices, and then to games. At plyometric drills, jumps, bounds, hops, super common sense. It should be very easy to figure out with that one. It's just in terms of programming it right. And for all my athletes, you have absolutely no problems worrying about that. But this is all I have with the rate of force development. Kind of looking here, circle back to this, the heavy strength training, explosive lifting, and plyometrics. That hits all 3 areas along the force velocity curve. This is what this all is about. It's just hitting different percentages here, and how can we apply that to lifting and getting the absolute most to raise our force potential, raise how fast we're moving the bar, even when we have a lot more weight on the bar. We just want more mass and more velocity, because that is just going to equal more power, and more power is only going to. Now let's get into the stretch shortening cycle and tendon stiffness. So what does this mean? The stretch shortening cycle is the ability to store and release elastic energy during movement. Tendon stiffness enhances this rebound, making athletes more spring-like and efficient. How training the stretch shortening cycle changes performance. So fast eccentrics into concentric improves elastic energy use. Isometric holds builds tendon stiffness, making force transfer quicker. And plyos teach the body to recycle energy between steps or jumps. So let's break this down a little more. The triphasic methodology that I use with my athletes trains in all of these different facets. So let's think about fast eccentrics into concentrics. You're going down very fast on a back squat and you're coming back up right away. That's going to take more than just your muscles. It's going to take your tendons to be able to stay stiff and actually absorb the force from your muscles on the way down and actually translate that into the concentric power right away. And isometric hold is the middle phase of the triphasic methodology, and it builds tendon stiffness. This is a huge one that I've used in general, not only for maximal strength and this stretch shortening cycle we were talking about. Long duration isometric holds are absolutely insane for joint health and soft tissue injuries. So let's take a look at that for a second. I had an Achilles tendon strain, took about 2 months, and I self-recovered the entire time. I didn't see a physical therapist or anything like that or need surgery. It wasn't insanely terrible. But the biggest thing is once I got back to movement, before I even did hops, like any type of like low impact hops on my Achilles, I added in isometrics. I would do calf raise holds, weighted, different variations of that, straight leg, bent knee, to get some load and build that tendon stiffness back into my Achilles before I end up going into that jumping, those light hops, because I knew that building that capacity with the isometric holds would help me a ton. And what do I know? I haven't had any problems since. And not only that, I used it on both sides. And really by the end, my Achilles both kind of felt like steel, which is a good thing. I felt very stiff, like my foot when I'm running is not just like falling back into the ground. It felt like it was just like getting on and off versus my heel sinking into the ground with every step. And obviously that would be wasted power and you're producing less force there. So the science behind it here. When muscles and tendons are stretched quickly through the eccentric, they store elastic energy like a spring. A rapid switch into concentric action releases that energy explosively. Research shows stiffer tendons transmit force more efficiently, key for sprinting and jumping. Just like I was saying, we look at the Achilles tendon, we don't want our foot falling back into the ground like this. We just want it stiff and you're getting out. So some athlete-specific examples here. For basketball, quick rebounds off the floor rely on stretch shortening cycles. Soccer players, efficient cutting equals tendons absorbing and redirecting force. And sprinters, each stride is a stretch shortening cycle for the ankle and calf. So if you really look at it, any explosive movement in sport to some extent is going to follow the stretch shortening cycle, as long as it's not like something that's necessarily slow and everything in sport is fast. So that's just something to think about. Like, this is something that's happening basically every step that you're doing, but you'll never really know about it until now. Let's look at some practical ways to actually train this. So depth drops and drop jumps. So if you think about you're doing a depth drop, you're going from, that's basically dropping off of a bench or like some type of box. You're going from a fast eccentric into absorbing into an isometric. And sometimes you can even add a depth drop to jump. And that's basically the whole stretch shortening cycle. But obviously that's going to be a little more strength and force dominant compared to something like sprinting that's going to be more velocity based. So then repeated pogos for ankle stiffness, that is the same type of deal. We're looking at the ground and we don't want our feet collapsing down. We're just springing off the ground like this with our ankle staying tight versus losing ground, losing force here. So that's something that will likely happen at first. And that's why we train this, to build that stiffness in the ankle, improve that stretch shortening cycle so we can have a better foundation to produce more force off of. If you think about any explosive movement, everything is going through the foot, ankle, and calf complex. If that is weak for you, you're going to be leaking a lot of power and energy and leaving a lot of basically athleticism on the table. Pause isometrics, so that's mid squat. Calf raises, for examples, for tendon stiffness. This is exactly what I was talking about when I was coming with that Achilles injury. I would do calf raises in different variations to build that Achilles stiffness back up. And obviously, I use that progressive overload concept over time to make sure I wasn't doing too much, especially coming back from a pretty bad or a strain right away. That's something you obviously do not want to push early, especially with something like Achilles tendon. Then single leg plyos to mimic sport specific demands in terms of bounds, depth drops, jumps, different things like that. At some point, you're going to want to train single leg because sport is inherently single leg. You can't just simply do back squat or 2-leg vertical jumps the entire time and expect that you're going to be able to move efficiently in sport when it's a one-footed game. So those are some practical ways to train it. But looking back on this in general, it's really just going to come down to this whole thing is about building that tendon stiffness. And like inherently, that's going to sound a little weird. Like I didn't mention this yet. Tendon stiffness sounds like, oh, that's a bad thing. Your tendons are stiff. But that's what you want so you can apply force as quick as possible. If they're loose, like I've been saying. Let's get into some auto-regulation and readiness. This is a huge concept that I like to use with some of my more advanced athletes to make sure obviously they understand their bodies well and how we can help to make sure they're not doing too much, or even on the days it feels like not enough, they can go a little bit harder than they usually would. So auto regulation adjusts training based on how you feel and perform that day instead of following rigid numbers. It respects recovery and ensures progress without burnout. So how auto regulation changes training. RPE and RIR, which are basically effort scales, I've talked about those previously, gauge how many reps are left in the tank. Bar speed, if it's slower than usual, you're fatigued, lower weight and volume. Readiness test, simple jump height or grip strength test can indicate CNS freshness. So let's break these down a little more, starting with that readiness test. That's something we've done at IMG. We're simply doing a counter movement jump on some force plates and basically seeing if there's any imbalances in our legs, but also how ready we are for the day. And we didn't adjust much because of the level we were at. A lot of guys were not insanely advanced at the high school level, and there were a couple, and there was a little more freedom to do what we wanted. But that readiness test is a very good way, because you really can't cheat it, to see how prepared your body is and if you should change the training or not. Bar speed, same thing. When the bar speed is a little slower, the effort's going to feel higher. So it's also going to tie into that RPE and RIR. Like, all three of these are really going to work in conjunction for the most part. Readiness test, it may be a little harder to tell physically on your body if like you're jumping an inch higher or an inch lower because you're tired. But when you get that bar on your back, you're doing some weight. With the bar speed is going to be slower. The RPE is going to feel a little higher. And those are ways to think like, do I pull back today? And your coach will be able to help you with that, because it's not something you necessarily should be doing yourself all willy-nilly, kind of just guessing. The science behind this is performance is influenced by sleep, nutrition, stress, and recovery. The nervous system has daily fluctuations. Research shows auto-regulated programs improve strength and reduce injury risk compared to fixed percentage models. Big thing there is injury risk. You think about that. There's a day you feel bad, yet your coach has you going 92% for triples like we had the other day here at Furman. We don't necessarily do auto-regulation, which I wish we could have, but that's just the model and the environment that we're in and the quality of athletes we have here. We don't do that, and I pulled my groin doing that, because coming in, my groin was feeling a little tight. I was a little more fatigued than I had hoped, and then something happened, right? That's a real application of reducing that injury risk. If it was auto-regulated, maybe I could have dropped it down to 80%, which could be really low, or I could have just done 85%, focus on a little more velocity on that barbell. So for football players, if bar speed is down on squat day, cut volume so legs stay fresh for Friday night. That would make a lot of sense. Like, you're doing a Tuesday squat day and just everything's feeling slow, heavy, cut that volume down, because clearly you're fatigued. Maybe it's from the previous game still, or you didn't get enough sleep over the weekend, or just maybe Monday practice was really difficult. That is when you can auto-regulate there. Track athletes, poor sprint times and warm-up, swap intensity for technique work, especially for track athletes. This one's going to make a lot of sense, because really it's just going to be straight junk volume. The goal of a track athlete is simply run as fast as possible. If you can't hit the times you need to hit simply in your warm-up, and you can tell based on just how the warm-up's going or however your coach programs it, that you're not going to be hitting those times, you're just going to be wasting your time and adding a lot of junk volume, because your CNS doesn't have the capability at that day to actually hit those max percentages and times that you need to hit. So then just switch it for technique work and come back to it another day. It's going to make a lot of sense. Some practical ways to auto-regulate using RPE, 7 to 9 range for strength work. So this is something I like to use with my more advanced athletes, using that RPE scale in terms of auto-regulation, where I'll allow them to increase the percent or drop the percent based on how they're feeling in that RPE. On that, track vertical jump or bar speed as readiness checks is a little more advanced, likely something that higher level college setting you'd be able to do. They have the resources to actually do that efficiently. Adjust load by 5 to 10%, depending on how you feel. So that RPE scale and adjusting the load is like what I like to do with my athletes, more so on in season, because I understand they're not simply working with just me. They're working with their entire team and competitions. That's going to play a big role on their body. And I want to allow them to the freedom when I know they're capable of it. We have a conversation about when should I do this, when should I not, to make sure we're still maintaining progress, because in season the goal is not to build, it's really to maintain everything you built in the off season, but giving them the freedom to do that and making sure their body is basically staying healthy and maintaining the progress. That's the entire goal of in season. So that's what I have here for auto regulation and readiness. Big things with this is the best way to do it and start effectively is going to be that RPE and RIR effort scales and adjusting the load by 5 to 10. Let's look at load management with the acute chronic workload ratio. So what does it mean? Load management balances short-term training load with long-term capacity. The acute chronic workload ratio compares recent training load to what your body is used to. So how managing load changes outcomes. Too fast a spike, injury risk increases dramatically. This inherently is going to make sense because you're used to, say, doing 100 units of volume and you decide the next week to do 140 units of volume. That is going to be a 40% increase, and you expect your body to be able to handle that, especially if you do that maybe one time in off chance you're going to be able to, but then you decide to keep pushing that volume and you go up to 160 or 170, you're looking at a really big chance of getting injured. A steady build is really going to be the fastest and the safest, because it may not feel the fastest in the moment, but when you have that big injury, that's going to set you back weeks and months, which is not what we want. But then also, deload weeks can prevent that chronic fatigue. If you are training hard and doing it right, they're going to be necessary. But I would say the vast majority of athletes do not train right, but you make it all the way to this video, you are on the way to training right, so deload weeks are likely going to be very beneficial to you. These science behind it here. Research shows athletes who spike their training load greater than 15% in a week have a much higher injury risk. Chronic workload builds resilience, while acute spikes create breakdown. The ACWR equals account load divided by chronic load. For example, this week versus a 4-week rolling average. So what that's basically saying is, say over the past 4 weeks, you had that 100 units of volume. You don't really want to increase this week more than 115 units of volume, because that's going to be pushing that injury risk. Like I said, going up to that 140 is really going to put you in a very poor position. It's not necessarily something where you can go 100, then 115, then 130. Because say, looking at the 4-week rolling average. So doing some math there, we go 100, 100, 100, 115 in week 4. That puts your rolling average at maybe 104. So then trying to get to 130 the next week is going to be a very large spike, because the rolling average is not necessarily just what you did the previous week, because your body is going to need time to adapt to it. That's why we're taking those 4 weeks. So some athlete-specific examples. Soccer players, too many sprints in a week could increase the hamstring strain risk. A football player, doubling lifting load right before camp, higher injury chance. And this is a big thing that I see with athletes going into college or a new school or a new environment. Here coming to Furman, when we went to the summer training, there was a lot of guys who got hurt right away simply because the volume was different and it was higher for the most of them. And myself, I ended up getting injured. I had some groin strains. Wasn't necessarily because it was higher, but simply because it was so much different from how I was used to training. It was a lot more tempo running, a different style of lifting, a lot more stress from the school and learning the plays and all that. So that came into effect with those lifestyle factors that really caused me to have a groin injury. So some practical ways to manage this load: increase training volume gradually, 5 to 10% a week is going to make a lot of sense. Track sprint distances, jumps, or total weight lifted. So it's looking basically at the tonnage or the yardage on the week or on the day. And say you have 300 yards of sprints this week, you wouldn't really want to push it more than 330 for the following week, because the injury risk is going to go up when you're over that 10 to 15%. Is going to get a little more challenging. Then schedule deloads every 4 to 6 weeks, because you think about it, you're constantly, that fatigue is slowly going to be pushing up. At some point, you want to give yourself a little more time to reset back to that baseline to keep pushing ahead again. So that's all I have here for the load management. Biggest thing is just the actual application of this is not increasing the volume more than 10 to 15% on a weekly basis. Really trying to look at that 4-week rolling average, so it's even a little less than that, to make sure you keep yourself in a healthy range, especially looking at lifestyle factors. Saying you have finals coming up, like you're in an argument with your friends or something that's very mentally straining, like from your personal life, your girlfriend, your friends, your family, you have problems with them. That's going to increase your stress, and really your training, you got to be a little extra careful on those things. May not seem big, but that extra stress is going to add up, physical or psychological. So be careful with that and just make sure you are slowly increasing that volume. Now let's get into some biomechanical efficiency. So first of all, what does this mean? Biomechanical efficiency means picking the right exercises and techniques for an athlete's body, structure, and sport. Basically, they're saying not everyone can do the exact same training program and expect to have great results. You have to change what you're doing based on the yourself that you're working on or the athlete that you're working with. So how exercise fit changes performance. Right lift for the body. So long femurs may struggle with back squats, but thrive with trap bar deadlifts. That would make sense if you think about it. You have long femurs. If your femur is very long, you're going to have to lean forward at a much steeper angle to sit down into that depth. When you're coming down, you're going to have to lean forward a lot more. But say my femur is only this long, to keep the barbell over my center of mass, I can be at a lot higher upright angle. And something I want to explain with that is myself. I'm personally very good at front squats. I think a lot of that is to do, my femurs are a little shorter. So that allows me to stay in a really strong upright position compared to most other athletes. Front squats are very difficult for them. I think it's the length of their femurs and the tibias, which is your lower leg, basically puts them in a more hinged position where it feels like the bar is going to fall forward and it's not as efficient. But for me, I feel like when I'm in a front squat, my chest is completely up. I'm just standing up and down. It's not really a difficult position for me to get in, which is a big reason why my front squat is my best lift. So we can also look at force vectors. Sprinters benefit from horizontal drills, jumpers from vertical. This makes a lot of sense. For sprinters, you're going at horizontal, although there is a big vertical stiffness component. The primary force driver is that horizontal. Jumpers, vertical. And inherently, that would make sense. But for team sport athletes, a lot of it is going to be a mix simply because it's not just one movement. It's very randomized and chaotic. Joint stress, choosing the wrong lift increases injury risk. So if your athlete has a bad knee, but then you decide to do like deep front squats, like I was kind of just mentioning, that may not make the most sense at the time. Something like a trap bar deadlift where you're not hitting such an extreme range of motion for that knee could definitely work a lot better, or using different ways to heal the knee if it's like a tendonitis type of deal, reducing the load, icing it, using some isometrics to help strengthen that tendon are all things that would definitely help instead of just keeping them on the same thing and doing some deep range front squats. The science behind it: limb length, mobility, and joint angles affect force production. Training biomechanics that match the athlete's natural structure, maximize outputs, and reduce wasted energy. Some athlete-specific examples. Tall athletes, trap bar deadlifts for hip/leg strength. This makes a lot of sense. And a lot of my teammates, we have some tall teammates. Like one of our freshmen he's 6'7", and when we're doing the cleans, a lot of times we'll put another block out for him, so he's pulling from a couple inches higher of a starting spot, so he's not so hinged and bent over in such a deep range of motion for him, just because he's so much taller, and as it would be less applicable to sport. So we just raise those blocks up. He's getting a position that's basically like everyone else, but it's because the blocks are like a couple inches higher, because obviously he's a couple inches taller. Sprinter, hip thrust for horizontal force transfer, makes a lot of sense. The glutes are going to be a big prime driver in sprints, so doing some hip thrust for that would help. Lineman, isometric pushes to replicate blocking. This is a huge one. It makes a lot of sense, right? A lot of times for linemen, that kind of gets into a static position. Maybe it's not necessarily 100% isometric because your feet are moving, the other person's moving, trying to get off a block, but doing some isometric pushes, like pushing against a wall, things like that, exposing your body to trying to push against basically an immovable object, will get them prepped, especially early, like in the preseason, is definitely a good way to introduce contact prep back into the body. So then right away when they're actually moving other bodies, they've exposed their body to being in a little bit of compromised positions and pushing against immovable objects before they get into season. So some practical ways to improve the efficiency: assess mobility and limb length before choosing lifts. This one is a little bit tough if you're doing it yourself because you have to understand a lot more than simply how you're looking. You have to understand like how those limb lengths are going to affect it and the actual mobility if you're not going to be able to get into certain ranges of motions safely under a loaded weight. Most of the time, athletes can get into basically every range of motion. It's just is it something that they could do safely that is loaded? Maybe not. Match force vector to sport demands. And really, if you're a team sport athlete, this isn't something you have to be super concerned with because there's going to be both vertical and horizontal components because of the chaoticness of the sport. Adjust exercise selection across seasons to balance strength and transfer. There's like off season is going to look a lot different than right before in season. Off season, maybe he's putting on mass, developing that strength, and in season is probably peaking your body, looking to have the most power possible and improve that actual velocity. So on the field, you're explosive and fast. So that's all I have here for the biomechanical efficiency. Big thing is if you know enough of what you're doing, it's going to make a lot of sense to change some exercise based on what you're doing. And for the athletes working with me, absolutely. What's good? This is going to be breaking down like an actual program that I've used. This is actually the exact program that I ran over my off season from my junior to senior year, and I saw tremendous results with it. I gained 20 pounds, added 2 miles per hour to my top speed, which dropped my 40.3 seconds, and dropped my 5:10 5.35 seconds to a 4.05 laser time. So I want to show this. It's by no means perfect, but it's definitely going to be something great that's going to help you out. We're going to go over about a week here, and I'm going to give my critiques, show you how like I would program something now, and yeah, just my general thoughts. So it's going to be block 1. I do everything in supersets, which I'm a huge fan of because really it speeds up the tempo of the lift and it gives you some aerobic base and conditioning work. So right, you look at this block 2. The first time I did this, it was more of just conditioning. I got max outputs, but I was out of breath by the end, which is good because I want to get some form of conditioning work as a football player. It's going to be necessary. We're looking at the first one here. This is block 1, superset 1. Pairing all these together, so it's 4 movements back to back to back to back. So this first one is a dowel overhead squat. I'm a big fan of this. I have notes for eyes closed on this, and that's just having a stick over your head doing squat. It's getting good mobility. The eyes closed I like for a little bit of a balance. I would have put a couple more reps of this now, probably 10. Then bench pistol squat. I probably wouldn't have this so early. If I'm doing this now, I would do a dynamic warm-up before this, simply because I don't believe my knees could necessarily handle this off rip, especially like the bench pistol squat. That's kind of going to be a lot. So I would start with like some either like a true like sprint dynamic warm-up, which is probably good. You can always hit one of those like every single day. In all reality, getting technical work because it'll still be a very low nervous system stimulus, but it would get my knees warmed up, stuff like that. And I would add some quad extension isometrics into here beforehand, just so right my patellar tendon is ready to go because that bench pistol squat's gonna be a little strenuous. And I've noticed those long duration, like that quad isometric is gonna help a ton. So I've worked with a ton of athletes who have that pain, which is right below your kneecap. Like you feel right below your kneecap, there's kind of like that hard tendon right under it. And a lot of guys will have pain there. Doing a 45-degree quad extension, like 2 sets of 45 seconds, not super maximal weight, is going to work on that stress shielding response to actually heal that damaged tissue. And that's going to be big time to make sure you can work well through this program because in all reality, this program is quite a bit of squatting, so knees can get achy in this. So then the straight leg OC glute lift. So there's some oscillating work, which I am a fan of. Basically moving really quickly, getting those hamstrings firing. I'm a huge fan of this one, especially for some hamstring resilience. I personally have never had any substantial hamstring issues. I don't necessarily think I could attribute it to this, but this is definitely some factor that's helped me with it. Then drop squat jumps, getting a little maximal jump work. I'm a big fan of this. I might drop that down to 2 reps there. Increase this rep to 10. Keep this at 5 or 8. Increase this to 10. 2 sets is good. Right, I'm doing this back-to-back, rest a minute or two, and get to the next one. Block 2. So this is the triphasic plan. So this is week 1. The tempos are great. This is what I want. So 2 sets, 5 reps. Big fan of this. Maybe go 4 reps here. Because, right, that's your 30 seconds under the bar. It kind of depends where you're at in the offseason. If you're closer to your season, I'd rather see you go 4 or 3 reps. But if you're early in the offseason, this 5 reps is going to be great because you get a lot of quality time under the bar, which is going to be good. Saying hurdle hops paired with this is a French contrast set. So you're going a regular weight or a regular jump, a weighted jump, an assisted jump. Really like this. And the 2 sets is great here, especially if you've never done this before. 3 or 4 sets is definitely going to be too much. 6-second eccentric, big fan of. Just making sure you have good squat mechanics. A lot of guys, their knees are going to push forward under that eccentric load. Sit back into your hips to initiate the movement and make sure you get that full 6 seconds. Hurdle hops, fan of that. Dumbbell box jump, good. Staggered stance assisted jump, I would just go regular jump because all these are bilateral on 2 feet. We're not going any stagger here. So I don't necessarily know why I had to stagger in this last one. That could be something that you could change. But really, this is I'm a big fan of this, and this is something I typically run like 12 weeks in a row because like okay, you don't necessarily need new stimulus. And after talking with the Furman strength coach and his thoughts, like what he learned from the Ole Miss strength coach, higher quality athletes, they can just simply run the same thing over and over and over again, like for 12 weeks straight, and your outputs are going to get higher, so the stimulus is going to get higher. You don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel and create something new every 4 weeks. Like this is going to work just fine for 12 weeks straight, which I'm a big fan of. Then eccentric Hatfield lunge, 2 sets, 4 reps, good. You're going to be tired and gassed after this, which is definitely expected, and that's not a problem though. 5 seconds on the way down. I might go 4 seconds here. Kind of depends on the level of the athlete. 2 sets is good. I might bump that up to 3. I mean, it depends, but obviously I want to start closer to a minimum effective dose so I can push it up higher later. No supersets with this. I would just go some active recovery, some type of upper body stretching with it, or some ankle mobility. Just be careful of your big toe. I know a lot of guys like something like turf toe. This is not going to feel good on. So, but it's also, this is going to be great to build capacity in that big toe early on in the off season, so right, you're a little stronger in terms of hopefully not getting turf toe in season. Block 4, dumbbell step ups, single leg hip thrust. Big fan of this. This is unilateral work. So that's single leg, which is good early in the off season. Work out any imbalances. Backside work with the single leg hip thrust, great. Really got nothing to complain about this. 2 sets is going to be good. So we think about if you've never done something like this before, it's going to be tough. Nordic hamstring curl, dead stop, single leg RDL. This is okay. It kind of depends on the athlete. I might want to see more of a dynamic single leg RDL here. I mean, all of this is very dependent. Like if I'm close to the season, I'm definitely switching this out for a dynamic one. But early in the season, when I'm looking to build like or in the off season, when I'm looking to build GPP, like general physical preparation, this is gonna be just fine. And working the hamstring at that knee joint, not actually the hip joint, like this, is gonna be great because that's very underworked. And really, the only thing that does that is the Nordic. So this is I'm always programming Nordics. Oscillating, disadvantageous rear foot elevated split squat. Okay, hip flexor band pulls and an iso groin squeeze. So I'm a big fan of the oscillating rear foot elevated split squats. So that's basically you're looking for a 6-inch range of motion right at the bottom of a split squat, just going up and down really quick, basically turning on and off the muscle as fast as you can. 10% body weight per hand. That's going to be about right. I'd probably look at a 7 to 15% range, starting heavier and then going lighter as you get closer to being peaked. Because right, we want everything to be moving quicker by the end, so we wouldn't necessarily want to go heavier. We want to go lighter. 15 reps is good for that. Band hip flexor pulls. I'd rather see a long duration isometric here, just like a short range hip flexor hold. So you're just pulling your knee up maximally to your chest for 45 seconds. I would change this to a Copenhagen. So 30 seconds here, 30 seconds here for a Copenhagen. And we can just go 2 sets. 3 sets is probably going to be a little overkill if you've never done it. And those long-term isometrics, long duration isometrics with your hip flexor and groin are going to be essential, especially as a football player. I've noticed a lot of guys are getting groin and hip flexor issues, especially myself. So that's how I would program it here, because that long duration isometric is going to heal that damaged tissue, help you out. Then finishing with a squat and hamstring iso. These are going to be great. 1 set of each of those. 2 sets of these. This is honestly a pretty good day. Finish foam roll stretching. I'm pretty happy with this for what I know now. Like, you could 99% of athletes, high school athletes, could run this and see a ton of results. I'm just giving you the very nitpicky of what I know now and how I would change this, because I ran this about like 2 years ago. I'm still a really big fan of it, but there's some changes I'd want to make. Day 2, upper. Overhead lateral raise, 6-way shoulder raise, dumbbell seated external rotation. This is definitely solid. I might want to decrease the reps on this a little bit because this might get a little fatiguing. Probably want to just go lighter, like 5 or 10 pounds, get a little bit of a pump. If you go 5 or 10 pounds, it's going to be okay. I just want to scroll that over so I can see the reps and stuff with this for right now. So yeah, it's going to be completely fine. Then let's see. In all reality, I might want to put this shoulder work. What the heck? I think I'd want to put, bro, why is this tweaking? Sorry. I'd want to put this shoulder work after this med ball work to make sure that, right, we're doing the bench press and stuff right after. So there's not a huge application of putting it right there, then doing the med ball work, then going there. So I'd switch the order of block 2 and block 1. This med ball work is good. Half kneel rotational throw with your outside leg up, parallel to wall, low hip rotational toss. So those are both going to be good. I would go a higher rep initially to start, lower sets. Probably the sets is too high. I'd probably want about 40 reps total per movement, maybe 30, but over less sets, higher volume. You get a little more capacity because this is more like something I want to see in the peaking phase of, well, a little less reps and a little less sets. But I'd want to see right now maybe 2 sets of 15 for each of them to get more capacity work, and then I'd drop the superset. That's going to be really good because that's going to be a little bit of aerobic conditioning and getting your body used to it under that fatigue, which is what we want early in the off season. So this is something I'm looking at, like, okay, you're finally feeling healthy after the season. You did a couple weeks of like moderate training. This is going to be a really good block at that point. Barbell bench, 4x4, 5-second eccentric. TRXY, trap 3 raise, scapula push-up. This is, honestly, I wouldn't change anything about this. If you're starting it for the first time, like I said, I'd probably go 2 sets for all of these. But I'm a big fan. I still run this exact sequence, and I had this exact sequence in a video. It blew up for like 150,000 views, and for like getting a linebacker strong and healthy. Big one, big fan of this. Let's see. Then we go into a speed break, which I'm a big fan of. You can do this before or after. It kind of depends on the athlete. If you're looking for a little more speed and upper body explosive element, I'd switch these two. But if you're looking for more strength, I'd put this first. Because this isn't going to be, the eccentrics might be a little taxing. So for general rule, I'd put this first. Your bench press isn't going to be quite as strong, but this isn't super terrible, so it'll be fine. Or actually, instead of a speed break, I'd probably go bench press, then superset these as well. So either put this first or superset basically all of this together in one massive block, which is going to be fine. What I do want to note is, like, with those big blocks, I didn't mention it on the French contrast squats up here. Let's see. So these, like, you do this whole thing. I want like 4 minutes of rest after this so you can complete it maximally. We want to make sure we have max outputs with that. So let's say we did this first. This is going to be good. I'd go less reps, keep this here, and then there's just some shoulder mobility, which I'm a fan of if your shoulders can tolerate it early. If not, you can just do some more passive stretching, where I'd decrease this down to 3, decrease all these sets. So if you're doing these for the first time, I'd decrease all these sets. I have these higher because I had done training beforehand. I had built up some capacity. So I'm a fan of that, and that's fine. Then we're going to backside, some chin-ups and some lat throws to get that explosive element with it. I'm a fan of this. I still run this to this day as well. So right, you're doing eccentric chin-ups. I'm a big fan. Depends. You can do chin-ups or pull-ups. Probably chin-ups for the most people. I like pull-ups just because my elbows bother me more on chin-ups and my mobility. Supine lat throws, that's like you're laying back and you're throwing a med ball at the wall. That's going to be great for that explosive element with this. Cool. Then a little hypertrophy after. Dumbbell single arm row, oscillating single arm row, head supported rear delt fly. Okay. I'd probably put the oscillating row first, where it's not going to fatigue you, but it'll get that high quality speed work. Then you can do the hypertrophy after, then finish up with some shoulder pump for the backside. Never can really do enough rear delts. Most people don't train them enough, so that's great. The Zercher carry here, good. I like that backside work. You're holding a dumbbell right in here, and you're just walking. 3+ sets, 60 yards. That's going to be a grinder. 50+% body weight is tough. Typically, I like to just grab the heaviest dumbbell they got, number around 125 pounds. Now that'll grind if you're going 60 yards. Then that deficit push-up ISO is going to be good. I'd probably add a chin-up ISO, like a short range, so you're all the way up here. And those are just for that tissue health. It's going to help your elbows and shoulders a ton, especially because this program in general is pretty taxing. The triphasic does have like higher injury rates, but I've noticed with myself and myself not as much. And that's something I kind of still need to figure out. But with my athletes, the injury rates have been super, super low. I think some of it with me is the intensity and the amount of volume I'm doing is probably a little too high compared to, or higher than what my athletes are doing. This is why I used to run, so I'm doing different stuff now. So back to that same sequence. So kind of just take all the notes I said from there with the dynamic warm-up and stuff. Med ball scoop ceiling throws, good. There's a little bit of like a ping tier plyometric, which I like to add. 9 reps, good there. Back squat. So this is going to be good. So this is going to be 6 reps. Probably drop this down to 4 reps and going more of a dynamic load, maybe like 80-ish%. We're not looking to necessarily go 6 rep max here. We're looking to move it with some snap on the bar. Depth drop to vert, band assisted jump. I would simply go depth drop and just leave it there. Because depth drop to vert is going to be a very advanced plyo, which is why I only have 2. I would just go 3 depth drops in the band assisted jump, 3 of those. That's going to be good. It's a little simpler version of the French contrast. So I'm just a huge fan of it, and it's worked super, super well. For me, 12 to 20 inches is going to be good. You could probably go a little higher if you're like a good quality athlete. Barbell RDL, dumbbell single leg RDL to press. So this is going to be a grinder, 5 set, 5 reps, 5 seconds. As long as your form stays good, I don't have a huge problem with it. I might decrease this to 4 reps and 4 seconds, but you should be fine. I mean, your lower back is going to be pumped up after and super sore, but early in the offseason, that's not a problem. Low back capacity, I think, is something I'm lacking. So this is something that I would definitely program. Dumbbell single leg RDL to press is more of a dynamic with it. I'm a fan of this. I wouldn't change anything about it. Then let's see, dumbbell reverse lunge bilateral hip thrust, which is both legs. So then this is 8 per leg and 12 total. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be a tough block. This is that work capacity that we're looking for early in a program. So I'm not mad at this one bit. It's definitely gonna be a grinder, especially after these RDLs and the back squat. So this is definitely a tougher workout, but you should be fine. I mean, no one ever really said it was going to be easy. And right, all these pair lifts means it's superset. I haven't been talking about that. Skater squat, good for knee health. It can be tough if your knees are bothering you right now, but it is definitely a good progression to get to. A long range isometric, so just pushing maximally for 10 seconds. I would do it, change it to a yielding, so you're not pushing 100% effort, but you're going longer duration. That's the long range. So you think about the top of the Nordic, you're facing straight up. You're going to lay all the way down and put your chest on the ground, then pull up. So your hamstring is going to be in a really long range of motion. And that's going to be really great, especially I think there's a big reason why I actually haven't had these hamstring issues is this in particular. Oscillating single leg hip thrust. This is going to be good as well. I always like to add in a little oscillating work to keep that dynamic twitch. And really with all these movements, I'm not doing them slow. So like this RDL, I'm not coming up slow. I'm coming up and being snappy and the bar's like rattling and shaking. That's what I want on all this is, right? And this back squat, that dynamic work, you're squatting up and boom, the bar's jumping a little bit, shaking. That's what I want. You want to have that rate of force development with this to actually get that to carry over to the field and be athletic with it. 6-way shoulder raise. So what I would do I'd go lower Monday, Tuesday, upper, Wednesday rest, Thursday, lower. This is Friday, day 4, upper. Then we'll go to day 5, Saturday. Cool. This is a good set. I would go. This is gonna be a good shoulder pump, which I'm a fan of. So that's gonna be good. Counter movement, med ball rotational throws. This is gonna be good. I'd go for what it is, like doing the movement. So you're going forward. So you're going forward, backwards, then throw. Right, that's gonna be fine. Parallel to wall. I'd increase the reps a little bit here. Hip high pull, neck extension, and flexion. I would add this neck extension and flexion into this original superset. Then the hip high pull, I would just leave it on its own with some active mobility. That's gonna be good. Keep this a dynamic load so we're not going super heavy. So I think my clean max is like 335. I'd probably going somewhere around 185 to 205 with this. So you're really about 50 or 60%. Really just violently. It should be getting pretty close to hitting your chin. Just don't actually let it because that's going to hurt. Push jerk. I'm definitely taking this out and changing it. I'm taking it out in the way I would do it because I would do it very heavy. And what I talked about with my firm and coach, they found having push jerk and heavy back squat in the same program, anecdotally, there's a lot more injuries. He wasn't even sure why, but just anecdotally, there has been. So I would change it to a very dynamic jerk. So say typically I would get up, my most I ever got up to was 245 for a set of 3. I would not push 175 at all. And even if you have the capacity, I would change it to a behind the neck jerk, right? Because that's going to be really good for that shoulder mobility. I personally don't think I do at the moment. You're going to have a little more risk tolerance and good shoulder mobility, but bam, it's kind of baller just to push something off your neck like that. But also having the shoulder capacity is going to be really good, especially if you're in the box football player. Reverse lat throw. I would just change this with, I did a bear squat press. So just be like, it's kind of a bear squat machine. You can look it up and you're just pressing and throwing like this, very dynamic. It's a plyometric. I'd change that down to 3 reps. And then the oscillating single arm rear delt fly. That's going to be fine for that little extra shoulder capacity. So I'm not mad at this. I would just make this lighter. Speed break here with the oscillating disadvantageous dumbbell bench. So you're right here in a position so it's right off your chest. And you're just going like this for these reps. And then boom, +1. I would put a +1 in here because it says it right here. So you're just going boom, 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 bam. Good with that. Same thing with the OC. Then the dumbbell, you're going boom, 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 boom. And it's the same exact range of motion. You're just looking at backside, at front side. I'm really happy with that one. Heavy single arm row. Change it to a lawnmower row, basically. So you're pulling it off the ground. And you can get some lean into it. Really throw some weight with that. I would recommend straps. That's going to be good. Meant to have a pair with here. That's what I always did. Long range pullover. So you're just holding a pullover right here. Elbow straight. It's going to absolutely tear your lats apart. But that's going to be good. Really good for that shoulder health as well. That's a big one I focused on, was the health in my joints because I always had problems with that. Arnold press, overhead lateral raise, dumbbell seated external rotation. That's going to be good. I would change this to maybe just as you progress, you go overhead lateral raise for 12 reps. Then like towards the back half of the program, you do those and then finish up with like a burnout of regular lateral raises to get a little extra juice out of that. But that's not something you need to start with right away. That changes down to like 8 reps. Dumbbell seated external rotation. Good. Decline sit up with med ball. 3 sets max. Yeah, that's going to be great. The single arm overhead dumbbell carry. Good for that back of the shoulder capacity. I would recommend. I always like having carries on my programs. That's right. I think it's an underutilized like training methodology. I'm a fan of this one. I would decrease this down to 2 sets per side, not 4 sets. I think I meant 2 sets per side here. That's what I would do. Day 5, I always do this as a freestyle day. I only train 5 days a week. Sometimes that 6th day is just like some straight arms or something. This is good. Wouldn't really change anything like that. Dumbbell or barbell bench. Good. Dumbbell incline bench. I like this, having some incline press because I don't really program a lot of incline pressing. So this is fine because I don't do a ton of chest hypertrophy in general, which is fine. I would add some type of fly, maybe back to one of these chest days. Let's see. Like kind of in here, maybe add like 2 sets of chest hypertrophy work because there isn't really any in here. It's only 4 sets. Like it kind of just depends if your chest is feeling, you want it to feel explosive, but I just put in some flies in here to add with it, get a little more chest hypertrophy, some type of incline fly or incline press for reps. Really squeeze it. We don't need something super heavy there. Then dumbbell, barbell, bench, 3x5. Probably go a little higher rep, 8 to 10 here. 10. Vary these weekly. This is kind of the day I like to do whatever I want, which I'm a big fan. This is just a general framework. Lat pull over head supported row or rear delt fly. Go with both of these. Then hypertrophy block of kind of just choosing whatever exercises you want. I'm good with this. You kind of just flow with it, hit some arms. Cable crunches, single arm suitcase carry, assault bike. Yeah, this isn't necessary. At some point, like whether it's your Saturday, if you train 6 days a week, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend, or at the end of that would be if you train on the 6th day, right, you'd have to not rest Wednesday. So your 6th day would be a Saturday with a Sunday rest. You can do the assault bike or at the end of this day 5. Definitely recommend this. 40 seconds on, 20 off for 8 minutes straight. That's going to be a grinder. Was really good. This is something I do for early in the off season. End of the off season. And I think this was the sole reason I actually played as my freshman year in college. I just finished my freshman season. Was the 50-calorie kill on the assault bike. I know I have a video up on my Instagram of it. If you scroll back, way back down to probably about the spring of 2025, you'll find it. But absolute killer. Just 50 seconds straight, as hard as you can, right? That is the worst pain I've ever felt in my life when I decided to do. I did one of those with 50 calories, right? It took me 43 seconds, which is, if you do it, think it's almost impossible to beat. I was in the best shape of my life. My resting heart rate was super low. I felt really good that day. And I averaged 1,200 watts, which is a ton. Like you think about a toaster, something like around 800 or 900, which, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot. Like I'm only barely stronger than a toaster, but try it out and you will get humbled. And I rested about 10 or 15 minutes, which felt a lot quicker than what it was. And I did 60 calories because I lost a bet. And I thought I was going to die. In all reality, I had told my friends to put 911 on speed dial, and I was 100% serious about that because I knew how much it was going to hurt. And to do those 60 calories, it took me 2 minutes and 13 seconds, or 2 minutes and 14 seconds. And the first 50 calories in the first set took 43 seconds. So you see how fatigued I was even after resting 15 minutes. So that's something definitely, even just doing one 50-calorie kill is going to be lethal, because in all reality, I'm never doing 2 of those again. Because it was hell on earth. I physically didn't know my body could hurt and feel that much pain, but I did, and it was a fun experience because I know I can handle so much more physically now after I did that. But really, the assault bike is a killer. It's the reason I think I played my freshman year, because I was in good shape during summer conditioning. The coaches immediately trust me because I was winning the majority of conditioning reps as a true freshman, right? So that's doing the assault bike, especially if you're going straight into college, where the big thing is they want you coming in shape. You're going to be absolutely lethal, and if you do that, you're going to be ahead of the game. No doubts about that. So that's all I have for this program, right? I'm a big fan of it. Big thing I would add is simply you could add some arm work at the end of these. I realize I don't really train arms specifically, but adding 2 or 3 sets of bis and tris at the end of this is not going to hurt for the day 2 and day 4. But I'm pretty happy with this. You obviously saw the adjustments I thought. So yeah, this is definitely something you can take directly from it and run it. Obviously, this is just 1 week of it, and there has to be some changes that need to be made. But you can implement those, and you could really run the same thing week after week, just changing those tempos. After 3 weeks, instead of the eccentrics, you move to isometrics. Then another 3 weeks, you do concentric. And I would put a deload in between each of those. This is the exact framework I would use, bro. So I kind of just gave you all this sauce away for free, and gladly in all reality, because it's going to be tough to execute, but this is going to be a great setup for you if you're able to actually do it. Welcome to the nutrition module. First off, I want to say I'm very excited to have you here, and you are going to be learning an absolute ton about nutrition, all the way from some basic concepts up to some super advanced ones. So I want to get this started right away, talk about the introduction, and see what this is going to look like. So nutrition is the foundation of human performance. Training is the stress, recovery is the adaptation, and nutrition is the fuel and building material that makes those adaptations possible. Without nutrition, you don't repair muscle, replenish energy stores, or maintain the hormonal environment needed for growth. For athletes, nutrition isn't just about eating clean, it's about precision fueling. Food becomes training support, recovery insurance, and performance enhancement all in time. When you are an athlete, it gets a little more complicated than simply being a regular human who's not training for like maximum performance. There are going to be a lot of different factors that we're going to talk about to make sure you can be the best version of yourself. So a little bit at some science thrown at you right away. At the cellular level, nutrition drives energy availability, ATP production from carbs, fats, and protein, muscle protein synthesis, repairs and builds of contractile proteins, hormonal signaling, insulin, testosterone, cortisol, thyroid, all influenced by the diet, immune function, micronutrients, protect against illness that could interrupt training, hydration and electrolyte balance critical for neural firing, muscle contraction, and thermoregulation. Really, you cannot separate training and nutrition. Training is a spark, but nutrition is a fuel that determines whether a spark can build into a fire. With the list I just ripped off, the energy availability, muscle protein synthesis, hormonal signaling, all that, those are all going to be things we're going to be getting into at some point, as eventually those are some more advanced concepts, but those are something that I want to give as much knowledge and sauce to you as possible so it can help you along. Welcome to the first topic of nutrition. This is really going to determine absolutely everything about how your body's going to work, calories in versus calories out, and determine everything in terms of nutrition. So the energy balance and law of thermodynamics. The core principle is energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred. In the body, this means that calories in, if it's greater than calories out, that's going to be weight gain. Calories in is less than calories out, that's going to be weight loss. And if they are the same, it is going to equal maintenance. So there are some components of this. Your total daily energy expenditure, your BMR, your basal metabolic rate. For people who are inactive, is about 60 to 70% of energy use. That's only going to decrease the more active you are because you're obviously going to be burning more calories from your actual activity. And this is just what your body burns at rest just to stay alive. Your body isn't just alive off no energy. It does take a substantial amount of calories to actually keep your body up and running. There's also going to be a thermic effect of food. It's about 10%. This is the energy used to digest and process nutrients. So protein has the highest TEF, 20 to 30%. Carbs is moderate, 5 to 10%. And fat is the lowest, 0 to 3%. This isn't something that's super important to know, but wanted to throw that out there right away for you. Exercise activity thermogenesis. This is 10 to 20%, depending on that training load. Obviously, it can be even higher if you are extremely active. Then there's a little bit of non-exercise activity thermogenesis, which is neat. This is something people are going to talk about a lot as you dive into your fitness journey. If you take a lot of research on it, it's going to be highly variable. So this walking, fidgeting, posture, chores can account for 200 to 800 calories a day. And there's something like for class, you got to walk to class. That's really not any substantial exercise that's going to count towards your NEAT. And if you live on a college campus, that's going to be a lot further than if you live in a small or you go to school at a small high school. So some athlete application for this one. Building muscles requires calorie surplus, but overshooting is obviously going to lead to fat gain because your body can only process so many calories to make a certain amount of muscle in a 24-hour period. Cutting requires a calorie deficit, but too steep of a deficit impairs recovery, hormones, and strength. This is a really dangerous one in terms of just wasting away a ton of progress that you've made. So this is something I will be further expanding on. Energy balance is dynamic. Your body adapts to deficits and surpluses, which is metabolic adaptation. In advanced notes like this, here are some hormones: leptin, ghrelin, thyroid, and cortisol are also do respond to that energy balance. Deficits increase hunger, that is the ghrelin hormone, and reduce metabolic rate. Surpluses increase thermogenesis, but may increase fat gain if unmanaged. Keynote here is calories aren't everything, but nothing happens without them. Calorie balance is the gatekeeper of weight change through that law of thermodynamics. You cannot escape that no matter if you think you can or. Now I want to get into macronutrients. This is another huge factor, really the biggest thing outside of calories, and this is going to be a huge determinant of your progress on your journey. So first big macronutrient, the one that everyone talks about, is going to be protein. So the function of protein is muscle repair, some enzyme reactions, hormones, and immune molecules. That's a little bit of science there. Don't need to get into it right now. The optimal intake is going to be 1.6 to 2.2 grams per kilogram, or 0.7 to 1 gram per pound of body weight. There are some instances where you can go above that. Like I would say, when you're cutting, a good benchmark would be 1.2 grams per pound of body weight. And there really isn't a ton of negative side effects if you're going above, especially if you're not super sure. I'd rather shoot on that high side than the low side. Distribution matters. 3 to 6 protein feedings a day, each with 2.5 grams of leucine and amino acid to maximize muscle protein synthesis. That leucine piece is a little bit more of a niche thing, but if you're dialed in with absolutely everything else, that is something you could consider investing in. Digestion rates. Whey is a lot more fast digesting. Casein is a slow digesting. Whole food protein is somewhere in between. Like something people that like to do is casein at night right before bed is a slow digesting, and they believe it just helps them in their sleep when they're not eating to have that muscle protein synthesis and recovery during their sleep. Excess protein is not harmful in a healthy individual. Your kidneys will adapt, like I had mentioned. Now, carbohydrates. Let me the primary energy for high-intensity sport, which is glycolysis, stored as glycogen in muscles, 400 to 500 grams, and liver, 100 grams. That's really, you can have a ton of carbs and it will get stored in your body for the most part. Each gram glycogen stores, it has 3 grams of water, which is why carb loading increases weight. You ever think about you have a cheat meal, you're really in tune with your body, and you realize you're up 7 or 8 pounds the next day? That's because those carbs are going to be storing all that water along with it. The optimal intake, though, is 3 to 6 grams per kilogram per day. For athlete, it is a really wide range. It varies the sport, and it's going to vary a lot with your fat intake as well. Carb timing is pre-training. It's going to be fuel. You can have intra and post to replenish. I will break that down further in the advanced and elite sections. Types, though. There's going to be simple, which is glucose and sucrose. This is fast absorption. Think about like candy, honey. Those things are going to be a lot faster. Complex starches and fibers. Things like oatmeal, brown rice. Those are going to take a little bit longer. Now let's look at fats. It is also the final third critical one. Function. Hormones, cell membranes, and vitamin absorption. Fats really just control the processes of your body. Make sure you can run properly. If you had 0 grams of fat per day, the internal organs in your body would start to not be doing so hot. So there are a couple types, though, that I want to talk about. Saturated, meat and dairy, needed in moderation. Unsaturated, olive oil and nuts, which is heart healthy, anti-inflammatory, really one of the better kinds. And omega-3 is fish and flax, which is critical for brain and anti-inflammatory signaling. People often supplement omega-3s because it's very hard to eat a lot of fish and like flax seeds. So this is an interesting one that we'll take another chat at in a little bit. Optimal intake is 20 to 35% of calories. Avoid dropping below 0.5 grams per kilogram because of that function for your body. Note here too is that per gram of fat, that's 9 calories. Per gram of carb, that's 4 calories. Per gram of protein, that's 4 calories. So it is more calorically dense than the other foods. So it is a lot easier to overeat in that regard. An advanced note, though, too, is macronutrient ratios depend on sports demands. Power athletes, higher protein and carbs. Endurance athletes, higher carbs for that glycogen stores like we talked about. Think of a marathon runner. General health, really balanced across all three is going to work out great for you. The key idea here, though, is that macros are building blocks, protein repairs, carb fuels. Here we go with micronutrients. This is really the next important thing behind macronutrients, really a lot more fine-tuned in making your body operate how it properly should. Vitamins and minerals don't provide calories, but they are essential as cofactors in energy metabolism, muscle contraction, and recovery. So basically, if you want to perform to your maximum ability, micronutrients are some things that you should consider. Deficiencies impair performance even if macros are perfect. Important for athletes. Really, iron, critical for oxygen transport. Magnesium includes a lot of reactions in the body and some ATP synthesis. Vitamin D, bone health, immune function, testosterone support. Calcium, muscle contraction, bone density. Vitamin B, coenzymes and glycolysis. Zinc, immune function, testosterone synthesis, and electrolytes, maintaining fluid balance and neural fire. If you want to take a look at it further, take a second. Some advanced notes though. Oversupplementation can be harmful. Too much iron equals oxidative stress. Whole foods are usually best. Supplements only where deficiencies are shown. The key idea here is micros don't make you superhuman, but missing them can make you underperform. Really, micronutrients are just the small little, you think as the macros as the building blocks, but the micronutrients are the cement in between to make sure everything sticks together and is working at the maximum capacity, right? You have a bunch of bricks lined up just as a wall, they're going to be okay, but if you don't have the cement in between to keep them together, you're going to have some problems, and that's what the micronutrients are going to be doing. Here is the next video, and let's talk about some hydration. So why it matters. Water is 60% of your body mass, the largest portion, and the functions of it is to transport nutrients, regulate temperature, lubricates joints, maintains blood volume, and aids in digestion. It literally helps absolutely everything. I would say you can't have too much water. That is the case, but in almost every instance, more water is going to be better. Performance impact. 2% body weight loss from dehydration equals a measurable drop in strength, endurance, and cognition. Dehydration increases core temperature, heart rate, and perceived effort. There are days now that I've been training for so many years, over 6 years at this point, where I'm very in tune with my body and I can understand the cravings in my body. When a lot of times after training, I'll want like a salty snack or like an energy drink because there's sometimes a little salty flavor and a little bit of electrolytes in it, but I also won't be super hungry because I'm dehydrated. So all I'll do is just have 24 ounces of water, my electrolyte pack. I'll end up starting to feel a lot better and mentally be honestly a lot more locked in because I do get lethargic when I'm dehydrated. And there are days too, especially when I was back in my summer training, that was difficult because I was sweating so much and I'd have a training session in the afternoon. I could tell I was dehydrated, and that effort was definitely something that I noticed. It was not easy when I was very dehydrated to complete tasks that normally would be fine. So in the sweat loss and electrolytes, athletes can lose 1 to 3 liters per hour in sweat and 1 to 2 grams of sodium, which if you think about sodium, most of the time it's in like milligrams, and 1 to 2 grams is honestly a ton for the average person. Like you talk to your mom who's not probably not a high performance athlete and you tell her how much salt you're eating, she's going to be shocked. But it is completely okay when you are sweating profusely if you are training substantially, but water alone may not be enough. Things like sodium, potassium, magnesium are needed for fluid balance and nerve conduction. So there are a couple practical guidelines. So the baseline is 30 to 40 milliliters per kilogram per day pre-training, 500 milliliters or 17 ounces 2 hours before during training, 200 to 300 milliliters every 15 to 20 ounces, adjusting for sweat rate. Post-training replace 1.5 times body weight lost. So if you are able to weigh yourself before and after, that is absolutely great. You lose 2 pounds, you can drink 3 pounds, 1.3 liters of fluid. So that is a lot, and it's not necessarily a hard and fast rule. It's obviously great to hit these numbers, but I would just say drink as much as you can. A lot of times I set myself, I don't track it really super tightly, but getting a rough estimate of at least hitting a gallon a day, closer to a gallon and a half a lot of days, just to make sure my body's properly performing. I'm hydrated. I'm also taking creatine right now, which requires a little more water for your body. But some advanced note that can help you out is monitoring your urine color. Light yellow is going to be good generally. Individualized hydration based on sweat rate testing. That's something that's going to be a little more advanced, but you can also take a look at some of your teammates. If you are the first one to break a sweat when you're doing the warm-up, you're definitely a much heavier heavier sweater, and you're going to have to replace that with a lot more water and be a lot more intentional with it. Overhydration without electrolytes can cause the hyponatremia, it's dangerously low blood sodium. This I'm not super concerned about, but general rule of thumb is when you are having large amounts of water, have some sort of electrolytes with it, whether you get a certain packet, just put a little salt in it. That's going to help it so your body can actually absorb it and use it without just passing through your body, not really doing much. The key idea, though, is that hydration isn't just about water. It's about maintaining fluid and electrolyte balance for optimal performance. Now, go drink 16 ounces of water right now, and I'll. Welcome to meal timing and frequency. So honestly, let's get right into this. So let's start a little bit with the physiology of what this is going to look like. So protein ingestion stimulates muscle protein synthesis, which is something we have talked about in the past through the mTOR pathway. Muscle protein synthesis is transient, which means it spikes 2 to 3 hours post-meal, then declines. Is not something that is instantly more like insulin, which is a lot faster acting. Eating protein every 3 to 5 hours maximizes daily muscle protein synthesis pulses. So this is a more advanced and elite type of deal where this is a very marginal thing. If you are so dialed in with absolutely everything else, looking to optimize this is something that's going to help. So look at the frequency of like how we actually going to do this. Once daily versus 4 meals both work if the calories and protein are equated, but multiple feedings optimize lean mass gain. So that's what we're talking about. If everything is absolutely dialed in, you're eating 95% clean foods and you're looking to eke out that extra 1%, this is something you can think about. And likely you are probably in a pretty good spot already eating multiple meals. But if you can hit it right in that 3 to 5 hour window, that'd be great. Getting 4 meals a day, absolutely amazing. Carb timing here. Pre-training carbs preserve muscle glycogen. Post-training carbs accelerate glycogen synthase activity. So what this is really doing is just fueling your body the best you can around the time periods of a lift. So if you're looking at before that pre-training carbs, it depends on the amount of time before. If you're looking for something small, 30 minutes before, you're going to want simple carbs, something that's going to digest very fast. So even something like candy is going to work. You're looking at like honey, applesauce, things like that. Fiber does slow down digestion a little bit, so that's something to think about. But if you're more like 2 hours out, you could probably eat a regular meal. If you're in like that hour and a half range, looking at more, you can go some complex carbs that are being a little slower digesting because you do have time. A personal go-to for mine is going to be some oatmeal, adding in honey, peanut butter, banana, things like that. And if you're looking at things like that, fats do slow down that digestion as well. So it's all something that you can personally play around with. And really, you're just looking to feel the best you can and also feel fueled. Sorry. That's really what I have to say. Post workout, we're looking for a ratio of 4 carbs to 1 gram of protein is really going to be the most optimal. If it is a less strenuous day, say like you're looking at more like powerlifting type exercises, for an example, to keep it on the extreme range, you could probably get away with 2 grams of carbs to 1 gram of protein. Fat timing, high fat meals, blunt gastric emptying, and slow carb absorption. Not ideal for pre-training, kind of what I was just talking about. The application here, really 4 to 6 meals a day for athletes, and a meal doesn't necessarily have to be something massive. If you are sitting at 3,000 calories a day, like a meal could be something as little as like 400 or 500 calories, just to basically a snack there. Protein evenly distributed, 0.3 to 0.4 grams per kilogram each. That's basically saying if you're going, like if you have 200 grams of protein that you need to hit a day, you have 5 meals. Ideally, hitting 40 grams per meal is going to be great, but in all reality, that's going to be difficult. That's why I'm saying this is in the elite section for those guys looking to eke out that last percentile that they need. And carbs cluster around those workouts that I just mentioned, how to want that carb timing done. Pre-workout, simple versus complex carbs, then hitting that ratio 2 to 1 or 4 to 1. Let's get into food quality and digestive health. So this is going to be another elite topic, looking to get those last couple of percentage points out of your training and optimization. Starting with the gut microbiome. Obviously, we're going to want to have more fiber because of the anti-inflammatory signaling and improved nutrient absorption. Things with fiber, very simple, vegetables, fruits, things like that. You can also get fiber supplements. I know some like seeds do have fiber. You really don't need a ton. There's loose recommendations. I I try to aim for 20 if I'm really trying to optimize what my gut microbiome, looking to dial in everything with my nutrition. But this personally for myself, with the situation I'm in, is not something I'm really too concerned about. GI integrity, high intensity training increases gut permeability, leaky gut, worsened by processed food and low fiber. So explaining this is having high cortisol from training. Like training is a stress on the body. It's going to increase cortisol. It's going to increase that and then take away blood from the gut, which basically can cause that leaky gut. If you think about it too, high intensity training is going to reduce your immune system capabilities. So a lot of times people will get sick after super intense bouts of training or long training blocks, right? So it's something to think about with really that sickness side, making sure you're staying on top of it, wash your hands, things like that, basic hygiene to avoid sickness. And that leaky gut, it can be improved if we have those high quality foods to really minimize that as much as possible, because that high intensity training is always going to be there. We look at the inflammation piece. Those processed fats and sugars are going to cause endotoxemia, systemic inflammation, then impaired recovery. So just looking at the things you ingest into your body are going to have an effect on your whole body, right? It's a pretty simple thing. We think about a stimulant like caffeine that's going to affect your whole body. Things like that too. Processed fats and sugar are going to have the same effect, except obviously in the opposite. It's going to be detrimental, increase that inflammation, and right, then your recovery is going to be slightly compared to, say, to eating more whole organic type foods. Some actual application for this is prioritizing whole foods, include prebiotics, and avoid excessive ultra processed foods, especially in season. Now, this is all stuff that is very dialed, optimized, and it's not necessarily something you have to do, but even taking a small bit and piece, maybe including some prebiotics, onions, garlic, banana, including that a little more to help that gut microbiome, or simply being aware of it to prioritize those whole foods to help with everything that we're looking at here. That's really all I'd say here, because I mean, this is going to be a very advanced thing. If you have the means and you're so locked in that you are able to actually get into this and optimize it, I commend you 100%, because I am personally. Now let's get into some supplements. Let's first start with creatine, which increases phosphorylated creatine. Basically, that's giving you faster ATP resynthesis in high intensity work, enhances glycogen storage, and may improve cognitive resilience. So let me give you some more application of this. Kind of sounds like a bunch of nonsense. So with that ATP reactions, a big thing I notice is when I'm on creatine, my sprint times will drop. Not necessarily exactly like I'll notice it right away, but if I were to stop it, which I have before, I will notice that my times drop a couple milliseconds. And then two, improving that cognitive resilience. Big thing with guys who have concussions, typically a protocol is putting them on 20 to 30 grams of creatine a day. I'm not exactly sure on the science behind this, but I know it does help. And I'm typically using 10 to 15 grams of creatine a day, because there is studies more when you get into that 10 plus range, where there are actual cognitive benefits versus performance benefits. For athletes, they typically say like 5 grams, but I like to hit that 10 to 15 on a daily basis. I notice my sleep, like being sleep deprived, it really isn't a problem as much anymore. And this is more than my personal anecdotal experience. There are a lot of other people who have noticed those same exact things. Then caffeine is an antagonist of adenosine receptors, reduced fatigue perception, and increased calcium release in the muscle. So calcium release is basically just a mechanism that helps the myosin and actin filaments contract. So that helps with that. And reduced fatigue perception. So a big thing with my caffeine that I suggest people do is avoid doing it in the first 90 minutes of waking up if you can. I stick to that about 90% of days. I typically don't like having caffeine right away when I wake up, more for my midday slumps. And then start your day with water and electrolytes. That's going to allow the caffeine to absorb a lot better versus being on an empty stomach. And hopefully you'll get a little extra hydrated and not feel like sick to your stomach. Sometimes I feel that way if I just have caffeine on an empty stomach. Beta-alanine then increases carnosine in muscle, buffers the hydrogen ions, and delays fatigue in 60 to 240 second efforts. So this is stuff that makes you feel itchy in your pre-workout. I know a lot of guys just like that feeling, but it does help delay fatigue in a little bit longer duration things. So things like you're looking at exercise where you're trying to get a pump, maybe 15, 20 reps. This is going to help delay fatigue there, get you a little more metabolic stress and mechanical tension, something we talked about previously. Citrulline malate improves nitrogen oxide, which basically increases blood flow, reduces fatigue, helps you with getting pumps. It's something that you can definitely try out. I personally have not tried it, but I know I have some friends that have. Or you can simply get a nitric oxide booster. I know they have like different pills that have a couple other things that help with that. If you like that feeling, you want to get extra blood flow, reduce the fatigue, this is something that is worth a shot. I'm not super huge on it. Personally, just the style that I trained, and a lot of times I train my athletes, that's not necessarily what we're looking for. Then collagen and vitamin C both improve tendon and ligament health. Really can't have enough of that. I am a huge fan of taking collagen. I typically take it. I haven't taken it much recently, but there were times where I take it on a very regular basis, and I was a huge fan of it. And note, 78% of supplements are bunk. Only 10 have strong evidence. So this is like the actual effective dosage for these, and like the actual research behind it is negligible for a lot of them. So that's just if you feel it works for you, go ahead. It could be placebo, but if you do enjoy that and you think it works for you, go ahead. But there really are, like I said, only about 10 that work and have like very strong evidence that there is positive benefits. So that's all I have for supplements. If you have more questions, so let's look at muscle protein synthesis here. So the actual mechanism of this is triggered by resistance training and essential amino acids. In particular, leucine is a very beneficial one. And that's really just your body responding to the training, eating the protein to actually get the gains that you are looking for. The ceiling effect here is 0.3 to 0.4 grams per kilograms of protein, maximized per muscle protein synthesis per meal. Eating more doesn't increase the spike. It's really used for other processes. That's completely okay, though. If you get 90 grams of your protein in one meal and you're looking to get 200 on a day, not necessarily going to be the most optimal, but right, this is maximizing the last couple percentage points. Refractory period here, 3 hours are needed before the next muscle protein synthesis stimulation. So basically it can't happen back to back, like your body needs time to digest and for that to be able to happen again. Protein quality, whey is going to be greater than soy. Soy is going to be greater than collagen in stimulating this. The actual application here, 20 to 40 grams of high quality protein per meal. And me being about 210 pounds, did the math here. So you take 210 pounds, divide by 2.2, then multiply it by 0.3 or 0.4. And on that high end range for me, that's about 38 grams of protein per meal is the max that I could digest. So evenly distribution across 4 to 6 meals is going to be optimal. And casein before bed is going to extend that muscle protein synthesis overnight because casein is a very slow digesting protein compared to something like whey. Let's get into satiety here. So the biggest things are going to be these 3 hormones at play. So leptin is the long-term satiety signal from fat cells. This one not as talked about as much, but ghrelin is the hunger hormone from the stomach, which spikes before meals. And GLP-1s is the gut hormones that promote fullness post-meal. So to circle this back a little bit for you is if you've heard of GLP-1 antagonists, you probably haven't, but you may have heard of Ozempic. That's the exact thing that this is working on, is looking to make you feel more full after meals so you can eat less to obviously avoid weight. Then ghrelin on the opposite end, there's like SARMs that can improve this. Like the most common one that like unfortunately a lot of people use that I don't agree with is MK677. That is going to increase that ghrelin, which basically allows people to gain more weight because they're going to be hungry all the time. When we look at the macronutrient impact too on satiety, protein is the strongest satiety. It just sits in your stomach basically the longest, and you're going to be hungry. You're going to feel full for the longest amount of time. But then 2, fiber-rich carbs slow down that digestion and stabilizes the blood sugar. And then fat delays gastric emptying, increasing the meal satiety. So for the actual application of this, we want high protein, high fiber meals that will stabilize the appetite, which is going to be the most critical in cutting phases. If you're bulking, may not be necessary. You're not going to want to try to feel as full as possible because you already have to eat a lot of food. But if you're on a cutting phase, things like taking more bites per unit of food, like just chewing it a bunch more or eating foods that are harder to chew, going to take longer. And having that high protein, high fiber meal is going to be beneficial in helping you reduce that calorie intake while feeling really as normal as. Let's look at some macronutrient ratios. So let's just get right into it. Not too much to talk about here. Strength and power athletes, it's going to look at 40 to 50% carbs, 25 to 30 protein, 20 to 30 fats. Endurance, the macronutrients for the carbs, it's going to be a lot higher. That's going to make a lot of sense. Your body's going to use a lot more carbohydrates and glycogen in endurance events compared to a strength and power athlete, a lot more short-term bursts. They're not going to need a lot of that carb stores. 15 to 20% protein, 20 to 25% fats. And let's look a little bit at low carb versus high carb. Low carb may work in off-season cuts, but glycogen availability directly supports high intensity performance. That's why I'm not a huge fan of athletes trying to do keto. Sure, it can be great to lose weight, maybe as an adult. There's also a lot of like toxins and things associated with carbs in terms of like the big thing I've heard is keto can help starve out cancer. Don't exactly quote me on that. It's from the book Outlive. So it is something to think about, but right, as a high performance athlete, keto doesn't necessarily make sense, in my opinion. Starving yourself of the energy source that you're really going to be primarily using, especially if you're a team sport athlete, a lot more quick, short bursts. Fat is very slow to be used as energy. So in individualization here, insulin sensitivity, body composition, and sport demand drives ratios. So this is something that it's going to be different for each person. This is just a general guideline to start, and really some people are going to feel a little better on different ones. I personally know I feel a little better on higher fats. Also, I'm just not a huge fan of eating tons of volumes of food, so eating a little more fats can keep that volume down for me. But that's my take, and even though like I have that 40 to 50% carbs, some days I'm going to be under that, and that's really okay. I feel great when I'm doing it, but that's something to experiment for yourself, or talk to me if you were working with me and we can get that dialed in even more. Let's look at some pre-workout nutrition here. So the biggest piece off rip is going to be your carbs. Hitting about 0.5 to 2 grams per pound of body weight in 1 to 4 hours before your training. So let's think about this a little more. If you have 4 hours before your training, and that's the last time you're going to eat, you can have more carbs because you have longer to digest it. But say you're only 1 hour before, you're going to want to stick to that 0.5 range, or even if you're 30 minutes, just having some quick, simple carbs that'll get into your system right away in a smaller quantity is going to be good there. Then the protein here, 20 to 30 grams, stimulate the muscle protein synthesis we have talked about and reduces muscle breakdown just in general, also help you hit your protein goals on the day. Fluids and electrolytes, hydration plus sodium enhances plasma volume and thermal regulation. Think about it. I personally feel that when I'm hydrated, my body regulates its temperature a lot better. I don't necessarily, when I'm dehydrated, I'll find myself getting really hot because I don't have enough water. If I drink enough, my body stays at a really stable temperature. Just an interesting thing I've noticed through the years of training and being dialed in with this. Things to avoid: excess fat, fiber, or very large meals. Because of the slow gastric emptying, fat and fiber are both going to slow down like how fast that will get out of your system. And you don't necessarily want to be digesting food during a training session if you want to optimize it. A lot of times I've ate before training and I can handle it, but there are other guys who absolutely cannot have anything in their stomach before. And it's really just up to you on how you feel. But here's some general guidelines to go by right away to get you started in the right direction. So an actual application of this, though, is having a small meal 2 to 3 hours before. Chicken, rice, veggies. That'd be really simple, easy, very dialed. Snack 30 to 60 minutes before. Banana and whey. Maybe a larger banana, getting a little higher on those carbs. 30 to 50, I would say, would be a great range depending on your time, your body weight, all of that. So that's a little guideline to get you started on the pre. Let's get into some nutrient density. So what this is just the nutrients per calorie. Pretty simple here, pretty quick one. The importance: improves recovery, supports immune system, fills micronutrient needs without excess calories. So some high density foods: salmon, eggs, sweet potatoes, spinach, berries, nuts. So really, if it was grown from the ground or a human hunted it, those are things that are going to be having a lot more nutrient density. Things that are processed, like soda, candy, fast food, are going to have a lot less. It's a really intuitive thing, just a quick thing I really want to point on. And in general, here's a really good rule for avoiding burnout, being consistent, and making it something that's sustainable. 80% whole foods for density, 20% flexibility for the adherence. If you're at 100% whole foods, unless you're very locked in, which you very may well be, it's going to be 100% is going to be very difficult, and that adherence is going to be a problem, right? Maybe you get 6 days, you're perfect. 7th day, you're absolutely off the walls, and it just blows yourself up. You're holding a lot of water, and it kind of throws you off for the entire week. So really, I'd rather see an approach of 80% whole foods, 20% adherence to get you in that right direction in that regard. Now, after getting your pre-workout in, now after hitting your pre-workout meal, taking whatever pre-workout you want, hitting your lift, let's get into the post-workout window. So this is where you're going to need glycogen resynthesis, highest immediately post-workout due to glycogen synthase activity. So it's basically saying you're going to be able to absorb the most amount of carbs right after a workout. Protein synthesis, training increases muscle sensitivity for protein for 24 to 48 hours, but response is highest in the hours after. So there's no real anabolic window. That's a myth. I mean, there are the hot topics about it. There's debated opinions, but there really isn't a super tight anabolic window. But ideally, getting a good high quality meal after is going to be great. So 20 to 40 grams of fast digesting protein, 1 to 1.2 grams per kilogram of carbs within 1 to 2 hours if training again soon. Right, so if you're hitting a morning and an afternoon lift, or a morning like speed work, afternoon session, it's going to be ideal that you get in some carbs right away after. If not, you can be a little more loose with it. But I'd say the sooner the better is really going to be the best option here. Combined carbs and protein equals synergy for glycogen and muscle protein synthesis. Just in general, it's better to hit both of them together versus one solo compared to the other. So really, this one's a little more of a loose topic. It's going to be eating as soon as possible, getting some protein, getting some carbs in right away. Not something you need to be super specific on. But yet again, if you're looking to optimize those last couple of percentage points, this is something you. Let's look at some nutrient timing. So let's first look at some nutrient timing. So first, we're going to look around training. So carbs and protein before and after to optimize and fuel recovery. This is going to be a pretty basic one that I'm going to be breaking down further in the future. But as a good start, we want to make sure we have enough carbs prior. Then also we're getting some carbs to restore what we've lost, and simply having a little protein before and a little bit more after hitting our protein goals for the day, but also that muscle protein synthesis, which I will be breaking down. Bedtime protein, casein supports overnight muscle protein synthesis. Casein is a very slow digesting protein compared to whey, so it's going to be beneficial for you. Then long events, so over 90 minutes in general, 30 to 60 grams of carbs per hour during competition improves endurance. There's a little more, not quite as much for my team sport athletes. Maybe some football guys, halftime, hitting some carbs is going to be great. Obviously, keep it as simple as possible. I really would stick on that lower end because you're going to be playing again right away. But it's something to definitely think about. I'm personally a fan of carbs at halftime. The application here, timing doesn't override daily totals, but enhances performance when dialed in. So it's not like this is something that's separate from your daily goals that you're trying to hit, but this works in conjunction to optimize everything. Now let's look into some brief individual adjustments that we can go over in terms of dieting. So digestive intolerance, lactose, gluten, and FODMAP issues affect choices. So the big things here are lactose. A lot of guys, I'd say about 60% of people actually have some very mild form of lactose intolerance. I personally have a little bit, so it just makes my stomach uncomfortable if I eat too much. But it can be a very easy way for me to get a ton of calories early. But using these, think about these things when it comes to you and how it's going to actually make you feel if you're looking to optimize absolutely everything. As I get out of football when I'm older and I'm going to be a little less active in all reality, I'm going to take out lactose from my diet because I won't need those extra calories, and I imagine I'm going to be feeling a lot better. Some genetic differences, caffeine metabolism. Some people, they can handle a lot or they can't handle very much. It's also like how much have you used in the past. And some people hit a lot faster or slower, things like that. Those are things to think about. Sport differences: football lineman versus soccer midfielder. A football lineman, you're in a very tight space. Obviously, it's like you're playing for 5 seconds, you're getting 30 seconds to rest. A soccer midfielder, you're going back and forth across the whole pitch the entire time, right? That's going to be a lot different on your demands and what you're going to look to get out of your diet. Then the application here. Start with general guidelines and adjust based on the recovery, your body composition, on energy. So there's really just going to be how your body's looking and feeling are going to be the biggest things in determining what you should actually do for your diet. So that's all I have here. If you're working with me individually, I'd love to help you more on this if there's something. Let's look at refeeds. So what this is, the mechanism behind it is increasing leptin, thyroid, and glycogen during deficits. It's basically just giving more nutrition to your body when you're in a deficit. You don't necessarily want to be constantly pushing it down. It's going to tank your metabolism. It's not going to be ideal, so having refeeds in there can definitely help with this. The duration, like how this actually works, is 24 to 48 hours of increased carbs at or above maintenance. That can be a little much, especially if you're pushing that 24 into that 48 range, because if you're not trained right and you're not on a very tight diet, it can easily get out of hand. So if you're working with a coach, working with me, that's something we can look at. But if you're doing it on your own, be very careful, because hit 24 hours of increased carbs, I'd imagine you're going to be over on your calories in that, and that should be what you're doing in a refeed. It can be very easy to reverse a ton of the progress you just made. The psychological benefit breaks the monotony of dieting. Can be really nice to have a cheat meal, have a cheat day, or in regulation to feel like this isn't such a chore, it isn't such a job. That can definitely be a big bonus to it. And honestly, I think that's the bigger benefit than your spiking or not tanking your metabolism. Then the application, 1 to 2 times per week during long cuts. And if you're doing it that frequently, right, these refeeds are very minor. It's not like an actual cheat day. It's just cycling those carbs, getting them up a little higher on certain days, not necessarily what you'd expect of an entire cheat meal. So there's a lot of nuance to this topic, but if you have a coach or you're working with me, something we can talk about. If you're doing it on your own, make sure you're doing it in a very precise manner to make sure you avoid getting rid of all the products that you've been working. Let's look at reverse dieting. So what is this? After a prolonged deficit, your metabolism. Let's look at reverse dieting. So after a prolonged deficit, your metabolism is going to be suppressed. Your hormones are going to be low. And this is expected. Your body's been under a lot of stress. Things aren't going to be working at the most proper function, and that's okay. So the approach to actually coming back from, say, let's take an extreme example. You're doing a bodybuilding show. You're down to 1,500 calories at the very end of it. Maybe that's even a little high for a lot of guys. And, right, they have their cheat day or two. That's completely fine. And then they're looking to get back into a diet, get back to a good weight, but not gaining a ton of excess fat. Really, the approach here is going to be adding 50 to 100 calories a week to restore maintenance without fat gain. We don't want to get them up back to maybe their maintenance is 2,200 right now. We don't want to get them back up to that immediately. Not really going to end well, because likely it's actually lower than that. Their body's going to have a lot of adverse effects, even though you feel it makes sense. Not necessarily going to work like that, because been in such a starved state for so long, your body's not necessarily going to know what to do when it actually has the nutrition it needs. The goal, restore NEAT, non-exercise activity thermogenesis. So just moving around on your day-to-day basis, because I imagine when you're getting into these deep level cuts, you're going to be very fatigued. You're not going to want to move at all. And also restoring your thyroid and leptin. That is taking a controlled, systemized approach, adding a small amount of calories every week to get you back to where you need to be. The actual application here, maybe you're a football athlete, you've been straining really hard all season. Say you lost 20 pounds because you haven't been able to eat enough. Now you're back down and your activity is going to be a little less. You want to start eating more again, right? We do it in a slow manner. It's not something we want to spike back a bunch, because you're probably going to be a lot more bored. You're out of season. You're going to have a lot more time to eat. Not necessarily want to spike it back. We're going to want to be a slow, controlled approach. Let's look into some nutrient partitioning. So the concept here, calories can go to muscle or fat depending on training, hormones, and insulin sensitivity. So let's give you an example here. We're deep into a bulk. We're up 20 pounds. We gained 10 pounds of muscle, 10 pounds of fat. Not a super unrealistic situation here. At this point, your body fat's going to be a little higher. That's okay. That's expected. But your insulin sensitivity is going to be out of whack. So when you are taking on these extra calories at this point, a lot of it, there's a good chance that a lot more of it's going to be going to fat rather than muscle because of that insulin sensitivity and the hormones, because of the increasing calories for so long, for such a prolonged period of time. Saying maybe you did 10, 12 weeks to gain those 20 pounds is going to be not in the best situation. So that could be a time to hit a cut. But that is a quick example of like where the calories don't always go to the same. Like at the beginning cut or of the bulk, a lot more of those calories are going to be going towards muscle than fat compared to the end because of one factor is that insulin sensitivity. So what this can be improved by: resistance training, sleep and recovery, and leaner athletes have better partitioning. That was the example I just hit on there. Is as you get more fat, realistically, it's going to be a lot easier for a body to take those calories, put them into fat compared to muscle. The application here: train hard, eat in a surplus, gain more muscle, less fat. That's also having a very small surplus if you want to do this properly. Not something like 1,000 calories. We're not trying to dirty bulk here and absolutely blow up all of our like hormone and insulin markers. Not necessarily a great. Let's look at some carb cycling. So what this approach actually is high carb days on heavy training, low carb days on rest. And in theory, you may actually be doing this if you're pretty dialed in, pretty in tune with your body. You may actually be doing this to some extent without even really knowing it. But the goal here is to maximize glycogen on demand, minimize fat gain. The science, it works for psychological adherence, but it's not magic. Calorie balance still rules, the law of thermodynamics here. The application is practical for in-season athletes to maintain body weight without hurting performance. The goal is going to be, right, we want the calories that we're eating to be used effectively. We don't want a huge calorie day necessarily on like the day after a game when you may not be training, because we're not going to be really getting anything out of it. That's the law of thermodynamics. We're going to be gaining fat here. So the thing is basically carb cycling, where you're having higher carbs on those days that you need it. Then off day, likely you're going to be a lot less active. You don't need as many carbs. You can still hit that protein goal, but taking those calories out through carbs is going to be the right approach here. Let's look at some metabolic adaptation here. So when you are in a deficit, so this is when you are in a cutting phase, you are trying to lose weight, your calories are dropping, some things are going to happen. Your BMR drops, your NEAT decreases, your thyroid hormones are down, leptin's down, cortisol is up. So all this is basically bad. Your NEAT is your actual activity. You're going to be not doing as much. Your thyroid hormones are going to be out of whack. They're going to be down because of the stress on your body from the cortisol, and that leptin is going to be down as well. But when you're in surpluses, the BMR is going to increase slightly, NEAT rises. That's expected. The BMR is kind of a abstract measure of like your body composition, how much you weigh. It doesn't really take into account muscle mass, so it's not super accurate for high performing athletes like myself and yourself. So not exactly accurate, but it's something that is going to happen. Why? Why does our body do this? Body defends against long-term starvation and overfeeding. So your body basically wants to be in homeostasis. When you're decreasing calories a bunch or increasing, your body's going to try to get you back into that range. When you have a bunch of extra calories, you're going to have more energy, makes sense, and your NEAT is naturally going to increase. You're going to be doing more throughout the day. But when you're in basically starving, that's going to drop. Your NEAT is going to drop. You're going to be doing a lot less. So this is your way of, like, obviously you're going to have less energy, but your body trying to maintain homeostasis and not get you to be starving and preserve what you currently have. The application here is diet breaks, refeeds, and reverse dieting to prevent plateaus. So they're all things I'm going to be talking about and getting into, but I want to cover this here so you understand that, right? Say your maintenance is 2,500 calories. When you start a cut, you're going to be losing some body weight as expected, as the goal. So maybe in theory, it would get down to 2,250. But because of this metabolic adaptation, it could get down even a little lower because of, right, all these factors that I had just. Yet again, I do want to harp on the fact of individualization. So there are no universal plans that are going to work perfectly for everyone or the exact same. So factors: training age, genetics, sports demand, lifestyle, food preferences, and culture. So really the application here: start with evidence-based framework, then tweak for the athlete's feedback and results. Training age, right? We're looking at food. If you're young to training, you haven't been training long, you don't have to get into the super nitty and gritty to get the results that you're looking for simply because you are new to it. Genetics as well, right? Insulin sensitivity, guys with diabetes, things like that. That's something I'm not well versed in, but something you definitely have to consider. Sports demands. If you are more of an endurance athlete, you're going to be needing more carbs compared to a power athlete, like a powerlifter who really doesn't have a lot of physical exertion in terms of burning glycogen, but it's more central nervous system, mechanical tension, things like that. They're not really going to use a ton of carbs. Lifestyle and stress, things to think about. You work a job in summer, as a lot of athletes do when they have the time. They work a job. Maybe it's some manual labor. That's going to be a lot of need, not a lot of exercise. Sorry, that is you're going to have to take account for. You're going to have to eat a lot more calories. You're going to have a lot more stress, cortisol from all that physical exercise you're doing, and you're going to have to find a way around it and make it work with that. Then food preferences and culture, maybe your religion, right? Some guys don't eat pork. That's completely okay. Avoid those things, but you also have to make those adjustments that's going to work for yourself. And if you're working with me, right, we have that covered. We will continue to talk about it, making sure we make these adjustments because this isn't something that's static. It's dynamic. As your body changes, as you get older in training, things like that, as you have different preferences, or you have a new lifestyle, you get done with school, and now it's summertime. All these things come into effect with the individualization for your food, your training, all that, and making sure you are staying on top of your game. So really, that's all I have for this. I am super glad that you made it this far. I know it was probably a lot, but I'm glad you made it. You definitely learned a lot, and hopefully you can take these things and actually put them into application, make yourself really the best version of yourself.
All right, that wraps up this training, and I hope you found value from it because that is literally everything I wish someone told me when I was in high school put into this course. It's one thing to think, oh, that's super valuable, but it's another thing to actually implement it and start applying the lessons I've taught you to become the athlete you know you're capable of being. If you want help doing that and you want me by your side through the entire process, inside your work, inside the identity shifts, actually be able to hold you accountable to reach those goals, then you can book a call with me at the first link in the description. We'll go over where you're currently at, what's holding you back, and how fast I realistically think you can drop your 40 time. You can still get insane results with just this. Send this to an athlete who's gonna need it, subscribe, drop a comment, whatever you wanna do. But really, I just hope this genuinely helped you, and I'll see you in the next video.